wanneer jy hard genoeg praat, want andersins gaan die mikrofoon net terug.
Nee, dis goed. So wat maak ek met hom?
Ons gaan met op jou aan.
Okay. Dis sy. Kan jy sien as ons mense al aanlyn? Welcome to the first animal welfare workshop in Southern Africa. This whole idea, I think, started at the 2019 SASIS conference where Prof. Barth was there and Kathy was there and Maud and Skulk. And we, after having a welfare session, we said we really need a workshop. But then COVID came. So we can blame everything on COVID. But at least now today we have the opportunity, and we're fortunate to be sponsored by ISAE. And so I would really like to welcome everybody here present, as well as all our online delegates. And I hope that this is going to be a stimulating program and an exciting 2 days. So we a little slight change in the program. Engineering and Engineering 4 is 2 different venues. My dean is on his way. So we're going to start with the welcome on behalf of ISAE. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Janice Sigford, and I am the president of the International Society for Applied Ethology. It's an honor to have been invited to welcome you to the ISAE South African Workshop on Farm Animal Behavior and Welfare to be held over the next 2 days. I only wish I could be there with you in person to learn from the fantastic range of speakers you'll hear from and to take part in the very interesting discussions that I'm sure will arise. I'd like to start by taking a few minutes to introduce you to the International Society for Applied Ethology, ISAE, in case you've never heard of it before. The ISAE was founded nearly 60 years ago in Edinburgh, Scotland, as the Society for Veterinary Ethology. 25 years later, it was renamed the International Society for Applied Ethology. It was founded to study the behavior of animals managed by humans in order to create a body of scientific knowledge regarding how to understand and use animals' behavior to manage them better. Much of the initial work done by the Society focused on farmed animals in response to concerns over the industrialization of livestock and poultry farms. Research now extends from farm to companion animals, animals used in research, as well as wildlife in zoos, aquaria, and other managed situations. And Society members study species ranging from invertebrates to primates and everything in between. One of ISAE's key missions is to provide a forum for presenting and discussing scientific advances in applied animal behavior. ISAE does this in several ways. Each year, we have an international scientific congress. Next year, it will be held in Curitiba, Brazil. Below, you see some pictures of the 2023 ISAE Congress held in Tallinn, Estonia, and you may recognize this speaker. Another way that ISAE fosters the sharing of knowledge is through regional activities, such as this one. Pictured above is an animal welfare workshop in Bangladesh held earlier this year by members of the South and Central Asia region of the ISAE. The official journal of the ISAE is Applied Animal Behavior Science, and it offers discounts to ISAE members, and members can push share links of their work through to the ISAE website to even further disseminate their work. And last but not least, we have a presence on social media through Facebook and X, formerly known as Twitter. ISAE's membership quickly became international after the Society's founding, and we currently have members in 13 regions covering every continent except Antarctica, with nearly 700 members across 36 countries. ISAE strives to foster community and networking among our members, whether through increasing participation at the international congresses through our Developing Countries Congress Attendance Fund, or holding student events that encourage them to mix and mingle with each other as well as with senior researchers, or bonding over local cuisine and dancing, we try our best to be a friendly society that welcomes all with an interest in applied animal behavior science. You're attending the workshop hosted by the Africa and West Asia ISAE region, which stretches from South Africa north to Turkey and from Senegal in the west to Iran in the east, a huge region with incredible climatic and ecological variation, as well as diversity in human cultures, including the views people hold regarding animals and the array of animal species being farmed, as well as the practices under which they are managed. The Africa and West Asia region is among our most rapidly growing new regions, and members from the region are ably representing it on the ISAE Council and as members of the editorial advisory board of the Applied Animal Behavior Science Journal. In addition, as your presence here attests, there is a growing amount of local activity with a focus on animal behavior and animal welfare. Many of these efforts, including this one, have global impact and reach. For example, earlier this month, I delivered a talk as part of the Animal Welfare Group Nigeria, and attendees not only included people from Nigeria, but also from Turkey, Spain, and Germany, to name a few of the other countries represented. Here, you bring together many wonderful local faculty and student speakers from the host University of Pretoria, along with speakers from Gwanda State University in Zimbabwe, Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, the University of Namibia, Stellenbosch University, the University of Venda, and some local departments of agriculture. And of course, you have a few keynote speakers from places further afield, including Dr. Dwyer from Scotland, Dr. Bunter from Australia, and Drs. Johnson and Webb from the US. I'm so pleased that workshops such as this one continue to build interest in animal behavior and welfare in the SADC region. Local workshops bring people together within a region and provide opportunities not only to discuss exciting topics, such as how behavior can be used to evaluate animal welfare, but also allow you to form networks with others who share your interests. This in turn lays the ground for future collaborations, ranging from research to teaching to working together to change policies and legislation, and perhaps even to change the planet. Now, how do we think about connecting applied animal behavior to animal welfare? As I mentioned earlier, as a society dedicated to the study of applied animal behavior, ISAE's primary mission is to understand animal behavior, with a goal of informing our management and coexistence with the many domestic and wild species that share our world. By observing and understanding behavior, which is the external expression of an animal's internal state, we can gain insight into their underlying anatomy, their physiology, emotions, temperament, and of course, when we bring these all together, their welfare or quality of life. For many attendees, the thought of using animal behavior to manage animals and to improve their welfare may be something you've been doing for a while. For others, this may be your first experience in focusing on this idea, or to learn about how animal welfare can be considered in the context of environmental, economic, and ethical sustainability, and what some of the current welfare challenges are for animals in the SADC region specifically. I was first drawn to the study of animal welfare after my PhD in neuroscience, when I decided I wanted to switch gears and study animals and their behavior, not merely to indirectly advance our understanding of human biology, but to directly improve the quality of the animals' own lives. Today, my research includes understanding how laying hens behave in cage-free systems to be sure that the way we design aviaries and manage them is in synchrony with hens' behavioral biology so that they can thrive as they produce eggs for us. I also study the ways in which technology can be used to monitor animals continuously and in real time so we can make more informed decisions about how to manage each unique individual animal living on a farm, even when there's not that many people there to care for them. My own work, like the work of many of my colleagues, also provides examples of how animal behavior can be used to evaluate animal responses and improve their welfare. Next, you'll hear more about animal welfare specifically in the African context and within the SADC region. In particular, to set your stage for your workshop, where you will take deeper looks at farm assessment of welfare, the interaction between animal welfare and public health, how to formally integrate welfare into breeding programs, considering the impacts of climate on animal welfare, and the welfare of animals at slaughter. I hope the talks that you hear during this workshop inspire you not only during the final discussion session where you consider the future research that is needed to help apply animal welfare principles to livestock farming in Africa, but also as you return to your research, your studies, or your jobs developing welfare policies and assessment practices. I hope you have an exciting and thought-provoking workshop over the next 2 days. Take care.
Hi, Mabel, you can start.
Okay, I wasn't sure that it was my turn. I need to share my screen. 1 second. Screen. That's the challenge now. I'm trying to find my screen. I'm not used to using Teams. I'm not sure. Okay, I don't know. Okay, can you see my screen? Please confirm. Oh gosh, this is what's happening? I'm trying to. Oh gosh. Hi. Oh my gosh. Can you? Oh my god, my screen is not up. Can you allow me share my screen, please? Hello? Hello?
Yes, you can.
I'm trying to share my screen, but you've taken over the screen.
Okay.
This is not my screen, so this is the workshop screen, so I need to be able to share my own screen.
Okay.
So while we wait for Dr. Aworth to sort out the screen, Dr. Mabel Aworth will now just introduce the mandate of the meeting for us, and then hopefully the Dean will join us. So Mabel, when you're ready, we are ready for you. Thanks.
Yeah, I need to be able to share my screen. I need to be given permission to do that. IT, please, can you allow me share my screen?
Yes, you are allowed.
But you need to take down this screen, the workshop screen, and give me permission. Because Thank you. I'm not used to Teams at all. Can you see my screen now? Please confirm that you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, all. I am Mabel Auer, an epidemiologist at the North Carolina State University in the United States, and I am the ISAE country liaison for Nigeria. Today is the first day of our ISAE workshop on farm animal welfare, and our team is bringing animal welfare to the SADC region. This workshop is organized by the ISA in collaboration with the Stellenbosch University and the University of Pretoria with sponsorship from the Open Philanthropy Project. So we want to say thank you to the Open Philanthropy for making this a reality. So I want to just bring us a brief history of the ISAE. The first meeting was outside the UK in Belgium in 1972, and it was founded in 1966 by a group of 26 veterinarians in Scotland. It was originally the Society for Veterinary Ethology, and we know that ethology means science of animal behavior. The very first non-veterinarians were admitted to the society in 1970, and the name changed in 1992 to International Society for Applied Ethology. We have over 650 members across 13 regions. So the mandate for today's workshop is that we want to introduce ISAE to the Southern African Development Community, that's the SADC region, and we're hoping that as we have brought this workshop to you today, it will spread throughout the region. And we'll have members, we encourage members from this region to join us so that we can increase our presence in Africa. Our second mandate will be to stimulate the interest of stakeholders on the need to embrace animal welfare. It's important that our interests are stimulated, and that's why we're here today. So let's open up our minds and listen to the very interesting presentations and develop a love for animal welfare. A third mandate to be to encourage promotion of good animal welfare practice along the food chain from farm to fork, ensuring that animals are treated fairly so that the quality of meat and animal products that we receive are for the best of our interest. And then the fourth mandate will be to establish linkages between the industry and academia on animal welfare. We want, this workshop is to bring together different stakeholders from the different players, those in doing research and those in government and those who are actually farming, those who are actually taking care of these animals. We want to bring a connection between these diverse groups, and all we're talking about is animal welfare and behavior. And lastly, we want to advocate for animal welfare champions all over the SADC region. We want people to stand up and, start advocating for good welfare of these animals, especially our food animals, our companion animals, our work animals. Let's advocate for, the good welfare. So we need champions. And we hope that at the end of this workshop, we'll be able to have those champions in the SADC region. So finally, before I end my talk, I want to remind us that we have a post-workshop survey which we would want us to take at the end of this workshop, and this is the QR code. I've asked the IT to help us share this with all the participants physically present, and we'll also share this with all our online participants. We need to use this QR code to give us feedback at the end of the workshop to tell us how well we did and areas that we needed to improve upon. And lastly, like the president said in her talk, ISA is already present in Africa and West Asia region. We just need more African presence. And so we're bringing it to the SADC region because we want SADC to be part of it. So we want to employ us, want to encourage us to join us. We want members from the region. And if you need more information, that's my email on the screen. Thank you for your attention. Okay, so stop.
Very much, Dr. Ayworth, for that good introduction so that we know what we are set out to do for the next 2 days. And I'd now like to introduce the Dean of our faculty, Professor Barnett Erasmus, for our official welcome. Thanks.
I think the key here is better late than never, so apologies for a few minutes late and diary clashes. I'm officially on leave, a bit of a long leave, but this is one of the commitments I made before going on leave, and I think it's important I thought it was important enough, and I quite rate animal science within the faculty, so that's why I'm here. Colleagues, I think I've got three messages. The first one's a general one. You're here in our wonderful Engineering 4 facility. I just heard about the importance of industry, higher education partnerships, and I think this entire facility within which you're sitting is an example of how the University of Pretoria can do that. So this is a high-level agreement between a number of industry partners and the University of Pretoria to basically take roads and civil engineering research forward into the next century, hence the name Engineering 4. But this is just but one embodiment of how the University of Pretoria is engaging with industry in a number of unique and interesting ways to come up with new value propositions of interest to industry and society. So we really, really take it seriously. This is not a cheap facility. When we say we want to get off our ivory tower and into where industry and society and communities practice. And I think when it comes to animal welfare, this is just another example of exactly where and how we'd like to do that. I'd also like to bring you the last 2 points I'd like to make is around my own experience around climate and sustainability and where animal protein production fits in. So I just came back from a number of engagements around, let me take a few steps back. COP28 starts in 29th of November in Dubai, in United Arab Emirates. And there's a number of discussions at COP28 around climate change, which I think will be of a lot of interest to this particular community. The first one is around loss and damages, right? So it's getting too warm, someone's paying the price, and who's paying the compensation for it. One of the areas in which we will be paying that price is an ability to produce animal protein. So already we have a Northern Hemisphere Global North initiative pushing us towards a no animal protein diet, and you must be aware of all the different Lancet reports and the literature debate around that. My view on it is that in African environments, in many places, the only way to get nutrition into a human from a dry piece of grass is through a ruminant stomach. And that means that we need to come up with innovative and new ideas to produce the animal protein we need for cultural, nutritional, health and welfare reasons for humans, but to produce that within this African ecosystem in a way that takes care of animal welfare in a way that has probably not had the profile it's had before. So that's a double challenge for this community. Not just how do we produce animal protein sustainably with low emissions, preferably zero emissions in African environments, but how do we do so in a new production system that takes into account animal welfare in a way that it hasn't had to before. That's the first challenge. My last point comes back to climate. So at many of these climate meetings that I've been, it's very clear that we're on a trajectory which will put unprecedented challenges to agricultural production environment, right? So globally, we're comfortably at 1.2 degrees warming, 1.18 second decimal precision if you're really interested, but it's in the wrong direction, right? 1.2 might not sound that bad. Southern Africa warms at twice the global rate. So 1.2 for the world is 2.4 for us. Take into account the rest of the world is comfortably on its way to 2.5, 3 degrees, right? That means we're comfortably on our way to 4 and 6 degree temperatures above global mean averages. Now we know, and this is some of the preliminary work that some of my colleagues have done, is that beef production systems, as we know them at the moment, cannot persist at temperatures 5 to 6 degrees above what it is at the moment. So we need to have, again, a different way of producing that animal protein, and again, we need a different way of producing that animal protein in a way that takes animal welfare into account. So that's my last point. So we've got two particular challenges. The one is, how do we maintain the animal production systems in African environments in a way that looks at welfare that I think hasn't been looked at before? And secondly, directly, how do we cope with animal welfare under these likely high temperature and likely high drought conditions? About 2 weeks ago, at a different meeting, I made the slightly bold prediction that we are about to get sort of into another El Nino phase. It's not just my prediction. There's a fair bit of modeling in the international community behind it. And unfortunately, we immediately had some very high rainfall for October. So my initial predictions that we're heading for a dry summer has not come off yet, but I do think it will still happen. I don't think the heating in the Pacific is such that we can ignore it. But to cut a long story short, we're looking at an opportunity to think of the coming summer, maybe not 2024, but definitely 2025 summer, as a bit of a case study, a test case for what the challenges might look like in the long run to produce animal protein in the way that I've just mentioned. Because we're definitely heading into a warmer summer this one, and definitely into a warmer summer in 2025 if the El Nino signal persists. So little caveat, I reserve the right to withdraw my statement if it doesn't work. But I do think the modeling is such that I think we can well, put it this way. I'm investing money in a home water tank system. That's how sure I am about this prediction. But for this community, it means that 2024, 2025, and hopefully not 2026 summers will give us a little bit of a taste of what the longer-term future might look like in terms of temperature and rainfall. Not in the details, but it'll give us a broad brush challenge of high temperatures and likely lower rainfall. And that's an opportunity for us to prepare ourselves for what might look like in the long run in low rainfall, high temperature conditions to produce the animal protein we need with the animal welfare considerations that we have to consider. Thank you very much, and good luck for the conference. All the best. Who do I give this to next?
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Prof. Barend for that insight. And now, with no further ado, we're going to move into our speakers. Are we ready for our next speaker? So we have Dr. and now I have to pronounce it, I've practiced it, Olusegun Sarah. And she comes originally from the Federal University of Agricultural, Abeokuta in Nigeria, obtained her PhD from Newcastle in the UK, and she's an associate professor in the Department of Animal Physiology. She's got lots of important stuff that she do, but the most important one here for me is that she's interested in animal welfare. The floor is yours.
First time in another African country, so I'm happy to visit another African country except Nigeria, where I was born. And I'm happy to give you this talk on animal welfare in the African context. And before I start, maybe while she's trying to bring up the slides, I'll just say that I'm also representing the ISAE, the International Society for Applied Ethology, as the regional secretary for the Africa and West Asia region. So if you have any information about joining the society, I'll be glad to take that at the end of any time. Just walk up to me and we'll discuss that. And I think at the moment, I think 1 or 2 members from South Africa, belong to the society, and Mount is one of them. I can't remember the name of the second lady. So please, we'll really, really want to have you join the society. Full screen. So once again, I'm happy to be in your midst, and this morning I'll be sharing insights on animal welfare within the African context. And because of this topic, I actually decided to dress like an African, as a typical African. So a little bit about the outline of my presentation. I'll gladly talk about my career journey, the significance of animals to Africans, the culture of Africans as it relates to animals, what is the perception of Africans about animal welfare, and what are the indigenous knowledge about animal welfare that we know. and how African animal fits into the trending global animal welfare issues. So in terms of my career, I started my undergraduate as studying animal production and health at the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, Nigeria. And then I proceeded for my master's in the Department of Animal Physiology, and I did some project. That was where I actually started the project work related to animal behavior and welfare. And then between 2010 and 2014, I got a TED Fund scholarship from the Nigerian government to do a PhD at the University of Newcastle, where I looked into the effect of heat and physiological stress on the growth, performance, physiology, and welfare of broiler chickens. So after my PhD, I had to return back to Nigeria, and I was, left with what to do next and how to start my research work in the university. And then I decided that I would actually start working or looking into the behavior and welfare of indigenous animals in Nigeria, because I think this is an aspect that is being neglected, as we see our indigenous animals as non-charismatic animals compared to the exotic breeds. So this is what I've been doing since 2014 when I finished my PhD, and I've worked with the Nigerian indigenous chickens, the West African dwarf goat, the Nigerian indigenous turkeys, and some guinea fowls in Nigeria. And I want to use this opportunity to say that Africa is blessed with a lot of indigenous species, and I think it's high time we begin to start, looking into the welfare of these animals as well. And then in 2021, I got the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation Fellowship to study maternal care of domestic chickens, as it's influenced by the strain, 4-strain type and duration of maternal contact. And that is what I'm currently doing in Berlin, Germany. Sorry. When it comes to the significance of animals to Africans, it's embedded in our culture, and I want us to look at it from the perspective that in almost most environments we have animals, living with us as Africans, and we have them, even as pets and work animals. So also in our cultural heritage, I try to look into the coat of arms of different African countries, and I realized that the ones that I actually have here have 1 or 2 other animal species in their coat of arms, talking about the importance of animals in our cultural heritage as Africans, and telling us about some symbols or what they symbolize to us. So you can see from these 12 countries, we have different animal species indicated in the coat of arms. We have that of South Africa here. So please, and also Nigeria, where I come from. And now, in terms of culture, our religion, our songs, and all these things, have animal elements embedded in them. And the religion, whether a Christian, Muslim, or traditional worshippers, we have 1 or 2 things to do with animals at one point or the other. But these 3 traditions actually talk about proper treatment of animal. And this is what animal welfare is actually talking about. And it was even stated, some people actually stated that it is a sin not to give care to animal. So aside our duties as scientists or as stakeholders with animal welfare, it's also important that we know that our religion also supports good care for animals. There are also traditional laws and taboos that forbid probably the killing of some animals, which is good to some extent, because at least this will help us to conserve our species and prevent them from being endangered. And also there are some traditions that actually use animals for sacrifices, where it is believed that a life for another life. And they tend to use these animals, to sacrifice. Maybe somebody is sick or have health issues, so they use animal life to sacrifice for human life. And if actually that belief needs to stand, then we can see that we need to also appreciate and give value to animal lives. Also, in terms of our proverbs, I don't know what it is like in South Africa, but from Nigeria, where I come from, I'm from the Yoruba tribe, the southwestern part of Nigeria, and we have a lot of proverbs that actually talks about animals, how to value them, and also it's Looking into the proverb at times, I've been able to see that some of this proverb actually is related to animal welfare. I'm going to give you one in Yoruba, and then I'll continue with the ones in just general African proverbs. There is a proverb in Yoruba which says, "Ojú ni màálù ń rọ́, ọbẹ̀ ò dá lọ́rùn." What it means is that slaughtering an animal, to that animal itself, is painful. It's just bearing the pain. That is when the animal is not properly stunned, the way the animals are just slaughtered, they are just tied, then the neck is stretched, and then a sharp knife is used to cut the throat. It's not easy for the animal as well, especially when the animal experiences pain during the slaughtering process. So I looked at it and I discovered that even in our proverbs, they are trying to send the message across. It's only that we might not be paying attention to it or taking it into cognizance of it, as well as to look at ways or measures by which we can actually alleviate the pain experienced by animals under different conditions. So here are some other African proverbs. If you haven't any sheep, you wouldn't know that a fox is a wild animal. And at a hunting expenditure, you cannot apportion the meat before you kill the animal. So there are some traditions, in our proverbs that talks about animals. Also in our songs, there are some songs that actually relate to animal. Like I said, I'm from the Yoruba tribe, and there is a particular song that was sung by one of our popular musician, Ebenezer Obey, and he tried to relate the story behind the horse, the man, and his son. And from that song, he talked about a man having a horse, and the man was walking with his son, and they were walking, only the horse was walking by them. But it's a whole lot of story. I would like you to listen to it. But at least from the music, we can see the relationship on how to care for animals as well. And one thing about our culture that I've also realized recently is that our culture have attached labeled some animals, or there are some stigma that our culture have actually ascribed to some animals. And this has affected the way in which we are actually treating this animal. I remember from most tribes in Nigeria tend to see the cat as an evil animal, and this has led to the way the cat is being treated or being even killed. I can as well remember when I was about 8 years old that there was a cat that was killed, and the cat was just dropped in a bag, tied, and just smashed on the floor. In fact, the screaming of the cat is still in my head till today. So all this, I believe, is attached to the belief system that we have towards those animals. And when I realized this, and as I'm growing in my field of animal welfare, I believe I am actually into farm animal behavior and welfare. But I've also seen reasons to try to extend my love to other animals, be it wildlife or insects or pets, and also try to correct these narratives. And what have I been doing in this area is by talking about some of these stigmatized animals via social media, and also do some presentation or invite speakers or people who have expertise in these animals and let us learn about them. So trying to correct the narrative, because I believe the more you learn about an animal, definitely you know the good and the bad and what you need to correct in the way you are treating them. And through the animal, like the president said, she gave a talk to the Animal Welfare Group Nigeria, which is a group that I coordinate in Nigeria. So using that medium as well, I've tried to invite experts from the snake, the snake expert, the spider expert, and I'm also expecting somebody to talk about cats to us. So I believe by increasing awareness and knowledge, we'll be able to change our perspective towards this animal and thereby foster love for them. So what are the perceptions about animal welfare when we compare Africans versus other internationals? And this was an international survey that I participated in 2020, and we looked into the international perceptions of animals and the importance of their welfare. And we also looked at the perceptions of different international, I think 14 different countries participated in this survey. Unfortunately, we had just 2 countries from Africa that were involved in it. That's Nigeria and Sudan. And also we looked at how the egg production system is like based on using this survey. But I'll just talk about one of about one result from the paper, but you can please read up the other paper. So, but what we realized that from the looking at the spread of the participants that actually answered the survey, those that had university education were overrepresented compared to the general population. So in the next few slides, the result that we have, let's look at it as a perspective of the learned population from these countries. So a question was asked, I understand what animal welfare means. And 14 different countries participated, like I said earlier, and we had just 2 African countries that were part of this survey. And looking at Nigeria and Sudan, we could see that at least Nigeria have a little bit less than 80% that actually responded to yes, that they understand what animal welfare actually means. And in Sudan, it's about 84% of them that responded that. So they have knowledge about what animal welfare is. And in terms of the level of agreement to some questions, the welfare of farmed animals in my country is important to me. We asked the welfare of companion animals, is it important to them? And we also realized that the respondents from these 2 African countries actually were comparable to what the response from other international countries. So here I just selected 2 developed countries and 2 developing countries and try to see the similarities and differences that we have here. And what I realized was that in the developed countries and developing countries, human beings come first in terms of ranking for on priority for welfare. But I also realized that in the United Kingdom and in the USA, the second ranking after humans were dogs. That's companion animal, and of course, which is their, their lifestyle. They love pet animals. But in Sudan and Nigeria, actually, after human beings, we have chickens. Of course, we need food to eat. We all know how it is like in African country. I think we are still struggling to try to settle, meet up with the daily animal protein need that we have. So. Food animals come second in African countries. So with that, I think we also need to see how we can improve ourselves and then give these animals a better quality of life. So like I said, the result I presented actually was representing, let me say, the learned population, those with university degrees. But I came across this paper which actually looked at the rural communities. What is it like in the rural communities where they are not learned, they didn't go to school, and most of the population of the animals in African countries are being kept by these rural communities. What idea do they really have about animal welfare? So looking at this paper, which was published, it was a paper from Ethiopia, and they used the community conversation method by interacting with members of the community to understand what animal welfare is to them. And these are people that are not educated and are not trained on any animal welfare practice. So, but what they did, they used single-sex group and mixed-sex group. You know that African culture, there are some cultures that don't allow the males and the females, to interact. So they actually considered that. And they also considered taking this survey from different parts of the country in Ethiopia, where they have diverse culture and diverse religion, to see how the 2 groups actually interpret what animal welfare is. And from that, I discovered that there were some gender-specific rules associated with keeping animals and also caring for animals. And mostly the men are involved in using the animals on the farm, maybe to plow, for farm work, while the women and the children stay at, at the home. They milk the animals and, to give to the source of food for the family, and also the children also take good care of the animals. So for the men, they help, they use the animals on the farm and also look for the food materials for the animals, while the women, they are the ones in charge of feeding the animal, cleaning the barns, caring for small animals, and also sick animals, and also making of these animals. And I think from this paper, I also realized that depending on the type of work that the animals are being used for, also is associated with the way that the animal is being handled. And for the men, it was reported in this paper, but I didn't want to actually put it on the slide, that they tend to be a bit more harsher on the animals because they are using them on the farm. And you know, when you are working on the farm, probably it's the scorching sun and things like that, and the animal is not cooperating with you. You may, or probably because the handler himself is, let me say, tired and needs to just be fast about the work, and the animal is not cooperating. They tend to be more harsher on the animals. While the women, they realize that when they are calm with the milking, while milking the animals, they tend to get more milk from them, which of course science supports things like this. When stress is being reduced in the animal, you get more production, you get more milk let down from the animals. So, using this community engagement tends to bring like a co-creation of solutions to animal welfare in our society. And they asked some questions which actually looked into the perception, the practices and constraints and needs of the animals. A question like, can animals be happy? This was actually asked to the rural community, and they were able to explain based on their observation on their animals how animal display or show happiness, which they said animals are happier in the raining season because they get enough feed and water. Of course, this community actually were dealing with ruminant animals. So, but we can see that, and I think one thing that we should also know is that irrespective of the knowledge, the level of knowledge, based on having a good interaction with the animals in this rural community, they can really understand what the animal needs at the appropriate time and give them what they need. So it's part of the welfare of the animal. So there is a question in, trying to know about the practices. They asked the question, what makes Mr. A the best animal caregiver in the community? And they were able to give some answers. Okay, this person feeds the animal at the appropriate time. You know, the housing is clean. And also, these are the things that are related to animal welfare. And the constraints majorly are lack of resources, which we know, and poor animal handling, and also the need for awareness. Then they were also able to give some solutions as to the needs of the animals that will make them more happier and healthier. Yeah. And one thing I also realized while reading that paper was that these rural communities were able to tell us, they reported in that paper that when you see that the animal have high milk production, it's saying something about the welfare of the animal. Of course, which is good, but we also need to be very, very careful in terms of using production to assess animal welfare, as productivity at times may not be, the 100% telling us about the welfare of the animal, but at least they can still say something based on the knowledge that they have. And also, they said, looking at the features of the animal, when you see an animal with a dirty fleece or dirty body, you can say something about the environment or the housing condition, and which are things that are related to the use of animal-based, that is what we call animal-based measures of assessing animal welfare. So these things are embedded in the rural communities in Africa, and also we need to encourage them and probably go a bit further to do a little bit of more training and things like that. So pastoralism is something that is common in Africa, and you see the animals being walked for long distance, in search of pasture and water, especially when the environment, the weather is not favorable, and they need to go elsewhere looking for green pastures for the animal. Pastoralism has been with us for over 10,000 years since domestication started, but this group of people actually rely on what is called indigenous knowledge in caring for their animals. And indigenous knowledge remains the largest untapped reservoir of knowledge that is embedded in the rural communities. And we need to, this indigenous knowledge lives with the rural community and is based on the past knowledge, experiences, and their practices. And it has been It is being transferred down through generation orally in terms of stories, riddles, songs, and practices. Also, in terms of indigenous knowledge, we have things like the use of ethno-veterinary medicine, use of herbs, tree body parts from trees and shrubs, and also for different animals in treating their illnesses, in treating their diseases. And you know that one of the freedoms of one of the 5 freedoms talks about freedom from disease. So if this is what we have in our community, I think we need to make good use of them and see how we can improve it to the best of its use. So this, whether it's a body part or the root or the shrubs or the bark or whatever, they have different processing methods that are being processed and a route of administration to animals, and also different disease conditions that have been tested and used to treat in our animals. So in terms of benefits, there's no residual effect compared to the use of antimicrobiotics, and it's cheap, it's locally available, and it's also sustainable. But in terms of challenges, the lack of documentation, inadequate diagnosis, a lack of knowledge on how to apply or what are the side effects, and some people actually perceive the use of ethno-veterinary medicine as being outdated and ineffective. But when there is a lot of deforestation and climate change, it could also affect, these trees or crops in the environment. And the second thing I'll talk about, the use of indigenous knowledge, are things that we see that these farmers actually use. Here is a picture showing chicks that are being dyed. And the reason for dyeing chicks is to protect them from predators, because it's like you're deceiving the predator and they can't actually see them. But scientifically, what have we done with this knowledge? How far have we tried to improve them? Because we are campaigning for free range and all these things, and our animals will be subjected to predators. Is it possible for us to look into this and see how to develop this indigenous knowledge on ways to protect our animals? There are different techniques that have been used in protecting animals, maybe ruminant animals for the pastoral system, the use of bonfires, traps, fencing, and things like that. And there are some weapons that have also been developed, to protect animals. So finally, the African animal actually fit into the global animal welfare issues. Like we talk about climate change, our animals are tropically adapted, and we should see how we can improve them further to be able to cope under this environment. These animals are resilient to disease condition, to harsh environment, and it's of benefit to us if we can, value what we have and see how we can make use of it. And also, talking about these indigenous species, if we can see how to improve them, it will help us, it will go a long way in alleviating food insecurity in our environment, and it's relevant for organic livestock production and sustainable food production system. So my take-home message is the African knowledge about animal welfare is comparable globally, but there is lack of adequate resource, which is a great challenge, and the need for animal welfare policies and their implementation. I think about 25% of African countries actually have welfare policies, and for those that even have, the implementation is not really there, and we need to see how to enforce it. So animal welfare issues differ between geopolitical regions, and I think strategy should be tailored locally based on the economic and environmental factors that are around. And there is also need for indigenous knowledge documentation and its scientific validation. Thank you so much for your listening and attention. Do I have to?
So I just want to say thank you very much, Olusegun, for a very insightful talk. And I think setting the scene for the next 2 days, because there's a number of factors that we actually need to consider. If we think about the culture, the climate change, there's just a wide range of issues that we need to consider for animal welfare, and as well as having sound animal husbandry practices. So thank you very much for this introduction to our first speaker to this workshop. And please, everybody online, make sure that you send all your questions through for the panel discussion tomorrow afternoon. And the audience, if you have burning questions, you have tea time where you can start asking questions. But please send all your questions to Lisa so that we have some preparation to do tonight for our panel discussion tomorrow. So we are on time, and we move on to our next speaker, Dr. Maud Bonato. And now I actually have my glasses on that I can see. Maud is actually a zoologist by training. And she spent some time at the University of Stellenbosch, and now she is a lecturer at the University of Venda in the Department of Biological Sciences, and she is a member of ISAE, so very appropriate that you're going to address us with farm animal welfare in South Africa with a case study in some of our exotic species, because sometimes we think it's only about cattle and chickens. But let's hear about ostriches. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you for being here and to be part of this workshop. It is really a great pleasure to be here and to be able to share, I hope, some insightful information and details about one species that is very familiar to us, but yet so enigmatic, and that is the ostrich. I'm not going to talk about the ones that are roaming freely in the national park, but the ones that are maintained in farming environments. So farm animal welfare research, as you saw, has actually gained a lot of momentum worldwide, including some African countries. But in South Africa, it still is at its infancy, and I often felt a bit alone when I'm looking at those aspects, and especially when it comes to ostriches. And if I may say, it's a bit of a shame because there is enormous potential due to the historical experience of South Africa with livestock species and the available resources. There's various production systems going from intensive, extensive, free-range, and even communal farming. All mainstream livestock species are represented. And we also have several indigenous species, and I put a few examples here with the Nguni cattle, the Namakwa africanus, the Venda chicken, and also exotic species like crocodile and ostriches. And this is where the focus of my talk is going to be about, because it has received quite a lot of attention over the last few years. So the ostrich industry is relatively young because it only started in the 1800s in South Africa in a little town in the Klein Karoo named Oudtshoorn. Originally, it was an industry that was focusing on favour, but after the First World War and the Second World War, it actually transformed itself into a slaughter industry, which basically exporting 90% of its product overseas. But because it has a short period of domestication, those animals are still relatively wild and difficult to handle at so many levels. And that obviously has welfare impact on all production phases. Starting at the hatchery, where it is characterized by high embryo mortality and high hatching failure. So depending on farms, it can be anything between 30% to 60%, but it can be also as low as 11%. One tricky part also is the rearing phase, because it's also characterized by high chick mortality. Again, depending on the farm, depending on the year, it can be anything from 0 to 100%. And also highly variable growth rate. And I always show this picture. So all of these chicks are of the same breed, same age, but you can see how much they differ in size. And finally, the breeding phase. As I mentioned, they are relatively wild and can be quite aggressive. This is very true for the males, but some females can also be quite grumpy and give us a bit of a problem when we are trying to handle them. And that can lead to mate incompatibility. And this is very true for farmers, the few farmers that are keeping those animals in pairs. And that can also lead to high infertility rates. So recently, this industry has been under the scrutiny of animal rights activists. And as you can see, they have made the headlines of major newspapers in those countries where those products are exported. So that also begs the question, how do South African citizens perceive the industry and how much do they know about it? So this is what we decided to actually design a questionnaire that was distributed to all potential citizens in South Africa, consumers, farmers, stakeholders. And this is what the result we had. So this is quite a complicated table, but I'm just going to give you the take-home messages. So in terms of the knowledge of the ostrich production system, what came out is that consumers had really little knowledge about what it entails. But despite that, they all agree, farmers, consumers, stakeholders, that what was important for the well-being of ostriches is basically the basic needs. Food quality, food availability, water quality and availability, housing, and body condition. But what was interesting as well is that the consumers clearly put forward the importance of the ability for the birds to be able to exhibit natural behavior, freedom of movement, and they also value the necessity of enrichment, environmental enrichment specifically. They were also more likely to buy welfare-conscious products. They were not so keen about paying a little bit more, but I guess this is to be expected. So this is something that we as researchers and also the industry needs to take notes. And this is why I wanted to review what we have achieved so far when it comes to evaluating the needs of ostriches and also how to improve their welfare at the breeding stage when the chicks and when the juveniles, at the breeding stage, and also what lies ahead of us. So we really started from the basics, looking at the interaction between human and ostriches because they have been within a farming environment for a relatively short time. So what we did is that we subjected groups of chicks to different kinds of human exposure, and then we look at critical aspects of ostrich rearing. So in one group, we had chicks that were exposed to extensive human presence from day old to 3 months of age. They were familiarized with gentle touch and audio stimuli, so talking to them calmly and gently. In the second group, we had the same exposure to extended human presence, but we were not allowed to touch them. And finally, in the last group, they were only exposed to human when they were be provided with food and water. And then we looked at the effect of these husbandry practices on weight and survival to 6 weeks of age. So in ostrich farming world, this is the critical phase. This is where everything can go wrong very quickly. So we wanted to know how they do when we do give them a bit more TLC, so to speak. And then we looked at their immune responses at 20 weeks old when they were vaccinated with Newcastle disease vaccination. Then we look at the stress responses when they were subjected to husbandry practices that we believed might be stressful for them, and that is feather harvesting. And then we moved on to when they become juvenile and they start getting a bit of attitude as being typical teenagers with a behavioral activity towards human. And finally, we looked at how do they do in the breeding camps when they reach sexual maturity. So when it comes to weight and survival, what we managed to achieve, I'm going to use that, is it working? There's a pointer, right. So when it comes to weight, we could see that the HP1 and the HP2 chicks, so the ones that were exposed to extensive human presence, actually managed to gain a higher weight at 6 weeks of age compared to the standard chicks. When it comes to survival, all of them did actually pretty good, if you think about it, but the ones that were exposed to extensive human presence were outperforming the ones that were only exposed to human when they were provided with food and water. So at least we have achieved that. We have achieved higher weight gain and survival for those chicks exposed to human presence. With regards to immune competence or ability to raise an immune response, again, the HP1 chicks, the one exposed to extended human presence, had higher immune responses, as illustrated here, with the higher percentage of positive HR titers for the vaccination. And that was also transcribed into the average dilution rate that was needed to cause complete inhibition of the antigen that are associated with the vaccine. So yet again, we managed to achieve higher immune responses, which is quite important for the chicks to be able to fight any virus or bacteria that are coming their way. With regards to stress responses, we did two things. We looked at the short-term and the long-term stress responses. So the short-term stress responses, we did that during feather harvesting by looking at the heterophile lymphocyte ratio. This is something that has been done in various avian species. So basically what you do, you take your blood smears before and 72 hours after the procedure and look at how the heterophile lymphocyte ratio varies. If it increases, that means whatever happened to that chicks was stressful to it. So here we have two different kinds of feather harvesting. So feather harvesting here is the nice word for plucking. And this one is feather clipping. So that would be just cutting the feathers with a specific scissors. And what we can see here is that for the HP1 chicks is that whatever procedure they use, they were relatively unaffected by it, as you can see here. But if you look at the HP2 and the standard chicks, you can clearly see that the heterophile lymphocyte ratio is increasing. So that means for them, the procedure was stressful. Now, for the long-term stress responses, we look at the corticosteroid concentration that is accumulated in the feathers. So that is actually like a logbook of whatever happened to those chicks during a period of time. And whatever they are stressed, their body is going to secrete corticosteroid and going to be accumulated in the feathers. And once again, what you can see is that the concentration of corticosteroid in the feathers of those chicks was much lower than in HP2 and standard chicks. So at least we can say that we managed to reduce to some extent the short-term and long-term stress responses. Now, reaching juvenile stage, like I said, teenagers being a bit difficult to handle, so we wanted to see how they react to humans. And we did that by doing 3 different tests. The first one was relatively simple. We had a flock of birds, and we were looking at the response of those birds when a human was approaching towards them. And we specifically focused on desirable versus undesirable behavior. So desirable behavior will be willingness to approach the human, allowing it to touch him or her, and the wing flapping. So the wing flapping is a bit of a contentious because it can either shows curiosity, but it can also show a little bit of nervousness or wariness about what is that person doing here. And we also looked at undesirable behavior, keeping a distance, excessive pecking. So this is not exploratory pecking. This is consistent pecking to the point that you might start bleeding. And then hissing and kicking. So we found no differences between the different husbandry practices in that specific study. But what we saw is that the chicks that were exposed to extensive human presence were more inclined to associate it with a familiar handler. So that means they can actually discriminate between people. And that was reflected in the proportion of birds that actually approached the human, and also the way that we were wing flapping towards this human. Now, another thing that we did with regards to behavioral activities is that we perform a docility test. So the idea of that test was actually developed for cattle. So basically a bird is moved from a holding pen to a test pen. We allow it to have about 30 seconds to get accustomed to the new environment. And then a human operator is coming to the test pen and try to get that bird to move within that marked area and contain it for 30 seconds. The test, all in all, is about 3 minutes. And we look at whether we managed to successfully contain that bird, the time it took to enter, and the time it was contained in that marked area. But we found no differences between those husbandry practices. So now we move on to another test, the fear test. Same principle, it was also developed in the livestock species, cattle. So a bird is also moved from a holding pen to a test pen. So in that test pen, it's going to be allowed to stay for a minute. We're going to record its behavior and see what it does within that minute. Then after a minute, someone come into the camp, will deposit a bucket of food, walked out of the pen, and again we're observing that bird for a minute. And the next phase is that that same person is going to come back and stay next to that food bucket and try to get the bird to come and interact with him and to get him to feed from that bucket. So what we measured was the number of square crossed. As you can see, there's different numbers, and that was also reflected in the test pen. The distance that bird kept from the human, and the time it took for him to feed or interact with the human. Again, no effect of husbandry practices. So back to the drawing board. What went wrong? So there's several explanations for that. First thing, that was developed for cattle. Maybe it's not applicable to ostriches. Second thing, just the fact of removing that bird from the holding pen to the test pen can be quite a mission, because they will fight you. They will not come gracefully with you to the test pen, so that could have been stressful enough for that bird to not be able to operate properly. The last explanation could be that, remember, we did this whole battery of tests before that, and maybe we got habituated to some extent to human presence. And I'm leaning more towards that last explanation, because I was not the human getting into that camp, but I was observing and coming to see how it was going. And I don't see any fear in those birds. And I mean, I've actually observed them for a long time for different experiments. And I mean, I saw those birds just walking very peacefully and coming to the human operator and eating from that bucket very quickly, and I wasn't expecting that. So there's room for refinement, I guess. Now, moving on to reproductive performance. So we needed to make sure that whatever we do or we did at a very young age was not going to affect their reproductive performance when they reach sexual maturity. And that is because for a long time it was believed that chicks that were habituated to human will not perform optimally when they're reaching sexual maturity, because they will redirect their courtship behavior and their sexuality in some ways to humans. But when we looked at the very opposite groups, the one that had extensive human presence and the one that had limited human presence, they basically performed just as good. And I would dare say that to some extent, the HP1 chicks actually produce slightly better. So we found no negative effect of extensive human presence on reproductive performance, so we were able to refute those allegations. Now, looking at all of these aspects, and because for other projects I was in charge of selecting new birds, we were thinking maybe there's a role for genetics of temperament into that whole picture. But this is not my story to tell. So I encourage you to attend Dr. Muvali's presentation tomorrow at 8:30, and he will be discussing this much more further than I would be. So the last bit I would like to talk about is about potentially looking at the current standard operating procedure and maybe looking at what we could do better, especially in the light of climate change. So some colleagues of mine that are basically based in the Clan Karoo, which can be very hot in summertime, they were actually wondering, what about the thermal comfort of those chicks that have been raised in those environments and during those conditions? So what they did is that they look at providing different percentage of shed netting in their camps. That sounds simple, but yet it has to be done to see what's the effect on them. And they specifically look on respiratory rates, thermoregulatory behaviors, and finally mortality rates. So what they found here is that, so here in white you have the 50% shade across different kind of temperature and 95% shade. And what they saw is that there was definitely lower respiratory rates with 90% shade, and they accounted for a difference of about 10 breaths per minute. With regards to thermoregulatory behavior, in ostriches it would be feather erection, or they would basically put their wings a little bit high up. And again, they saw that there was a decrease in thermoregulatory behaviors when they were provided with 95% of shade. So that is likely to decrease the risk of heat stress. So finally, they look at the mortality rates, because this is basically what's the most important. Does this actually have an effect on mortality rates? And again, when they looked at what was happening up to 3 months age, there was about a difference about 20% of mortality rate, which is really huge if you consider that, especially for ostrich farming. And when we look at the whole period of the study, so up to 16 weeks, the trend was the same. There was 20% less mortality using the 95% shade. So they managed also to decrease the mortality rates using that simple yet effective method. So now I will be moving on, if it wants to. Oh, sorry. So to the breeding phase. So what we realized back in the days and up to now is that we need to get a better understanding of the dynamics of ostrich flocks and perhaps also look at the ostrich reproductive behavior. And that can be achieved by looking at the mating preferences, group size and composition, and maybe just thinking about implementing the assisted reproduction technology in these species. So that is actually part of my PhD a few months ago, when ostriches are actually promiscuous species in the wild. So they will mate with several partners, both males and females. So it was interesting to see what's going on in those ostrich flocks that are maintained in farming environment. Most farmers will use ostrich flocks with a relatively narrow male-to-female ratio. So we replicated some sort of experiment using 2 camps, and we looked at the egg production and chick production in those 2 camps. And what was really transparent is that you have specific combination of parents that were producing more chicks than others. And others were completely useless. So they work basically just like freeloaders. They're part of the system, but they're not doing anything to contribute to the farmer's income. So there was a clear evidence of mate choice. And this is where some of my colleagues took it a little bit further. They started manipulating the group size and look at the breeding success. So bear with me. This one, they look at the effect of male and number female on the number of chicks produced. So this one is in the case that the eggs are being removed from the camps to be artificially incubated. And this is where the birds were allowed to incubate their own eggs. So what we saw here is that the male reproductive success increased with the number of females, but decreased with the number of males. So you could clearly see that nice increase from 1 to 4 females. But when it comes to when you have 3 males in those camps, then the overall production is slightly lower. Now, moving on to when the birds are allowed to incubate their own eggs, the male reproductive success increased with the number of females, but when they were on their own. So basically what it means is that males produce more offspring when they were in groups on their own, with 4 or more females, regardless of the benefits of cooperative incubation. This is something I forgot to mention, is that they share incubation ostriches. So usually the females are incubating during the day, where it's really hot, and the males are taking over the night shift. But sometimes you will see that they're usually quite keen to incubate, so you see a little bit of fighting over the nest. And then we looked at, on the female side, so same principle, eggs that are being taken away from the birds and artificially incubated, eggs that are incubated by the birds. So in that case, the female reproductive success was not related to the number of males and females. You can see that from all these graphs that there's actually no differences. But when you allow them to incubate those eggs, the female reproductive success was strongly dependent on the number of males and females. And you can see it seems to do better when it was one female and 3 males, before decreasing slightly. So what it means is that the female reproductive success was therefore comparable across multiple group composition due to the benefit of cooperating over incubation with other males and females. So the last bit they did is to look at the effect of incubation, the percentage of incubation relative to the number of birds in the camp. And what they saw is that obviously you have more birds, so the incubation time is going to be increased when you have more birds. And subsequently, the hatching success was increased with the amount of time that the nests were incubated. So cooperative care in larger groups increased the hatching success and at the same time lightens the workloads, which I guess is to be expected with you have more people, more birds that are contributing to the system. So the last bit will be to quickly discuss the assistive reproductive technology and maybe the benefits to that. So it was suggested as an alternative to current production system because it is founded on sound ostrich behavior and reproductive biology. But this is not something that is that easy to implement. So there are several milestones to be implemented before that. So this is the list. So obviously you need to be able to collect good quality semen relatively frequently. You need to be able to have females that can lay eggs without males, and that was believed to not be possible originally. So obviously it's a big hiccup. You need to be able to inseminate females relatively frequently without stress. Ostrich female, when they stress, they stop laying. So that's needed to be addressed. The next step will be to have a diluent that will allow the preservation of the integrity of the semen for short and long-term storage. Then you need to know how long and how often you're going to inseminate them. And obviously the end result, you need to get fertilized eggs and you need to get chicks from this technology. So we have managed to accomplish all these milestones. There's still some work to be done. I'm not saying it's ready to go. There's still some refinement to be done. And our current focus now also is to look at possible way to evaluate birds before they go to the breeding camps, because we know there's a lot of variation in the semen quality of those birds, and that can affect fertility and hatchability. And we're also looking at refining the long-term storage protocol. So, to conclude, well, I think there's some interest in trying to adopting a more hands-on and positive approach when you are rearing the ostrich chicks. I understand it might not be possible when you have thousands of chicks, but for the small-scale farmers, that actually could be a way to get those chicks to pass that danger zone, so to speak. We need to get a better understanding of the behavioral and physiological needs of ostriches as well. Perhaps considering artificial reproductive technologies as a way to assist the current production system, because it has the potential to alleviate incompatibility between mating partners, and this is something that we're looking at as well, and the low fertility issues. Also because we are working with docile animals, we are working very closely to those birds. So we are selecting for docility. And of course, this can also help with ostrich welfare and perhaps starting selecting for docile animals. So there is more research that needs to be done also on assessing different levels of ostrich welfare at the current production level and the financial viability. And finally, maybe perhaps extending some aspect of his work to other species in South Africa, and I'm specifically referring to indigenous species and species that are maintained on communal lands. And to conclude, I would like to acknowledge all these people here. They all have contributed quite a great deal to all this project and to advance our understanding of ostriches. And I would like to thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Maud. I think we know a little bit more about ostriches now, and very interesting in terms of how they group, and I think there's going to be some questions afterwards. So now we break for tea for all our delegates online. Go and grab your cup of coffee, and we'll meet back in half an hour. Thank you.
papers and citing her papers, so now I know what she looks like. But we're going to start with Kathy this morning. She is the Professor of Animal Behaviour and Welfare at SRUC, the Scottish Rural College, and she has a joint appointment with the Royal School of Veterinary Sciences at the University of Edinburgh. So she's the director of the Jean Marchig International Centre for Animal Welfare and Education since 2016. In 2019, Kathy was appointed by the Scottish Government to chair the Scottish Animal Welfare Commission, which provides independent scientific advice on animal welfare to ministers and parliamentary committees. She's research interests in parturition, mother-offspring interactions, behavioural development in sheep, human-animal interactions and welfare in horses, and welfare assessment in a number of species, including assessment of pain. She's also increasingly working with overseas partners on cultural differences in understanding and practices in animal welfare. As part of this, she's involved in building partnerships and providing education to vets and vet students in the UK and abroad, particularly in Asia. Kathy's going to talk to us today about animal emotions and welfare in society, so please welcome Kathy this morning.
Great, thanks very much. Thank you very much to the organisers for inviting me. It's a real pleasure to be here after 4 years, I guess, since we first started talking about having this meeting and this conference, so I'm really pleased we're finally here and able to be part of that. So the organisers asked me to speak about this, which is always a little bit dangerous because it's really nice and open and I could pretty much talk about almost anything I liked. So hopefully I won't wander too far off onto things I've just been musing on recently, and we'll try and stick kind of to what we think about in terms of animal emotions, how we might measure those things, how they relate to animal welfare. And then I think my talk was going to mesh really nicely with Shun's talk, because we'll talk a little bit about some of the societal and cultural differences that might impact on what we do. I really enjoyed the presentations this morning. I think I loved the picture of all the different animals on the emblems, and it reminded me that I come from, I work in Scotland, and our national animal is a unicorn. So I don't really know what you make of that we have a mythical creature as our most important animal. Also, before we start, I should say I've been a member of the ISAE for more than 25 years now. So if you're thinking about becoming a member, I'd really encourage you to join. It's a really friendly, welcoming society, and hopefully full of lots of fun and interesting things that you can learn about. So I tried to put my talk into a little bit of a framework. I'm going to talk a bit about how we might conceptualize animal welfare, some of the complexities around different sorts of frameworks, and particularly the sort of, not necessarily tension, but the sort of relationship between our scientific views of animal welfare and how it might be put into practice. I think hopefully, as you'll see as we go through that, things like animal sentience and emotions are really quite important parts of that. And I'll think a bit about how we might go about measuring some of these experimentally. And it probably won't surprise you from the talks you've already heard from ISAE representatives that a lot of things we might use are different behavioural approaches to try and understand what the world looks like from the animal's perspective, or how we might understand how the sorts of conditions the animal's kept in impact on its welfare. And then we'll just sort of wrap up by thinking a little bit about some of the different views on animal welfare and how the science might inform some of those, but it doesn't necessarily lead to change practice. So I thought we'd just start by sort of trying to illustrate some of the complexities of animal welfare. So this is a quote from WOA, the World Organization for Animal Health. I've been training myself not to say OIE because that's what it used to be. So hopefully I'll remember to say that. And they describe it as this complex, multifaceted subject, and it has lots and lots of different components. So obviously it has the scientific parts, but also ethical, economic, cultural, social, religious, and political dimensions. And obviously we've heard a bit about some of those in the African context already this morning. And again, that it's also attracting growing interest from civil society, and that is globally. So people, whether you're a consumer, a citizen, people and animals, and as we've, have always been connected, and people are concerned about the ways that animals live their lives and what impact we have on the lives of animals. So I think it's important, as I think a group of scientists here, people from veterinary science, from animal science, from behavioural science, agricultural science, we often focus on the scientific parts of animal welfare, and that is really important. That's what gives us our evidence base to say something about the lives of animals. But it's really important that we don't think that science can solve all the problems. You know, science is about information, is about data, but it doesn't deal with all the complexity of things when we try and improve animal welfare. And so sometimes it's really important for us to remember these other dimensions that impact on what we do with animals. I think some of the work that we do increasingly overseas, but also some of the work that I do as giving policy or advice to policymakers, just because the science says something doesn't necessarily mean we're going to make that come into practice. And I think that's been a kind of a good lesson sometimes to understand the complexity of the situation. So how do we link different views on animal welfare, so from the science perspective, through to how we might make a difference in practice? So our scientific views and our scientific data really focus on empirical and measurable information. So the sorts of questions that we can ask are, what does the animal want in its environment? What does it try to avoid? So that tells us something about its likes and its dislikes, if you like. And I suppose, in particular, in some of the early work in animal welfare science, so back in from the 1960s when ISAE was first set up, a lot of the questions really focused on, when does the environment cause the animal to suffer? So when is it unacceptable, or when do we think that the impact on the animal is really quite severe? But even with these sorts of empirical questions, there's still other layers that sit in terms of which measures might we use. Do all the measures say the same thing about suffering? And maybe even more sort of conceptually about what is suffering. So there's lots of things that we can measure to show that the animal maybe doesn't do as well in a particular environment, but it still sometimes needs a lot of thought and processing and interpretation to understand whether that's suffering or not and what should we do about it. And even if we agree that the animal might be suffering and the particular measures that we've used, the fact the animal might work very hard to avoid a particular situation, we might see impacts on physiology, on immune function, on agitation, we might see impacts on reproductive function or even on mortality. But legally or ethically, we may still accept some suffering in some species and not others. And that's a cultural, social decision. In my teaching, I quite often use the rabbit because the rabbit exists in lots of different boxes in the UK. So you can have companion animal rabbits, pet rabbits. We can have wild animals, wild rabbits. We also have laboratory rabbits, and we have, not very much in the UK, but in Europe, we have farmed rabbits for meat. So the same species lives in 4 different sorts of relationships with us. And the legislation is not the same for the rabbit, depending on which situation it's in. So the rabbit is still a rabbit. It still has the same needs, the same desires, the same wants. It'll suffer in the same way. But legally or ethically, we treat it differently. So if it's a wild rabbit, it has legal protections, but it doesn't fit under our animal welfare legislation that would protect the companion animal. So the same species, our science could tell us about the suffering of the rabbit, but it's socially, we make a different decision about that animal depending on the context in which the animal is living. So there was some lovely work that was presented by David Fraser at one of the ISAE conferences. If you haven't been to the conferences, we have a memorial lecture every year, which remembers David Woodgush, who actually was that first vet who became a member of ISAE back in the 1970s. And it's usually given by an influential person who gives us a perspective on animal welfare. And this is a sort of distillation of what he was talking about in that lecture. And so he broke down animal welfare to ethics into these 3 components. So the science gives us that empirical information about the animal's state. So we might measure behavior, physiology, its immune function, its health, its growth, and so on. And this gives us sort of descriptive information about what it might be like for the animal to live in a particular environment. Animal welfare is really then as more of an evaluative statement about that. So we might say, on the basis of all this empirical evidence that we've accumulated that describes condition A and condition B, we would say it would be better for the animal if it lived in condition A compared to condition B on the basis of that data that we've collected. So it's a slightly different than just going with the science. We are interpreting that science to a certain extent to say what would be better. So we're either expressing our personal preference or it's a sort of evaluation of the situation. But whether we actually change anything really depends on the ethics at the bottom of this. So if we take our scientific data and we evaluate it to suggest that it's better for animals, for their welfare, to be in condition A compared to B, we might then say we should not keep animals in condition B on the basis of this scientific data filtered through that evaluation. But that is a prescription for society, or it's a moral valuation. And they don't always, it doesn't follow necessarily that if the science says one thing, that we will automatically change our behavior and stop keeping animals in those different environments. So I think when we think about how animal welfare fits with ethical views and what society might do, it's important to remember that our science is only going to take us so far, and then we have to engage with a wider community to understand how we might bring about changes in practice, or engage with people and maybe understand why the animal might live in condition B, even if we know it's in poorer welfare than condition A. So I'm going to turn and talk a little bit about the scientific data that we might use, and we'll come back to that sort of thinking about ethics towards the end of the presentation. So again, actually, this was also some of the work of David Fraser, and sort of in the late 90s, I suppose, there'd been a lot of discussion about which aspects of things that we could measure in animals are most important or relate to animal welfare. And so there's various sort of thinking about the biological functioning of the animal. So is it healthy? Is it growing? Is it surviving? Can we measure aspects of its immune function or its physiology? And is it behaving, or is its biology essentially normal or able to cope with any challenge? But there were other arguments that suggested that was less important, and what was more important was how well the animal could cope with the environment. So how natural was the environment and the adaptations that the animal had. And on the third part was thinking really about the affective states of the animal, its feelings, its emotions. And you can see that these would overlap, and the overlap is probably larger than I've drawn in this cartoon. But you would reach potentially different opinions about whether welfare is better in condition A or B on the basis of the same scientific data, depending on which of the sorts of measures that you might make would you think are more important. And so this has been a bit of a challenge for animal welfare science in terms of we might, if we take measures that tell us something about the animal's biological functioning, they may be different to the sorts of thinking and understanding we might get if we think about, is the environment natural or not? Can the animal show natural behaviours or not? But over time, I think, for a lot of animal welfare scientists, it's this one. It's the feelings and the emotions or the affective states, and we use lots of different ways to really mean the same kind of thing. This has become more to the fore as the more important part of what we should measure or what we should think about, what animal welfare means to the animal is about how it feels and experiences. And we can see this in some more recent sort of conceptions of animal welfare. So moving on a little bit from the 5 freedoms, although a lot of the 5 freedoms actually are written about emotions. We talk about hunger, thirst, pain, all things that are an emotional experience of the animal. But this model from David Mellor in New Zealand has tried to integrate some of those, the physical components through the impact they have on the animal's mental state. And then the animal's welfare state is really the balance of those different emotions. So we still have concerns about nutrition, environment, the health of the animal, its ability to perform particular behaviours. So all those components that were in the 5 freedoms and most thinking around animal welfare are still there, but they integrate through this ability for the animal to have emotional experiences and because of their impact on the animal's emotional state. So this was first put forward, I think, in the 1990s, but then over time there's been more thinking about whether we are doing enough in terms of our animal welfare thinking to go beyond just avoiding suffering. So some of the very early work in animal welfare was really very much focused on dealing with suffering and trying to change conditions that we considered cause the animal unacceptable levels of suffering. This was some work done in 2008, and it started to write and think about animal welfare being a broader concept. So animal welfare goes from poor welfare all the way up to having a very good life, a good quality of life. And perhaps through that it goes through this sort of phase of a life not worth living, a life worth living, and a good life. So this could still be seen as an evaluative sort of concept, I suppose, that, you know, who decides what's a good life for an animal, what's important, and we can start to ask the animal some of these sort of questions. But often a lot of the thinking around a good life is about giving animals an opportunity to show natural behaviours, to rest in comfort, to have social interactions, both with positive social interactions, both with other animals, but also with us as human beings, and to enjoy positive things like playing and social interactions. And so these are now seen to be something that we also should be thinking about when we try and understand animal welfare. And so the 5 domains model had a little bit of a refresh, if you like, and I'm sorry you can't read this here. It's really just to show you that for each of those domains, we can also have a positive and a negative part of that. So for nutrition, it could be about poor food quality, but it could also, on the positive side, it could be about having choice in food, eating food that the animal finds delicious. In the environment, it can be about avoiding thermal extremes, but it can also be about providing comfort. So for each of those components, there's both a positive and a negative, and that impacts on the animal's affective experience or its emotional state. So the animal could feel hungry if it's not provided with sufficient food on the negative side, but on the positive side, it might have anticipation that it's going to be provided with a food that it enjoys. It might have the pleasure of seeking food, and often we know that animals enjoy that opportunity to seek and find food. So even if we provide an animal with food, often they will still work to find food as well, because of that pleasurable part of seeking food. So more and more we think about animal welfare as being this balance between the animal's positive and negative emotional experiences. So there is, I guess, kind of an elephant in the room. I know that this elephant is not in a room, but the photo of the elephant is in the room. And that is around something called animal sentience. So if we think that animal welfare is about the animal's emotions and its emotional experience, then an animal needs to have those capabilities for us to be concerned about its welfare, essentially. So this is something that we've thought about a little bit in Europe in different times. So since the 1990s, the Treaty of Lisbon officially recognised animals to be sentient beings. So they didn't specify which animals, they just said animals. Which I think was probably quite clever because it meant you didn't have to engage with the thorny problem of who's sentient and who isn't. Similarly, we have other pieces of legislation in other countries, Australia, New Zealand, some states in Canada, for example, and elsewhere also have legislation that says that animals are sentient. Since the UK left the European Union, we also had to put in place our own piece of legislation in 2022 that agreed that, yes, we thought animals were sentient back in 1997 and we haven't changed our mind. In the Animal Welfare Commission, we also thought about what this might mean because there wasn't really a good definition of animal sentience. So we defined it as the ability to have physical and emotional experiences which matter to the animal. So that was quite important to us, that it was what the animal experienced and mattered to them. And that can be both positive and negative, so recognising that animal welfare is on this continuum. So that's both in terms of understanding the animal's emotional life, but also understanding whether an animal is sentient or not, has sort of given us, in scientific terms, some challenges, because these are not things that are easy to assess or measure. So there was a piece of work done in the UK a couple of years ago looking at the evidence for sentience, and in particular thinking beyond vertebrates and vertebrate sentience, and whether some of the invertebrates should also be considered as sentient animals. And so they came up with a list of things really based on pain as an experience, because that's where most of the research has been done. But there is a sort of assumption in there that if an animal can feel pain, it can also potentially feel these other emotions. So some of these were about the sort of physical structures that an animal might have, so having nociceptors, integrative brain regions, connections between those, and responses that are affected by local anesthetics or analgesics. But actually quite a lot of the ways that we might think about whether an animal is sentient or not was based on behavioural understanding. And this is particularly the case when we think about some of these invertebrates that diverged from the vertebrates a very long time ago. And they don't have analogous brain structures to us. They're quite divergent. So the octopus, for example, has a brain in each of its tentacles. So it's quite hard to even imagine what that might be like compared to a vertebrate brain. And so they focused on behaviours that seemed to suggest sentience was present, such as motivational trade-offs. So the animal might engage in a behaviour which is risky because the reward will be really good. And so the animal makes that sort of trade-off, an adjustment in its behaviour, which is something that we think probably doesn't happen in an animal that's not sentient. The animal might show self-protective behaviours that are flexible, so limb guarding, for example, but only in some contexts. They might show associative learning that goes beyond habituation and sensitization. So the animal might learn, I had a painful stimulus in a particular place, and therefore I'm going to avoid that place because I formed an association with the place. And behaviours that show that the animal values local anesthetics or analgesics when it's injured. So animals might make self-selection, for example, that seems to be associated with the fact that they experience pain. So on the basis of that, we can think about which animals should we be concerned about from a welfare perspective, and because they are sentient and they have this capacity to feel emotions. So some of the different species that we might think about. So in UK legislation, at least, all the vertebrates are considered sentient. They all fall under our Animal Welfare Act. And so we have to take them into consideration in what we do in terms of how we manage them. The decapod crustacea and the cephalopod mollusks were agreed to have passed the threshold in terms of the burden of proof that they are considered to be sentient. So we have a piece of legislation that says they're sentient, but we don't really say what we have to now do in terms of the way that we interact with these species. And then most of the insect species, so the honeybees, for example, ants, are generally not considered to be sentient, or I've put in brackets not yet, because although we don't have evidence for them being able to show some of these differences, a lot of that is absence of evidence rather than evidence of absence. And there is a piece of work at the moment looking at honeybees in particular to think about, have they passed that kind of threshold? So at the moment we don't consider them as sentient and capable of emotions, but this is a moving field, and who knows, perhaps in a few years' time we might consider that perhaps we do have to take their welfare into account. So I guess for the next sort of part of the talk, it's really thinking about what are emotions and feelings, and we've sort of agreed that they matter for welfare in terms of animal welfare science. And we can think about those as emotions, which are sort of short-lived, transient expressions. They're often related to an object or an event, and they're often felt more intensely. So a painful stimulus is felt quite intensively, but it might be quite short-lived if the animal then moves away from that or doesn't continue to experience it. But experiencing lots of different emotions can lead to the animal being in a particular mood state, which is a longer lived state. It could last for hours or days or years. It tends not to be related to a specific object, and it's generally less intense. So the animal that might have experienced a lot of quite negative emotions might be in a more depressed mood state because of that. And that mood can also bias how the animal feels about other emotions. So they are related to each other. And from a welfare point of view, we're often interested in both of those, both the mood state and those short-term, short-lived emotions. So from a welfare perspective, if this is where we think welfare sits, can we measure these things? And that's where we start to get into the really complicated matters of thinking about what is measurable and what isn't, what's accessible to science. So most scientists believe that we cannot do this directly. And again, I put this "yet" in brackets because there is a lot of work in this area, and maybe with improvements in things like neuroscience, we might be able to do something more direct. But we can certainly measure emotional state. So these are the responses that are associated with an emotion. And this is exactly how we measure these things in humans as well. So even though humans can self-report, not all humans can. There's lots of non-verbal humans who couldn't tell us, "I'm in pain." But we rely on physiological and behavioral responses, changes in neurology, changes in cognitive responses to try and probe our understanding of the changes that might happen when it's associated with a particular underlying emotion or mood in an animal. And so often we then infer what that underlying emotion might be. And sometimes this is by analogy to what humans might experience, something we think of often as sort of critical anthropomorphism. So we're not saying the animal feels exactly what we feel, but we might say in this situation as a human, I would feel pain if I had tissue damage, and I would expect therefore that in a similar situation an animal may also feel pain. I don't really know what that looks like or feels like, but I know that that would be a similar unpleasant emotion. So we can think about this if we think about any emotion. So there's been a lot of work on pain, but there are other emotions. And we can think that if we think about what a prey animal might feel when seeing this lioness approaching, or even what we might feel, then if it's the prey animal, probably they're going to feel fear, because that would seem to be a relevant emotion to feel in that context if you're capable of feeling emotions. And then if we wanted to understand that as an emotional state, there's lots of physiological things that we can measure in those animals that might occur in that animal in that particular situation where we expect that they might feel fear. So a lot of these are responses that are triggered by activation of two stress pathways, the sympathetic adrenal medulla axis and the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis. And these are the sorts of outputs. So we might see changes in heart rate, muscular tension, altered blood flow, so that blood flow goes to the muscles rather than the ears, for example. Might see wider eyes, alteration in neurotransmitters, changes in vigilance behavior. And then we might measure something like probably flight, but in some contexts we might see fight as the animal's response. And so our ability to measure all these different things tells us about the state of the animal, the emotional state. So without measuring fear directly, we have a lot of things that we can measure that tell us about the condition that the animal is in. There is some disadvantages to some of this. So if we think about what might be going on in the predator, they are probably feeling an emotional response as well, but it's not going to be fear. It's probably something like incitement or anticipation, because we know that's the sort of thing we see in foraging and hunting animals. But actually, a lot of the things that we might measure in terms of the animal's physiology are not that different to what we might be measuring in our prey animal. So we might see increased vigilance, wider eyes, increased muscular tension, increased heart rate and respiration rate, altered blood flows, alterations in neurotransmitters. So again, these are all responses from the same axes that an animal expresses when it's excited. And what we use often to try and separate out these two different conditions is the animal's behavior. So we would expect this animal to approach and want to interact or want to engage in the chase, whereas we would expect the zebra to want to disengage, get away, avoid. So that approach avoidance sort of response is often what we use in behavior to understand the implications of what the animal might be experiencing, whether it's positively valenced, where the animal might be approaching and wanting to do more of that behavior, or whether it's negatively valenced and the animal might be avoiding and trying to get away and do less of the behavior. And this is the sort of thing that in ISAE we do quite a lot of this sort of work. And we think about different behavioral methods that we can use to assess the animal's emotions or their emotional states. And I don't have time to go through all of these in huge detail, but just to give you a flavour of the sort of ways that we might tackle this from a behavioural science perspective. So we can assess preferences. We can ask animals to make a choice between different sorts of things in their environment. We can probe that a little bit more by not only asking, do you prefer this over that, but you can also ask the animal to tell you how much do you like this compared to that, by asking them to pay a price to access some things. We might look at whether the animal would trade off some things. If I give you a lot of food in this context, but there's something quite scary over there, versus not very much food, but nothing is very scary. And we can look at how the animal manages their behaviour. We can look at how animals learn, whether they show guarding responses, selective attention towards different stimuli, and they all help us understand an animal's emotional state. And so one of the more sophisticated ways we do this is to try and understand some of the cognitive measures. And that allows us to separate out what might be a reflex response, which we might see in even a single-celled animal that will move away from something unpleasant, to a cognitive response where we might see changes in perception of the same stimulus. So we know, or we expect that a sentient animal will prefer pleasant things and want to do more of those, and would try to avoid unpleasant things just as we would do. And we see this conditioned aversion or preference. So an animal will try to avoid a place where something unpleasant happened, and we can see this even in a natural situation. If there's been a predator in a field, the animals, the sheep or the cattle might try and avoid that field, or their behaviour is very disturbed because of that association. Or we might see a preference, so animals will tend to go towards things that they find pleasurable. But their underlying mood state can affect their perception of a situation. So, well, if this is a glass of water, whether it's being half full or half empty may not be not so exciting, but if it was a glass of whiskey in Scotland, an optimistic person might think, this is half full, whereas a more pessimistic person might, it's half empty. The stimulus hasn't changed, there's the same amount of whiskey in the glass, but our perception of it has changed. And we can show in animals as well that if you are in a more barren environment, a less interesting environment, animals in a lower mood state, they also tend to judge ambiguous stimuli more negatively than an animal that's in a more enriched environment and more positive. And we can also see that in something called attention bias. So again, and this comes again from human psychology, when we are in a low mood state, we tend to pay more attention to threatening stimuli and less attention to positive things. And again, we see this in animals as well, that an animal in a low mood state might be more concerned, and people have done this in sheep, for example, where we might expose them to a dog for a few seconds and then the dog is removed. And an animal in a low mood state will pay more attention to where that dog might have been. They're more concerned about the potential risk that might still be there than an animal that's in a more optimistic or more positive mood state. So these all require us to do lots of different sorts of behavioural testing. These are just some examples from our group, looking at human-animal interactions, how much the animal might respond to something distracting, some open field tests and other things where we might manipulate the environment and try and understand a bit more about what the animal might be experiencing. We can look at things like the animal's spatial memory, because we know and learn sort of behaviours. So in the pigs, for example, the pigs came and searched for a food reward, And if they experience something unpleasant between the acquisition trial, so where they just learnt where the food was, and then they had to come back for a recall trial, they should know. I've got something on my screen, I'm just going to close that. Are you able to get rid of that? So the pig comes back and looks, and it should know that the food is where it found it last time. But if something unpleasant has happened to the animal, thank you, even something quite minor, then that can impact the ability to retrieve that memory. And with the sheep, it was a sort of a longer-term mood effect, whether the animals in poor or better environments are better able to navigate the spatial maze. So lots and lots of behavioural tools we can use to try and really understand the animal's emotional state. So we can use behaviour to understand emotions, but we can also use it in assessing animal welfare to try and give us something of an insight into the animal's emotional state. So some of that can be around things like use of enrichment. So this is going to run. So this is a little, this is a video. Can you make that run? Is it going to run? It's not working for me. I've got a little arrow, but it doesn't seem to want to play. It's not so important. I just thought it'd be more fun to see something moving than a static photograph. Don't worry, it's okay. Oh, there she is. Okay. So this is a cow using a brush. So this is one of the fancy ones that's automated, but you can just stick a head of a brush. Oh, I'll turn the sound off. Thank you. So we can look at how much time does an animal spend interacting with this device. We tend to think it's quite pleasurable. Animals choose to do it, and they choose to use it quite often. So we might see this as a way of an animal expressing their emotional state or their enjoyment. Incidentally, we know in some studies that when late pregnant cows have access to these devices, they tend to have an easier delivery and less need for assistance. So it potentially has some other positive impacts on the animal as well. Just going to move. Don't need to see all of it. Ooh, I wasn't going to show you that one just yet. I won't show this video, it's not that important, just some nice animals playing. And again, another way that we can assess welfare is looking at behaviours we know to be positive, like play, but also that we know are really sensitive to underlying emotional state. So these goat kids had been recently dehorned, or sort of disbudded, and when animals are in pain, then play almost disappears. So if we can't stimulate play behaviour, then we would expect the animal to be in more pain than an animal that shows play behaviour. So we can look directly at different types of behaviour and use that to try and understand what the animal might be experiencing. An alternative approach from one of my colleagues, this is one I would like you to be able to see, is something called qualitative behaviour assessment. And so this relies on the fact that when we look at an animal, we can quantify what the animal is doing, but we can also gain information by looking at how the animal does those behaviours. And that's something that as human beings, we can integrate all the signals that we can see. So this pig, for example, we can see it's nosing and sniffing and interacting with the human being, but it's also doing it in quite a relaxed and friendly kind of way. It's curious, it's interested, and it's engaging with the human. In the next slide, you'll see again the pig will do the same sorts of behaviours, but if you think about how the animal does those behaviours, you can see that the animal is much more cautious, much less keen to come and interact with the human being. It's still showing the same sorts of behaviours, but there's more fear or anxiety or caution in the way that the animal is approaching the human. And the stimulus is broadly the same, but we're able to see that difference in how the animal responds. And then if we look at the third pig, again, you'll see, again, does much the same thing, but this pig perhaps is more bold, more confident, more pushy, perhaps more aggressive. And again, we can see the difference in the way that the pigs interact. Yeah, quite a pushy pig. So the pigs are doing kind of the same thing if we were quantifying their behavior, but our ability as humans to integrate all that extra information really helps us see that there's more things going on in that interaction perhaps than we would capture if we just collected quantitative behavior. And so these were some early videos of Françoise, but there's now a sort of systematic way of assessing the emotions that the animals might be experiencing from their body language as this sort of holistic approach to understanding how animals might respond in particular situations. So we can use behaviour in different ways to try and understand the animal's emotions and its welfare. So I just wanted to come back just in the last few minutes just to finish with thinking about how our societal views or the places that we come from might affect the way that we think about some of these things. So I would hope that as far as we can, and we try really hard in our science usually to try and be objective and avoid bias. So in theory, our cultural differences shouldn't affect the science, and the animal should be the same. So the pig, whether the pig lives in Europe, whether it lives in South Africa, whether the pig lives in the USA, whether it lives in Australia, the pig's behavioural responses and physiological responses to the same conditions should be the same. The pig is the pig, and its emotional life should be the same. So although there are ways that bias creeps into research, we do work quite hard to try and take that out, and that our science and our description shouldn't be affected by where we're doing our science. But some of these other aspects may be affected by where we live. So in terms of our evaluation of whether this is better compared to that, and some of the work that we've done in some countries in Asia, for example, we might argue about actually is welfare better in this system compared to this system, and it's not always, we don't always take the same data and use it in the same way. So there may be some impact of how societal views affect what we think is good for animal welfare. And it was clear, I think, that if we think about this from the ethical point of view, then definitely society, culture, religion, all these other things in the WOA description really come into play in terms of how we think about whether we should keep animals in these conditions or not. And that's because, of course, we are thinking about a much more complex system than just the individual animal. So this is some goats living in India. And if we think about the welfare, if we measure welfare in these animals, then we tend to measure it at the level of that individual animal. And the animal's welfare state, its emotions, definitely matter to that animal. And we try and measure those as accurately as we can. But then sitting around this situation are the opinions, the views, the needs, the requirements of a whole range of different people. So there might be the animal owner, the land owner, the shepherd, not always the same person, but they might be. Even the community in which the animals are kept may have an impact on what is considered good welfare for that animal. And then around that we have politics, legislation, markets, consumers, religious leaders, citizens. So not all citizens will be consumers, but they still have an influence or an interest in how animals are looked after, veterinarians. And then we have the more sort of broader cultural views or international trade that might all have an opinion or a view on how that animal should be looked after. So it's a much more complex picture, perhaps, than our scientific focus on a single individual animal, although I would argue that we need that information to be able to have that conversation between all the other players. So just to sort of finish up with some take-homes, I guess, is an animal welfare state in general. I think scientific consensus is really sort of coalescing around a view that this is about the animal's affective state. So its feelings, its emotions. That then means that animal welfare is relevant to all animals that we consider to be sentient. So again, there's a little bit of we consider societal views sort of creeping in there. And what the science of animal welfare does is contribute information that enables to understand the animal's emotional state in the different environments and places where we keep them. And behaviour is really an important component of this because it really allows us to ask a more specific question, some of the biological functioning data that we can collect. But then societal views really determine what we then do about animal welfare. So that could be legislation, it could be setting animal welfare standards, and I think we'll talk a bit about welfare assessments, providing labelling, allowing citizens to express particular preferences, but it's usually multidimensional. There's lots of different things going on. So just the science is really important, but it doesn't take us all the way to the end in terms of what we then do about improving animal welfare. So thanks very much for your attention.
I think that's set us all up to understand the complexities of animal welfare in the society that we live in. There has been a change in the program. I think we're not getting a dairy talk that was listed slightly later in this session, so Kathy's kindly filled in for the gap. But we're actually going to have 4 speakers now who are going to talk about the need for welfare assessment from an industry perspective. And the first of those speakers is going to be Dewald Olivier, who I presume is in the room. Yes. Excellent. Dewald has a law and business background, and I'm going to abridge everybody's descriptions of themselves, He's transitioned to agriculture industry as a legal advisor in 2007, and he's been doing his own consulting and advisory work in agricultural businesses to comply with regulatory and non-regulatory business environments. So Dewald is now an executive officer with the South African Feedlot Association and is also the Chief Executive Officer of the Red Meat Industry Services. So he's going to provide a perspective from the red meat industries. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Good morning, everyone. I see a few familiar faces, and I'm going to mention some of these familiar faces in what I'm going to put up there. Just looking at Professor Bath and some of the stuff we do in the industry. Maybe it's just one. I'm with the Red Meat Industry Services. Do I need to push something here? Jy gaan. A services organisation looking at the red meat industry from a services perspective. Now, obviously, animal welfare is centred to this. I enjoyed your talk, and I think a lot of what you said. In the past, let's say a month or so, I had the opportunity to visit a marketing group connected to the International Meat Secretariat in Ireland. And welfare is actually front and center to the current discussions in what has to happen and the focus internationally with regards to the marketing of red meat specifically. That includes pork within our red meat environment. And so I've got a very short slide. So how long do I have? 15 minutes. 15 minutes. All right. Let's do it like this because I can wave at you at 13 if you like. Yes, please wave. Because if I start, this might... So, do I go down? There it is. Okay, so we've got 4 pillars in our strategy. We designed a strategy aimed at 2030 within the red meat industry, and these pillars involves, first one, animal and public health, inclusive growth, market access, competitiveness, and sustainability. Now, livestock welfare, to a great extent, obviously can fit in all 4 of those boxes or pillars that we have. Not to go into too much detail, but if we look at animal health specifically, obviously the 5 freedoms, which I'll refer to now as well as some of it specifically refers to animal health. Public health, maybe not that much. Inclusive growth is our transformation project, which also looked at what's happening on the farm, upcoming farmers, young farmers, new entrants, and that also would include a portion or a specific focus on livestock welfare. Now, market access, maybe from a selling perspective, is very important. I just mentioned what's happening all over the world. I had a very interesting discussion with Beef and Lamb New Zealand, and the way that they address things and what happened with them. I think if we, and I saw on the agenda, Professor Bath is going to talk about the legislation, but our discussion specifically was with regards to the export of live animals. How do they see it specifically in Ireland and New Zealand in their perspective, Australia as well? How do they approach it? So it's very interesting to understand the logic behind how do we look at these animals, how do we look at animals per se, and how do we include obviously the 5 freedoms without infringing on some of them. It's a very delicate balance, and from an industry perspective, it sometimes hurts, and I think from the other side, people who do not want us to do anything with animals, it also hurts. Competitiveness and sustainability, I think to a great extent, this also obviously includes a massive part of livestock welfare, and a lot of our focus goes into competitiveness and sustainability, because as the latter part of that heading says, we need to farm and operate within the red meat industry with sustainability. We would like to leave a legacy. We would like to leave something to our children that is better than what we've received. The question is, what are we currently doing, and are we leaving anything to our children, and in what state? There's one, yeah, that's the one. We discussed this, we have it. I'm not going to spend too much time on it, the 5 freedoms. It's very much debatable. I know a few years ago there was, with regards to branding in South Africa, a huge discussion point in it. I think the easiest and the best way to address this is the role that science plays in all of this. And again, I think what you just shown to us is that science plays a massive and an integral role in how do we approach this, because we are not animals. As we stand here, we're humans, and we need the science to assist us in understanding how the animals deal with this, and what does livestock welfare mean to animals. Now, just quickly from an international perspective, my last slide is actually my biggest one. We've got the World Organization of Animal Health, previously known as OIE. I'm glad they changed it to WOA. Now we can say World Organization of Animal Health. And in there's a specific law, 715, that goes to the welfare of animals in a breeding perspective. And I'll get to that. That is one of the biggest discussions. NSPCA in South Africa obviously plays an integral role in the way that we deal with livestock welfare. They've got a massive responsibility also, and we would like to think that we've got a good working relationship. Obviously, we do not always agree on how things needs to happen, but again, at the end of the day, it is working towards leaving a legacy. And then we've got individuals specifically in the red meat industry. I've got Temple Grandin's name there. There are so many other people who are passionate about livestock welfare and what we do for animals. Now I'm going to quickly, that's the slide I want to talk about. So the question is, what do we do in the industry? Because yes, there's international organizations, we've got international retail chain groups looking at stuff, we've got scientists looking at it. The question is, what do we do as an industry to ensure that we actually look at the welfare perspective or proportion of our industry? The first one, on farm level. I want to go down to farm level. The Red Meat Producers Organization created a document called the Code of Best Practice. Now, I would actually encourage you to look it up on the internet, download it, and have a look at it. Because a massive portion of what is said within that document, it is a working doc or a document between the RPO and NARPU, the National Emergent Red Meat Producers. A lot of it aims and talk to livestock welfare. This comes from a document. Animal welfare is a reflection of people's concern for the humane treatment of animals. And if you look at the document, you'll see that it centers, a lot of what is said there centers around animal welfare. So from farm level, we're in a situation where we say welfare is important. Now, are there naughty people? Yes, there are. But I think from an industry perspective, what we would like to see is, and we call it, in industry, we call it self-regulation. And And it's difficult to do because what we would like to see is people calling out those who do not look after the welfare of the animals. Now, it is also and can be said that that those animals are your property, and at the end of the day, it's an asset. So we might want to tend to think that each and every person owning an animal will look after that animal to the best of its ability. However, we see the recent, I think, a few court cases now where people do not take the responsibility looking after their animals, and farm animals specifically, or breeding animals specifically, do not look after their animals. We've got the Animal Protection Act, again, very important in our industry, and a lot of what we do is focused on that. Then we've got the Welfare Committee, the Livestock Welfare Coordinating Committee, where, as I previously mentioned, Professor Barth is the chairman, and a massive focus within our industry and a plus. So we've got this organization and this committee that spans over many years. And the importance of that is that there's a discussion around a table, not from only a red meat perspective, but we've actually expanded this organization to include other organizations or other welfare organizations looking at our industry as well. And not only our industry, I think, for example, the crocodiles are part of that as well. So there's other organizations not only focused on red meat, and that shows the importance of welfare overall. Now, I mentioned the Code of Best Practice. You'll see there that I mentioned also the feedlots have got a Q-Sure program, and then we've got the Meat Safety Act at the end. From the farm to the feedlots, in our feedlot system, the cattle feedlot system in South Africa, we've got a program called Q-Sure, which has a whole chapter dedicated towards livestock welfare. Again, it plays an integral part of the dealings with the animals, obviously, and the way that we produce red meat responsibly in South Africa. If we go to the abattoir, which is also part of this value chain, there's also a part of livestock welfare. And the humane handling of animals up until the time it's not slaughter, it is harvesting at this stage called. So there's an entire value chain looking after the welfare. Again, I'm saying, are there people, are there individuals who do not necessarily follow these rules? Yes, there are. And I think the biggest thing that we're saying is we are custodians as an industry towards the animals, towards our industry as a whole. And it's important for us to understand where these individuals are who do not necessarily follow the rules. And we would like, from our side, obviously act on that. We've got the auctions, which is also dealt with. Auctions plays a massive role where these animals are brought together. Industry is very much dependent on auctions, and it plays one of the biggest roles within our industry where the animals come together. Welfare specifically, I think getting the right feed in those situations is very important. From a veterinary perspective, we've got the manual on the animal care and use, which the Veterinary Society also brought out, the Veterinary Foundation, which also plays a role. And that also fits in the box of how they deal with things. How much time do I have left? 5 minutes. Okay. I want to go to 715 of the WUA's document. And I want to go through this list. It's a list of 11 points. It's not on here. So genetic selection plays a massive role. And luckily in South Africa, we've got so many genetic breeds. So we've done a lot of research and I could give credit to one of Dr. Michiel Scholes, for example, has done a lot of research on specific animals, specific breeds in specific regions, which actually does tremendous work, or has done tremendous work, Dr. Michiel, with regards to which animal fits where, if we look at cattle specifically. So there's a point, genetic selection plays a massive role in how we treat these animals. On introduction to new environments, for example, if we look at our beef industry, specifically also the sheep industry, we've got facilities called background facilities, for example, where we introduce younger animals when it's taken from the mothers into background facilities where we treat them, where we look after them, where we ensure that they adapt. Our physical environment, social grouping, obviously you don't put cattle and sheep together, for example, where they're housed. Animals should have access to sufficient feed and water, again to the 5 freedoms. Diseases and parasites, I'd like to talk about that one because antimicrobial resistance, obviously at this stage, is also front and center. Painful procedures, handling of animals should foster a positive relationship, and owners and handlers should have sufficient skills. From an industry side, we've developed programs whereby we actually train people. There's a lot of pharmaceutical organizations that looked at animal handling facilities, how to be set up, how do we treat animals, how do we deal with the situation to keep them calm. And it's not only a thumbsuck, but it's done on scientific basis. AMR, antimicrobial resistance, obviously is a massive talking point globally at this stage. And in the South African red meat industry, what we've said is antibiotic has a place. It has to be managed responsibly. And we need to understand that animals, just like humans, would need antibiotics at some stage. What we don't want to see is the overuse, and with all that comes the requirements and the legislation with regards to that. So there is a massive drive currently within South Africa amongst the veterinarians, amongst the feedlots specifically, going down to farm level to say, how do we responsibly deal with antibiotics within animals, not letting them suffer on the one hand, but also not obviously creating resistance to it. If we look at the 11 points in 715, and within the general principles of welfare and livestock production systems, I think from a South African perspective, we're very close to meeting all of these requirements in saying that it's not only the guy that makes the money at the end of the day who's created some sort of system to say that this is the way that we deal with animals in South Africa. It's based on science, it's based on history, it's based on the necessary welfare structures and systems to ensure that we are responsible, leaving a legacy to our children, to their children, and saying that if we produce South African red meat, that it's done on a responsible basis. Finally, from my side, I think within the red meat industry, we understand that there is a massive drive worldwide towards animals, animal protein, and the way that we deal with it. We do not see it as an attack on the red meat industry in South Africa. What we see it as an opportunity to showcase what we're doing right in South Africa towards the animal handling and the way that we produce a specific out product within the world. I can also say we included the whole carbon setup, the whole carbon discussion with regards to that, and we're saying that South African farming, the South African red meat value chain is dealing responsibly with our animals, is dealing responsibly with our product, and we can and will meet the standards set anywhere in the world. Last comment, in closure, I think when we had the Saudi Arabians delegation, the Saudi Arabian delegation in South Africa about 2 months ago, the feedback that we received from one of the nations that actually travel and import meat all over the world, that the South African value chain meet the standards of first world countries. We're on the level where we can compete with any first world country with regards to our systems, our facilities, and the way that we deal with our animals. The love for animals, you don't become a farmer because you hate animals. You don't become a farmer because you would like to kill all the animals or treat them badly. So I think 99% of all farmers in South Africa deal responsibly. 99% of all feedlots, abattoirs, and them deal responsibly with a product in South Africa that commits and obviously adheres to livestock welfare, international livestock welfare standards. Thank you. For my in time.
The second industry that's going to be represented is the wool sheep industry. And we have Jeff Kingwell, who'll be talking about their industry. Jeff has a background in engineering, but he's actually spent 33 years with merino sheep and Angora goats and beef cattle in the Maritzburg district, I think it is. And he's also been involved in the Sustainable Practices Working Group in the International Wool Textile Organisation, and a variety of technical committees and chairs. So thank you, Jeff.
How do I move things? How do I move slides? How do I move slides? Just click here. All right. Okay, so I want to mainly concentrate on the fibre side. I'll also go to the Angora goat side, the Moe side, because I know quite a bit about it. Obviously sheep have meat as well, but I think Geerwald's covered that side, so that's just an explanation why I'll be concentrating on the fibre. So small stock fibre farmers understand that their customer cares about how that fibre is produced. I think in my time as a farmer, what is most probably changed is that the farmers now also understand that they need to show that they care. It's not a case that they've suddenly started caring. We've always spoken about so-and-so is a good stockman. Now, what does that mean? It means that he looks after his stock well, which is basically a welfare statement. And my definition of a good stockman is that it's a person who can see individual animals in a flock. In other words, he or she doesn't just see the flock, but actually notice individual animals within that flock. That's my definition of a good stockman. And that means that they can see the animal that needs attention. The flock's looking in good shape, but there's one or two animals that have got an issue, and they notice that. In terms of assessment, what I want to go through the process where we got to today with assessment, which is in many ways the communication of welfare to other people. It's not a case that it suddenly meant that farmers were now starting to pay attention to welfare. There was always self-assessment of welfare by good stockmen. I think that the researchers led the way. There was research on a number of topics that funded by the wool industry, things like blowfly control or trying to control the number of flies, lamb survival, looking at tail docking, under what circumstances is it essential and where maybe is it not that important, predator management and predator control. And then most probably a lot of fibre in South Africa gets grown in extensive conditions where things like animal behaviour and so on are largely covered. But the issues there are, in my opinion, nutrition, because it's prone to drought. So how do you always ensure that the animals have optimal nutrition, and predator control? And then of late, not so much a thing that needed research, but a thing that did impact extensive farmers a lot was vaccine availability and efficacy. Hopefully we're getting into a better space with private enterprise that's stepping into that area, but it has been a big animal welfare concern for us that we haven't been able to adequately protect our animals. So researchers led the way. They started the conversation where people started speaking about animal welfare to other people. I also want to emphasize that profitability and animal welfare are largely aligned. Yes, there will be places where that might not be true, but if you care for your animals well, they normally reward you with better profitability. And it's important to emphasize that because it's a great way of opening the conversation with farmers. And then the early adapters, like we have in all industries, started applying this research. In other words, they learned to do things better. And that then flowed from the research. The next step was the NWGA, National Wool Growers Association, brought out a code of best practice, which obviously was influenced by the research. And it was a self-declaration scheme. It was then followed by a sustainable MOE standard, which was largely based on the Code of Best Practice, but just adapted to the MOE industry. Both these were largely driven by industry bodies. As I said, the National Wool Growers Association, which is a farmer organization, started this process. It was funded by Cape Wools, which is an industry body, but the brokers did get involved. So, for example, the Code of Best Practice was the point where we could, in South Africa, say, okay, there is no more mulesing. At that stage, I'm fairly certain that there were still one or two people mulesing, not because they needed to, but because out of habit. And by the industry and the brokers getting involved and pulling together, that could be eradicated. I'm involved with BKB, one of the brokers, and our fiber general manager said to his field guys, if any of you know of mulesing in your area, amongst your clients, you will be disciplined. It is as simple as that. So the message got out strongly, and because of that, we solved an animal welfare problem, which by numbers wasn't a big problem, but you still, in South Africa, there was no reason for it to be practiced anymore. I'm absolutely convinced that the people that were still practicing it at that time were doing it out of habit. The next step from that, so that was self-assessment. You as a farmer simply made a vendor declaration. The next step was responsible wool standard, and then shortly after that, the responsible MOE standard. And this was driven by the brokers far more than industry. Industry bodies were involved. And in this case, premiums were essential to the widespread adoption. So this is a third-party audit. There are costs involved. People have to travel around the country to do this assessment. Farmers were not going to do this. They weren't going to move from a vendor declaration to a third-party assessment without a premium. It is also a way of communicating that that consumer who cares is prepared to pay for that feeling. We've got to a point now where in excess of 60% of the South African wool clip is RWS declared, and in excess of 80% of the MOE clip is RMS. In the wool, the premiums have dropped, and I certainly hope that that's just temporary. I do think that there was over-exploitation of some of the brands and people further down the line because there wasn't a lot of this wool available. But hopefully we're going to get to a more realistic long-term premium where people are going to go through the effort of going through this third-party assessment. In both cases of the Code of Best Practice and RWS, the big benefit is in how are things changed on the farm. And that is a case of showing people who don't know what the best practices are, what they are, so that they change their practices, more so than the checking. Obviously, the checking is very important for the communication because a vendor declaration is not that valuable for a farmer to tell a brand what they're doing. The brand needs a little bit more assurance than that. Assessment standards need to assess more than just animal welfare because the consumers are concerned about more than animal welfare. So there is, in my opinion, no point in having an assessment standard that just deals with animal welfare because you're effectively just going to have someone else come back to the farm to look at the other things. So care for environment and social aspects are also important. And I almost think in the wool industry we now have got to the point where people, and in our communications with brands and so on, they're taking animal welfare as a given and are now starting to concentrate on care for the environment as the next big issue. And it's sort of logical in the sense that the standards have covered the animal welfare assessment quite well. They haven't been very good at the care for the environment. It's actually a more complicated topic. And I think we're all still grappling with that. The social aspects, I think, are a little bit easier to assess and are most probably also regarded as pretty much under control in the assessments. I think we also need to emphasize then that the assessments in these extensive areas are not of the animals and how they behave, because it's just too expensive to do that for taking a third-party person out there and seeing how the animals are behaving, or having a person there when the animals are in the yard. So it is largely based on facilities and practices and things like that, and therefore assuming that if you do those things that you're going to get the correct behavior. But that is a workaround that I don't think we can get past. And then the last thing with clip assessment, you've still got to deliver a good quality product. So things like clip preparation and so on are also included in assessments. I just want to emphasize that while you're doing an assessment, look at everything that's important to the customer. Both industries, both the wool industry and the mower industry, are very involved in small-scale farmer development. In the wool industry, it's largely been in the previous Transkei, Ciskei area, because the people there were already farming with wool sheep. In the mower industry, it's more settling new farmers in commercial mower growing areas. The challenge now is also to roll out the assessment to these areas. Quite easy to roll it out to a small-scale commercial mower grower where they are the only person on the farm. It's very easy, actually. A little bit more difficult in a communal area where the person who is running their stock in that communal area is not in control of everything. It's by definition a communal area. But we are doing it as an industry, and we're making some good progress on that, so that part of the industry will also be assessed and will also then have access to the markets that require this assessment. In the past, farmers did not like visibility past the farm gate. In other words, they didn't like people coming onto the farm. And the reason for that is also because there have been unpleasant interactions with activists in not just animal welfare, but in other aspects. I get the impression that barrier has been lowered a lot. Farmers are still very cautious of strangers, and rightly so. But when third-party assessors come onto the farm, it is not an unpleasant experience. In other words, the principle of showing transparency doesn't scare the farmers to the same extent as it did in the past. The risks are still there with strangers, because there are people out there that are just trying to prove farmers are bad people. But at least there is the perception amongst farmers that we need to show transparency and visibility. Our market cares, and we need to show that we care. It is part of our access to market. We have an expensive product. We want to sell that expensive product to people who care, and that is part of the access. And then in closing, the key is communication to get to this point where we have reasonably good acceptance of assessment schemes. I maybe just need to emphasize, I spoke about RWS and RMS. Now, in the mower industry, it is basically RMS, but in the wool industry, it's not only RWS. RWS is very dominant, but there are other schemes as well that do similar things. So there are choices. But the key is communication and finding common ground. As I said in the beginning, the consumer cares, but the farmer also cares. And previously, we saw ourselves at loggerheads with each other. We don't have to be at loggerheads with each other, and communication is the key. Thank you.
Thank you, Jess. Our next representative is Adrian Olivia, who's a veterinarian with the South African Ostrich Business Chamber. And the thing I liked about Adrian's CV was that he has a work and life philosophy, which is that he approaches all challenges with an intention to find appropriate solutions based on scientific knowledge with a healthy dose of human behaviour. I try to build so-called soft skills into and clinical scientific environment to enable scientists to better understand grassroots level challenges faced by farmers. I think that's really important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you guys can hear me. I'm a speed talker, so you just need to grasp one or two concepts and take that home. So, yes, let's start. So, the ostrich industry, as you've heard, is based everything on export. If we can't export, we can't survive. It's as easy as that. So we dance to the tune of other people. And that's something that we learned very early. From the feathers in the 1900s, the meat industry when the BSE scare was there, and also our leather industry. The leather industry is now driven by welfare. So for us as farmers, it's always unfair. You're always playing uphill. There's no one on your side, you're always playing uphill. But that's the perception that they have. But as soon as they realize the perspective that they need, they conform and they participate in everything we do. We've heard and through various speakers, and it's interesting because I would like to incorporate everything into my talk because it's so relevant to us as well. So what we have is that we frequently have this tunnel vision, and carbon footprint is one of those tunnel visions that we have. And animal welfare can also be that. It's not the only determinant of sustainability. There's a lot of factors around it. And sometimes you just need to take off the braces around your eyes to look to everything that's going on in the industry and what's happening there. So the fashion industry, we export to the fashion industry. They're all finicky. The people are very strange. We're conservative farmers in a rural environment. You need to find connection with these guys. And what they've taught us is that close to 6% of them have an animal welfare policy. They've also told us that 15% of that industry has left animal production products. They're not using wool anymore. They're not using feathers. They're not using leather. So you get the message. Important to understand our customers. Now, unfortunately, most of our customers in the first world countries, in Europe, the US, and they are the drivers. But then we also have customers on the generational aspects. Your millennials, your Generation X's, your baby boomers, they buy quality. But the guys, the millennials and the Gen Zs, they're totally different how they approach buying products. And this is what we have to look at. What the wool industry said, your customers are important and what do they want? So let's listen to them. So the millennials, when they experience buying, they're buying it for experience. And is there anything bad around that? Is there anything bad? How do they make the decision? They buy according to influences. If that influences gives you one bad experience, they just move away from you. It's easy as that. They want material things, but it better be a good quality, and it must be socially sought after. If it's not socially acceptable, they won't touch your product. So designers are good, and good brand name quality. Okay. So ostrich industry, all the high-end fashion brands, Hermes, Chanel, Gucci, Prada, all those guys. But they put immense pressure on you to make sure that their brand stays clean. These millennials also have a lot of questions. Too many, but they have a lot of questions. All right. The Gen Zs, we don't know anything about them. So we'll just fly and see where we get to. Okay, so for us, the drivers of sustainability are a number of aspects, not only animal welfare, And it's something that you need to be ahead of. Because we are exporting to a first world country, they expect more. The expectations are different. So you need to be ahead. So just a summary, responsible use of veterinary medicines, the antimicrobial resistance that you've heard of, place of origin, it was in the news quite recently, animal welfare, environmental aspects. I didn't put the social aspects there, but also very much your social responsibility. And then sustainability, which we measure our success on. The human behavior, what I've always tell my farmers is you must be emotionally intelligent. You guys are very smart in mechanics and environment and farming, ground and soil preparation, water allocation, everything like that. But you must be emotionally intelligent. You must start thinking differently on how you're approaching your customers because they don't have the same reference than you do. Okay. So when we look at antibiotics, I'm putting all this through to you because I think a lot of scientists are young. So these are the things that we need to look to. We are still very far behind in the world today on all of these aspects. Our trade partners have banned a lot of routine antibiotics. We know that. They also ban a lot of antibiotics used in humans that they don't want to be used in animal production. They've banned growth promoters, so they don't want abnormal growth promotion. They want you to participate in a residue program. How many of you guys know that South Africa has a residue control program? Not working very well, so you have to develop your own. Otherwise, you can't export. As easy as that. You have to have a good stewardship program on the use of antibiotics. Though your farmers know how to use antibiotics. Most of our antibiotics are over the counter. They can go to the co-op, they can buy an antibiotic. In Europe, you need a prescription. You need a veterinarian to administer that antibiotic. How are they going to measure you? First world or second world? They're going to measure you at the first world. What do they normally do? What is their perspective on how it's being done? And then we have to focus on preventative management. How good do we farm with them? All the aspects that Maud mentioned, that interaction, how we look after them, what do we give them, how do they grow? Place of origin, we always say if you want to trade, you need trust by your trade partner. And trust is measured by three things: test, traceability, and transparency. Okay? And being in a geographical unique area, they know exactly where their product is coming from. They trust you. They know how it looks like. They understand your needs and your requirements. It's not generic. It's not farming with chickens in the US or in Europe or in Africa. It's unique. Ostriches are unique to South Africa. And that's what gives us the advantage. Just one of our nice pictures when it's raining. It looks like this, beautiful. Good picture how to sell a program. But the past 8 years, there was nothing. There was literally just ground. Drought, it looks awful. All those birds are being fed. The perception, you are feeding a feedlot. Your people don't understand your geographic of origin. Our customers fortunately understand, so now they know why there's a drought and why the birds are being fed in a feedlot environment. Because there's just no water. If there's no water, you can't have green pastures for them to utilize. When we look at our environmental environment, we need to protect our resources. The Klankroer, as mentioned, where they come from, the birds are destructive. If you have too many birds, they walk, the way that they eat, they rip out plants, normal. Because there's usually 2 birds per 500 hectares. Now it's not that anymore. So they destroy the environment. So what do? We take the birds out of the environment, we rehabilitate the environment, and we make sure that we maintain our unique biodiversity. The clients love that. They come for that. They don't come for the product, they come to look at the biodiversity. So we also have to look at our waste management. What do we do with the water? What do you do with our electricity, our energy use? All these aspects. They want to know that. They want to see that you're doing something. And this is how it looks like when there's snow on the mountain, on the Swartberg Mountains, and the environment, everything looks very beautiful. Animal welfare, we've gone through all of that. What does it mean? Where does it come from? And then I tell my farmers, this is how we produce. So what do the clients want and what do they see? So they see there's a lot of ostriches in the camp. There's no soil, no plant matter. Why is there no plant matter? Because these are young chicks. We can't put them out in the open because predators will catch them. They won't grow very well. So we put them on a clean slate. They have their water, they have their feed, and they have their shade. We must try and answer the questions on what their perspectives are and what their perspectives need. So when we started with animal welfare a long time ago, we said, how are they going to measure us? And one of the things that I personally hate is I hated being managed and evaluated based on resources and management. And an auditor that works with a checklist and he's just checking off. The animals walk on a 4x4 meter square area. Good, wonderful, there I go. They never look at the animal. They never realize there's a difference. Okay, so what we've said to ourselves, we need to incorporate all of this, resources, management, and animal factors. And that's why our auditors, what we require from our international auditing company, must be an animal scientist. He's not an accountant. He's not a financial manager. He's an animal scientist because he needs to realize the animal's behavior. So what do? We have a whole string of stuff. The VPN farm registration, all commercial ostrich farms have to be registered by government. They have a whole list of SOPs or farming management practices that they have to comply with for animal health, for traceability. We have a code of conduct. We have the standards established. And how did we establish that? We got all the stakeholders involved. It's not nice. You have animal welfare activists on your committee, so you sit with the guys that are completely against you. You have scientists, you have farmers, you have industry bodies, you have clients, and everybody sits in a room and we get consensus of what we're going to do. All right? And that's where our standards come from. So our standards were developed by all these people by consensus, and that's what we're implementing. Interesting what the wool guy said is the premium to applying your standards. For us, the premium is R0 or being paid. There's no differential. It's 0 or 100% payment. If you don't comply, no one wants your product. So what we did it. We developed it over 2 years. We started implementing it. Again, the farmers understood where it's coming from because they are exporters. They know their product is going overseas. They know the requirements on that. So they quickly accepted it. We have a third-party auditing system, international company. What we said is you must have an animal scientist as the auditor. There's no way a tick box exercise is going to be done. So again, what we do, that scientist goes to the farm, audits the normal documentation, the normal aspects, but then they watch the farmer. What is he doing with the farm, with the animals? How does he work with the animals? How do the workers work with the animals? So they do an on-farm evaluation of everything that's being done. So you can't just sit in the office and quickly tick it off. They go out into the field. So they drive and they look at what you're doing. And then finally we do the industry certification. Just basically how it works. It first comes to us, a basic desktop audit. We go give it back to the farmer. He rectifies it where there's needs. It goes back to the auditing system. The auditor goes through it. You are compliant or not. They give us the audit report, and then we certify the farming enterprise as being compliant for animal welfare. Critical aspects for hatcheries and abattoirs they are doing every year. Other grow-out sessions are being done every second year. If you fail, you go back to a yearly evaluation. So finally, just for us, is that we need to use animal welfare to generate knowledge. Because that determines the status, but it also gives us the way forward, how we're going to work towards the future. I think I'm close to finish. It's just interesting. One of the companies doing animal welfare for the fashion industry, this is on their website, and this is on the social media which they are distributing. Look at the impact that these guys have. they're very small. But their claim is they're doing over 400 million animals are being reviewed by their system. So these guys are having a big footprint on what's happening on your farm. They're very small, they're actually non-existent, but the impact that they have through social media is so big that everybody believes what they are saying. All right, so finally just finishing off those three things: use of antibiotics, place of origin, animal welfare, and the environment. Good, thank you very much.
Thank you. Our fourth industry representative is Tandi Chipero. I'm going to apologise in advance for all of my mispronunciations. Tandi was the state veterinarian with the Pumalanga, close enough, Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Land and Environmental Affairs, and she's now the veterinarian for One Health Consumer Assurance with the South African Pork Producers Association. Thank you, Tani.
All right. Good morning, everyone. It's afternoon, sorry. All right, I'm Tandi Chipero. I'm a vet for the South African Pork Producers Organisation. And just to give you a quick overview of our industry. So as of August of this year, we had 429 registered pig producers, representing roughly 143,000 sows and roughly 117 pork abattoirs. We did have several producers that have fallen out of our industry. We've had a pretty rough last year, but nonetheless, due to some new players into the industry, we've actually remained pretty stable. Why are we not scrolling down? Okay, there we go. Oh, now we've gone too far. There we go. All right. Looking at the growth changes in our national slaughters, if the current trend persists, the forecast for 2023 is that we'll remain at 3.8 million carcasses for 2023, representing only a 0.1% increase from the previous year. That's just to give you an idea of where we are. Actually, we're quite a small pork industry compared to the red meat. We're quite small. Compared to the ostriches, maybe we're a little bit bigger. So here are some of the role players for welfare for South Africa, for the South African pork industry. Firstly, there's ourselves, South African pork producers, and then the Livestock Welfare Coordinating Committee as represented by Prof. Bath. And then we've got our SABS, our Bureau of Standards. We've got our SPCAs, both national as well as local, and then we've got various welfare organizations. We work quite closely with Humane Society International, but I see 4 Paws is also represented here, and they've also got some impact on our industry. All right. So for us, why welfare? Although we do produce pork, and although a red meat industry, we nonetheless care for our animals, and I think that's come out of our other industry talks as well, is that you don't become a farmer, as Devold was saying, you don't become a farmer because you want to slaughter animals. So we do care for our animals, and this year we've really had a big drive towards sustainability, as you've seen previously as well. So it's been a lot of talks, and within that sustainability concern are matters like climate change, antibiotic resistance, zoonotic disease. And where we are fortunate is that usually good welfare promotes good production. All right. So what are the forces of change for our pork industry for South Africa? as has been mentioned, I think, by the ostriches, they're more concerned about their consumer even than we are because they've got such stringent requirements from their exports. But public perception, if we don't have a consumer, we don't have a pork industry. So what they think about us is very important. And then we have legislation, although it often lags a bit behind. We still need to comply as far as possible. And then we have industry self-governance. For us, that's where individual integrity of farmers comes into play. And we audit this using our Pork 360 auditing scheme. That's our industry standard. And then other drivers include trade requirements, although officially international standards are not allowed to place limitations because of welfare standards. There's still, with our trade partners, there's always a perception of how are we as an industry. And so there's still all kinds of political drivers that can change that, change our partners, our trade partners. And then obviously we've got local requirements. Our local retailers have some welfare requirements that they impose on our industry, and we respond to that as well. All right. So in 2012, SAPA released a welfare code, and this was then to pave the way for the SANS 1478 Pig Welfare Code as published by our South African Bureau of Standards. That welfare code was then, or the welfare standards by the SANS was published in 2016. What we then did in order to check up on our industry, to audit that, is we included that welfare code, our 2012 welfare code, into our Pork 360 standards, which is our consumer assurance scheme. Amongst the issues addressed in that 2012 welfare code is housing, including sow housing, effective and correct euthanasia procedures, and then elective procedures such as tail docking, and furthermore loading and transportation. Okay, so to give you an idea, what is Pork 360? So Pork 360 is our assurance scheme. It's run by the industry for the industry. It is audited annually by independent auditors on the farms. These are only strictly veterinary auditors with veterinary industry experience. Our scheme has an international accreditation, so although it is not an international scheme as such, it is still recognized. We have an ISAE accreditation for the scheme. And the scheme addresses issues such as food safety, traceability, animal welfare, biosecurity, and environmental stewardship. All right. So Pork 360, just to give you an idea of the scope of our industry, of our Pork 360 scheme. From the beginning of this year, we had 53 producers representing 118 units, which represents roughly 89,000 sows. That represents roughly 62% of our current registered sows in the industry. So it's actually quite a large scheme. So what Pork 360 allows us to do, because it is so large, it is our vehicle to bring change into the industry. So whatever kinds of change we want to bring, although we have producers and we have various role players that we consult on the industry, on the standard, we set that standard, and that standard is audited against. And basically for a producer to stray from that standard and to fall out of the scheme has pretty serious implications, market implications. So if they're not Pork 360, their abattoir, for instance, might not accept them. We find we have a lot of abattoirs that cooperate, a lot of the large pork producing abattoirs, and they have requirements such as requiring that they are a Pork 360 farm. So we have quite an effective tool in Pork 360 to bring change into the industry like that. All right. Okay, so just to give you an idea of what is within that standard, The Pork 360 standard specifically addresses sow housing, which is quite a pertinent issue at the moment, being looked at quite closely as how is our sow housing. So within Pork 360, we require that no loose objects are there. The sow's back must not touch any of the bars. The front and the back must not touch simultaneously. The sides of the sow must not touch the bars simultaneously. And at this stage, we have a limit on 8 weeks, basically half of her gestation, that's allowed to be within the crate. All right, in terms of elective procedures, which are also under some scrutiny, we have castration that's allowed before 7 days, or later only by a veterinarian. However, this is one of the factors that might change, or that probably will change, because there are other management procedures that are now that work better even. So we allow tail docking up to 7 days, and we allow only half of the tail to be cut off. And we allow tooth clipping only under the advice of a veterinarian, not as a routine procedure. And we allow ear notching up to 7 days of age, but must be performed with a sharp instrument. All right, so in 2021, we performed a housing and welfare audit, well, a survey basically. So we surveyed roughly 95,000 sows, which represented about 70% of the sows registered at that time. Most of the surveys were done by veterinarians on the farms, many of them done during the Pork 360 audits, which was in the last quarter of that year. So what we found, I mean, obviously our Pork 360 farmers were required to comply with that. So that upped our compliance quite well. Let me just get there. All right, so here are the trends. So we did this survey. The 2021 was just our latest survey. We did do one 2018. We did do one 2015. And as such, we will do one again next year, probably in the last quarter again. It's encouraging to see that the group housing is increasing. So the number of sows that are grouped for their entire pregnancy is really increasing, and those that are grouped for less than 3 weeks of their pregnancy is really decreasing. Just some nice feedback to see. And then also what we also checked within that is we also checked the weaning age. And of the 91 farms that were surveyed, 23 of them were weaning at 21 weeks. The majority, 67, were weaning at 4 weeks, and one was weaning only at 5 weeks already, just as a point of interest in terms of welfare as well. All right, so sometime last year we came to an agreement that the 2012 Welfare Code needed updating. It's at its ripe old age of 10 years old, we realized that it needed some updating. So basically the National Pig Health Monitoring Committee, as well as our own decision, we decided to review that code. This was then also in line with a review of the SANS 1478 that was up for review, with the review for which has started, and our CEO, Dr. Peter Evans, is sitting on that committee. Okay, so just where we're drawing our information from, so we've looked into industries, countries where they have similar kinds of pork industries, specifically Canada and Australia have similar industries to our own, but we also draw from around the world, including obviously the World Organization for Animal Health. And then along with that, we have industry discussions as to what's going to actually be practical in the pork industry. So we're meeting with our South African Pig Vet Society and with our farmers, with our board members as well, who are farmers, to bring that to a realistic standard. Okay, so what I can promise is that we're moving towards less time in gestational crates, we're moving towards less ear notches, we're adding a lot more detail, fleshing it out so there's less room for doubt, less grey areas. Okay. Oh, come on. So I might be shut down for this, but I mean, what is the real welfare problem? And it's something far more difficult than gestational crates or CO2 stunning or tail docking. And here's our problem. How do I feed my pigs if I can't feed my family? These are photos taken from, so we have a program where we help our emerging farmers. We have consultants that go out to them, but we don't have any control over them. We can offer them our services, or, you know, our only tool is to withdraw from them if they're not complying with our standards. But here's our problem. We sometimes have government programs that sponsor pigs, but then they are supplied with pigs and not with feed. And here's our problem. Please stop looking at the gestational crates and please give us more focus on here where they need it. And we believe, I mean, the best route for us is to take our consultants out there and tell them about the best practice, educate them. But that's all we can do at this stage. All right, so thank you.
Thanks very much for that. Always a challenge when people don't have resources. Our last speakers come from the 4paws organisation. It's a global animal welfare organisation for animals under direct human influence, which reveals suffering, rescues animals in need, and protects them, and advocates for a world where humans treat animals with respect, empathy and understanding. We have two speakers. I'm not sure how they're sharing their duties, but we have Selwa Shivambu and we have Berta Motian.
Good afternoon again. Thank you very much to the organizers for having us. We are very honored to be a part of this discussion about bringing animal welfare to our region. And we will begin our presentation with a video, because this video is going to, I think, contextualize and, you know, put into perspective what our presentation is about, because our presentation is about using the One Health approach and then improving animal welfare to prevent the next pandemic. Okay, I'll wait for it to load.
This is a video.
Yeah, it's a video. Oh,
no, that's your time.
Okay. Okay.
There's no play button.
Okay, we'll leave it. Okay, we will just share the link to that YouTube video. I'll just go straight into the presentation and then tell you a bit about 4paws. So 4paws is a global animal welfare organization for animals under direct human influence. We reveal suffering of animals, we rescue animals in need, and we continue to protect them. We have sustainable campaigns and projects that are focused on wild animals, farm animals, companion animals, and animals in disaster and conflict zones. Our vision is a world where humans treat animals with respect, empathy, and understanding. We specifically work with animals that are under direct human influence because we believe that those of us who take the responsibility to domesticate and farm animals should also take the responsibility to take care of them. 4paws was founded in 1988 in Vienna, Austria, and today we have offices in 15 countries, including in South Africa. We also have 13 species-friendly sanctuaries where we keep all the rescued animals, including one here in South Africa in Bethlehem in the Free State. It's called Lions Rock. It is where we keep all the big cat species that were rescued from somewhere. So as 4paws, the work that we do is that one, we reveal inappropriate and life-threatening conditions for animals. We rescue animals worldwide. We raise awareness through our sustainable campaigns and projects. We work with multidisciplinary civil society organizations, scientists and experts to ensure a holistic science and policy approach to animal welfare. We also advise where applicable and work with international institutions and countries to introduce health at the same time. And our areas of expertise include, among others, the One Health and prevention of spillover. So I will begin, and my colleague will come and speak to you about a solution. We start with zoonosis as a focus for improving animal welfare to prevent the next pandemic. We all know that zoonosis or zoonotic diseases are diseases of animal origin that can spill over to humans and continue to mutate and so on and so forth. And we look at zoonosis as a symptom of a broken relationship between humans, animals, and nature. There's a growing evidence that most known infectious diseases today in humans have animal origin and were largely driven by human activity. So the next slide, which is zoonosis, the crisis for a dysfunctional relationship. So we are saying today that we need a paradigm shift of how we treat animals in the future. Our healthcare system, but also our global agricultural and farming systems urgently need to be reorganized in view of this challenge. The most brutal manifestations of this imbalance are also the biggest catalysts and drivers of zoonotic diseases. These include live animal markets, live animal transportations, factory farming, sometimes fair farming, not so common here in South Africa, but elsewhere. Habitat destruction and climate change further facilitate the jump of virus from animals to humans. And the scientific standpoint is very clear on this, that the risk of pandemics would decrease if improving animal welfare was part of pandemic prevention plans. The SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19 as we know it outbreak has already clearly shown that the health of individuals is a condition for health of all animals and the environment. And then we also look at what we call our inefficient food systems. That the current demand for animal protein, it also says that 77% of global farmland is being used to grow feed for these animals in livestock. But these only account for 25% of the total protein and 18% of the world's calories. And then this infographic also shows also how these inefficient food systems and this intensive agriculture practices continue to destroy habitats, and they bring wild animal pathogens closer to humans and domesticated animals. So this gives pathogens a favorable condition, these farming systems, to emerge, to spread, mutate, and spill over to humans. These are characterized by high stocking density, intensive keeping, high performance breeds, which lead to stress, immunosuppression, and poor health. This resulting in animals being more susceptible to pathogens. And then also what we've also heard of the previous speakers, the high use of antibiotics to treat bacterial infections, which also drives the antimicrobial resistance. And also the reality is that uniform genetics make it easier for pathogens to evolve and spread among hosts. So we continue to say the inefficient food systems accelerate the evolution and spread of infectious diseases, again destroying natural habitats for feed crops, bringing wild pathogens closer to humans, creating conditions that make animals sick and are favorable for pathogens to spread and mutate. And then we can make an example of the avian influenza or bird flu example, that bird flu has a higher chance of becoming a highly pathogenic in factory farms where animals are kept in confined spaces. So these are farms that are close to one another. These are big farms with high stocking densities. These are close to waterbed habitats, also close to wild animal pathogens. And again, I would like to take us back to some reports that we could have seen in the papers in the past few months. That there's been several strains of highly pathogenic avian influenza, specifically the HPAI, H5 and H7. They've been occurring across South Africa in the past months, and in several provinces there were more than in others. And then this outbreak has resulted in the deaths, at least in the recent times, of more than 2.6 million birds, mostly from factory farms. So this further resulted in the ban of poultry farms or poultry products, import by several neighboring countries, including Mozambique, Lesotho, and Namibia. This revealing that the extent and the risk faced by humans as a result of such outbreaks is at that level. So this is a clear sign that factory farming has devastating consequences for animals and humans alike. Obviously, these outbreaks in South Africa and globally, because they are also being reported in Europe, could be a looming pandemic. So there's an urgent need to reduce the number of animals being intensively farmed and to create more resilient food production systems to reduce zoonotic disease outbreaks and risk. Teliwe Shivambu, my colleague, will come and speak on the solution, but basically we are saying we need to move away from farms that are close to each other to go to less farms or farms where animals can roam around, lessening the risk of zoonotic outbreaks. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Betha. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Teliwe Shivambu, and basically in this last section of our presentation, I'm going to be speaking about the One Health approach and currently what my colleagues are sitting in Geneva, which is the pandemic treaty, which is currently in negotiations. When we speak about One Health, it is important to note that it is to foster well-being. So from One Health to a One Welfare approach, that we as 4PAWS want the welfare part to be part and parcel of when we raise the profile of animal welfare in One Health. And of course, when we're speaking about the health of the environment, the health of the people, and the health of the animals. Most of today's crises, such as pandemics, climate change, and antimicrobial resistance, have their origin at a human-animal environment interface. These crises can only be combated by following a holistic One Health approach, which is tackling the root causes. For example, improving animal welfare and protecting nature. One Health, currently defined by the One Health high-level expert panel and supported by the quadripartite, is that it is now this integrated, unifying approach that aims to sustainably balance and optimize the health of people, of animals, and also the ecosystem. It also widely recognizes the health of humans, domestic and wild animals, plants, and also just the wider environment that are closely linked, of course, and also interdependent. This approach then mobilizes multiple sectors, disciplines, and communities at varying levels of society to work together to foster this well-being and tackle the threats to health and ecosystem, while also, most importantly, addressing the collective need for clean water, energy, air, safe space, nutrition, and just taking action on climate change and contributing to sustainable development in our lifetime. And to prevent the next pandemic, we need to then acknowledge that there is a link to animal welfare and the increasing pandemic risk, and also follow the One Health approach on a national, regional, and international level as well. One Health, therefore, what it does to member states is that it provides a way forward in preventing the spillover of pathogens if human beings then improve the welfare of animals and cease high-risk practices. Because when animals suffer and when they endure cruelty, they are weakened and vulnerable, and creating the perfect conditions for diseases to originate and spread between animals. The absence of animal welfare standards and a highly interconnected human, livestock, and wildlife relationship has created this opportunities for zoonotic transmissions. One Health then builds the case that human health does not exist in isolation, and that it is intrinsically connected with the way we treat animals and the environment. In 6 June or July this year, 4PAWS released a report on how spotlighting zoonotic diseases in South Africa. And I'm happy to give out copies just at the end of the presentation. But what are the highlights from this report was that we need to prioritize animal welfare in all pandemic prevention strategies and legislations, because when we improve animal welfare, we reduce the risk of pandemics. But most importantly, tackling pandemics should focus on the prevention at source, so addressing the root causes of the human-animal environment interface. One welfare now comes as the approach is that it must be incorporated in policy making, and that the practices, high-risk zoonotic practices, they need to be prohibited. And most importantly, as the Dean stated just at the beginning of our session, is that we need to reduce our reliance on animal products and focus on making agricultural and farming systems that are more resilient. While One Health is a great concept, but there are concrete steps that South Africa in the past months has also taken to implement, and this is why as FOPOS we're then advocating for it on a national level. One thing that is important is that One Health coordination and strategy development cannot be done by the Department of Health alone, the Department of Rural Land and Agriculture. It cannot be done by state vets, but it also needs farmers to be involved, communities, academia, and scientists to also be part of drafting this One Health strategy. Regulatory measures to phase out high risk also has to be taken into account. But more importantly, One Health needs to be more ambitious, it needs to be more famous, and it also needs to be more funded, meaning that financing and incentives supports the development of One Health plans nationally. And as I just mentioned, member states currently at the World Health Organization have agreed to a global process, as I close, as they're negotiating a convention, or rather an agreement that then looks into strengthening pandemic prevention, preparedness and response. And now our role as an animal welfare organization sitting in those negotiations is to ensure that the definition of prevention should reflect a primary prevention, and that would entail tackling the root causes of drivers of re-emerging and emerging infectious diseases at the human, animal and environment interface. But also importantly is that prevention spillovers cannot be achieved only via surveillance and risk assessments alone, as currently framed in the instrument, such as surveillance and risk assessment, early warning systems. They are though initial steps, but now what One Health enables member states to do is to contain outbreaks in animals, and also identify the drivers of these outbreaks and take the necessary steps to transition away from these high-risk practices while securing the livelihoods of affected communities. And lastly, the quadripartite should also our member state with the necessary capacity to have national implementation plans to ensure measures required to prevent the next pandemic. And lastly, how does SADC then lead the way? South Africa is now breaking this institutional silos across disciplines and working together on One Health. This level of effort has not been undertaken in other countries. I know South Africa was the 23rd country to host their national bridging workshops in South Africa in September. But the benefits of this partnership then is that what has been learned and achieved will inspire others to follow suit and also implement such efforts within the global fight to prevent pandemics in the pandemic treaty that is currently being under negotiation, which is why it's important that as stakeholders that are here today, that we constantly promote One Health and we ensure that the South African government champions it as well. As my colleague earlier explained, the ongoing diseases outbreak, including the bird flu, then remind us of the urgency and rather also the importance of promoting One Health, bringing together all the needed institutions like ourselves and experts to not only prepare for such outbreaks, but to do everything that we can to prevent them. In conclusion, when we speak about healing the planet, we mean prioritizing spillover prevention measures that mitigate the risk of pathogen emerging, mutating, and spilling over to humans, and that can heal the planet. Healing the planet in this context means treating our planet and all its inhabitants with more respect, care, and compassion for their sake and ours. The political response to preventing our future pandemics must focus on making our farming and agricultural systems more resilient and banning practices that increase the risk of zoonotic diseases emergence and spread. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, that was a very interesting session today. I must be a bad chairperson because we've gone a little bit over time, but I hope you all got a little bit out of each of the talks that you heard. And perhaps there might be some housekeeping, Lisa?
For those online, we are going to have a quick lunch. So if we can ask you to be seated at 2:15. And then Dr. ISAE just asked that you up your Twitter presence here today. So if there's something that you saw that you like, if there's something that you would like to argue, we'll create a hashtag that we'll share with you guys momentarily. But in the meantime, okay. If you guys could just sit, I just need to take a photo. We're going to take a group photo. If you guys can just meet outside in the foyer, please, that we can take a group photo together. Thank you.
Hi Anna, can you hear me? Hey Anna, can you hear me?
What are they talking about?
back, everybody, to the afternoon session. So in this session, we're going to look at assessing animal welfare on farm. So we have a really nice program of different species and different talks to cover. But our first speaker is joining us bright and early from the USA, and that's Professor Anna Johnson from Iowa State University. So Anna did her undergraduate and master's education in the UK, including doing our Applied Animal Behaviour and Animal Welfare master's program in Edinburgh, so a quick plug for that, before she moved to Texas to carry out her PhD. So she's been working at Iowa State for a number of years, dividing her time between research, teaching and extension, and a particular focus on pig welfare, but also interests, I think, in other species as well. And Anna is going to talk to us about welfare assessment, tools, tips and tricks to get started. And as she has a certification as a third-party auditor trainer for on-farm welfare assessment, I think she's clearly the right person to be giving us this presentation. Thanks, Anna. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you very much for that lovely introduction and the honourable invitation to be speaking with you all today. Yes, as noted, it's very early here in the US, so it's 6:20 a.m., but I've had plenty of coffee and I think I'm ready to go. So I am going to talk today about welfare assessment on farms, kind of some tools, tips and tricks to get you thinking if this is a space that you are interested in moving into. Next slide, please. So I've broken my presentation up into three components. First is to define what we mean by an assessment, and that does differ to a third-party audit, even though the terms are sometimes incorrectly used interchangeably. I will then step through a variety of sections or parts or themes, logical considerations if you are starting at the very beginning, or if you are somewhat through those steps and just want some more guidance on how to build a solid and objective farm assessment program. And then I will finish up with some online assessment programs that are free and downloadable from the United States, and that could serve you as guidance as you move forward in this space. Next slide, please. So the first thing to really get clear in our minds when we're talking about this topic is the difference between an assessment and an audit, and they are very, very different tools with different needs and outcomes. For example, an assessment, the best way I can present this to you is that you are preparing for the test. So it is built on an educational platform. It mimics what the test is going to be. So the content, the questions, the definitions, and the prevalence levels are the same. It is done in an announced way, so people don't just turn up on the farm and try to do the assessment, but this is a date and time that has been agreed upon. The assessment itself is very back and forward. So if the individual who is doing the assessment finds some non-consistencies with the program or things that are missing, they can be noted and discussed before that individual leaves the farm. So help is given, guidance is given, and support is given. And it is also done by somebody that you know. Whereas the third-party audit measures the same things as the assessment with the same questions, but typically it will have points associated with it, and there may be some critical fail questions also peppered through the third-party audit. The auditor is not known by the farm. It is still announced, but there will be no help given. It would be a simple collection of the data, and then the report would go back to the producer and also the entity that has asked for the third-party audit. So the audit is like the test, and the assessment is the preparation. And today we are going to focus far more on the assessment side. Next slide, please. So now we'll step through some of these parts or these sections and start thinking through how to build this assessment correctly. So the first thing one has to think about is which industry or industries are interested in playing within this space. Historically in the United States, this began with the laying hen industry and then moved swiftly to the pig industry, which is where I have been focusing more of my efforts over the last 20 plus years. And I think the reason for these two industries to be leading the charge in this space is because we are seen to be far more indoors intensive and more integrated in our nature compared to the dairy industry, the beef industry, and the sheep industry. Next slide, please. A really important first step is to think about having a solid, strong, and useful advisory group or committee or task force to be able to help build and frame and improve the tool that you are going to build. I would also encourage people to be brave and not just to have everybody who is in agreement with each other on these committees. In my experience, when people have diverse views or opinions as it relates to animal welfare, I think that the conversation is richer and it's more deep and has more depth to it. And I think that the end product is actually a more robust and solid program that can be taken forward and often embraced by a variety of different stakeholders. So think smartly about that. Producers, of course, have a place at the table, as well as ethologists or animal welfare experts, veterinarians with that species expertise, not just a general veterinarian. And again, I'd also encourage some NGOs to come to the table as well. And first order of business for that committee or task force is to really frame up and think about what is this mission and vision for the program that we are trying to build. Without that, it makes it very difficult to understand what to include and then what your successful KPIs or benchmarks are going to be to measure the success of the assessment program that you are trying to create. Next slide, please. Once we have our group pulled together and we've identified that mission and that vision, we then need to start thinking about what welfare framework would you like to use. And it may be one of these or it may be a blend of these. Traditionally, the 5 freedoms have been the framework that many of our education codes, assessment, auditing, and even our legislative actions have been framed upon. So the freedom from hunger and thirst, discomfort, pain, injury, disease, freedom from fear and distress, and freedom to express those normal behavioral repertoires. It's not really new, it's been out a while, but it's beginning to gain traction in parts of the world, and actually here in the US, packing plants and several of the integrators are starting to shuffle their attention over to the 5 domains, and those are presented in the top right corner. So those domains relate to the behavior, the nutrition, the environment, and the health that the animal is exposed to. And these all funnel down into a 5th domain called mental state or affective state of the animal. So that would be another thing for you to think about and think about how you're going to frame your assessment program. Next slide, please. Another very important consideration as you move through this is how you wish to define animal welfare. There are lots and lots of definitions out there in the scientific literature and used by different organizations and groups. One that I would draw your attention to here is through the World Organization for Animal Health, which changed its name a little while ago from the OIE. And the URL at the bottom of that will have some fantastic standards, codes, and manuals, and further information in this space. The OIE is headquarters in Paris. It was built many years ago based on health platforms. and in the early 2000s took the mantle up and the charge to work within the animal welfare space as well. This is a global agreed upon definition. The United States is one of those that agreed to this definition to move forward. And it's a very simple, but it's a powerful and neat definition. The animal welfare meets the physical and mental state of an animal in relation to the conditions in which it lives and dies. So again, you can of course pick any welfare definition you see fit to use, but again, this one is a nice one that's recognized on a global platform. Next slide, please. Then comes the fun of really thinking about what do you wish to include in your assessment program, and this is the creative component. One thing I would suggest is, as you're beginning to move into this, is to write a sentence up on a whiteboard in the room and say, if I measure this, how does it improve blank welfare? So that could be sheep welfare, that could be cattle welfare, that could be pig welfare, whatever species you're interested in. It's always important to take a pause when suggestions are placed in front of the committee, that if I measure A, how is that going to be improving the welfare of the animal? Because sometimes more is not better. Sometimes less refined and more focused measures, which are objective in nature, can really help you understand how the animal is doing and coping with the environment that you have provided to them. So on the next slide, I'm going to show you what I mean by one of those less is more examples. Next slide, please. So in the United States, in the Pork Quality Assurance Program, or the PQA Plus program, we measure body condition score. They use a 1 through 5 scale, with 1, as you can see here, being extremely thin, where her scapulars and the spine and the tailbone and the ribs are very prominent on these animals. And this is the animal that we are most concerned about and that we count when we go out to do our assessments. And then, of course, it goes up the scale to a 3 ideal, and a 5 on the opposite end is an obese animal. We do collect body condition score, but in turn, that is answering several other underlying questions related to the welfare of that pig. So, for example, by looking at their body condition score, that's also giving us an indication on the feed quantity as well as the quality of the diet. Conversely, the water quality and quantity is also being flagged. If he or she is housed in a group, it gives us an understanding of how the animal is able to compete or not compete around those key and critical resources of food. And it also gives us an understanding of the general overall health of that individual animal. So that body condition score is also known as a CCP, or a critical control point. So by measuring that one item, in turn, you can become like Sherlock Holmes, and you can start thinking about, well, this also answers several other underlying questions. So if I do find a sow with a body condition score of 1, I am then going to start digging into some of these sub-questions to find out what might be going on the farm. Next slide, please. So on this slide are 2 columns. The first one is called resource-based measurements, and the second column is called animal-based measurements. And in a well-rounded and complete assessment program, you will be able to find both RBMs as well as ABMs in that educational booklet and in the assessment tool itself. The ones listed on here are the ones which are found in the PQA manual in the United States. So on the resource-based measures, these would be things such as how often we would look at the animals and our training techniques, as well as the environment around the animal. And I'll dig into standard operating procedures and records here in a moment. Whereas on the animal-based measures, obviously, it's the things to do with the individual or group animals as a whole. We will look at the access to those resources. We will consider a variety of items that could be provide discomfort or pain to the animal, such as injuries or lameness. We've talked about body condition score, and we're very in tune with 2 items that can move into a critical fail in the third-party audit. And those items are around willful acts of abuse, or WAAs. So in the program, there is a list that we've challenged producers to come up with about what do they consider as unacceptable welfare towards a pig on the farm. And they have provided that list to us, and it's quite extensive. So, for example, not dragging a conscious pig. That is absolutely a no-no. If anyone sees that, then the farm would, of course, fail. The other area related to animal-based measures that's received a lot of attention is related to euthanasia. So making sure that animals that do need to be euthanized are identified and are euthanized in a timely manner using approved American Veterinary Medical Association methodologies, that someone stays with that animal at all times, and that they confirm insensibility and death when safe to do so. Next slide, please. So this is fleshing out the standard operating procedures. And of course, these SOPs are going to be very much reliant on the type of livestock system that you are overseeing and running. But some of the ones that will sort of cut across, whether it be an indoor and outdoor situation or system, would be, of course, procedures and processes related to feeding and watering, how often you feed and water those animals, how often you're checking from the maintenance standpoint, making sure that they are receiving adequate amounts of feed and water. Related to daily observations, big expectation is that every pig every day will be observed at least once, preferably more often. Items related to caretaker training is a really big focus here in the US. So caretakers who have particular jobs will make sure that they have all of the required training that will help them perform well in their job, and in turn provide excellent welfare back to those pigs. If you're on an end farm or a finishing farm, maybe processing isn't going to be part of the SOP, but if you are on a sow farm, then of course neonate processing would be an SOP that we would expect to see. Next slide, please. With records, that you can get quite deep in the records, and this was something we really had a lot of discussion on in the US, because we wanted to make our assessment and audit tool far more animal focused than more paper pushing. But saying that, you can still see there's quite a lot of records that still made its way into the program. So VCPR is the veterinary client-patient relationship. So making sure that there is documentation that a veterinarian is available and also knows the animal's health. So this doesn't mean that there is a vet name on a piece of paper, but the vet has not been to the farm in 2 years. That would not be considered a VCPR. There has to be a prescription or an internal assessment or a site visit or something to that nature to say this veterinarian has been on this farm site at least within the last 12 months, preferably more frequently than that. We also have information on the details that would need to go into medication and treatment records, and these are dictated by our FDA, or our Food and Drugs Administration here in the US. So that tells them the details that need to be kept. So the drug name and the route and the who did it and the withdrawal times. Those are some examples that have to go in. And then for many of these records, the framework has also provided amount of time that we will go back and look at these records. So daily observations, medication and treatment records from the day of the assessment and going back, we look at 12 months of that record, of those record keeping. And you can see some other things on here, such as we would look for that euthanasia plan. We would make sure that there's a animal welfare policy in place that people have read and signed and agreed to, as well as maintenance records related to euthanasia equipment. Next slide, please. I think from our experience here in the US, it's really nice to have a balance of both RBMs as well as ABMs, because again, that can give you a more complete oversight of how the animal is doing on the farm on that particular day that you are doing the assessment. So the caretaker will be doing their daily observations and their daily checks. As they are walking through in the morning, they'll be checking the feed and waters, they'll be looking at the environment, and they'll also be looking at the pigs themselves. And so a very easy one for us is as we're walking through, let's take the environmental aspect inside a barn. And I use the Goldilocks concept, either too hot, too cold, or just about right. So if we see piglets or nursery pigs that are very tight and piled up on each other, then that would give me an indication to get my thermal gun out and to get a micro temperature at that pen level. I would then be wanting to check that against the room settings, and then I would be wanting to maybe work on my fans, my heaters, my baffles, or whatever I need to in that room space to make sure that the optimum range for that pig is being taken care of. So it's a combination of looking at the animals and then also inspecting the room temperature, putting those two things together, going back to what the recommendations are that the industry is telling me, and adjusting that room accordingly. And so this assessment program then is going to be able to capture all of those items for you as you walk through. Next slide, please. Once you've identified your measures, whether they be resource and or animal based, you really do need to, as a committee, spend enormous amounts of time working on definitions and making sure that they are as clean as possible, and that when you are getting ready to train people to go out to do the assessments, that you do not get that subjectivity and variation in collecting the measures. Otherwise, the data you're trying to collect is pretty meaningless. So this is an example for us, is if we are interested in collecting information on lameness. Here is the definition, observing their ability to bear weight. We then provide a table, which is on a 0 through 4 scale, with definitions related to that. So a 0 is a very comfortable, sound, okay animal. And the 4 in our case would be the one that we would be looking for, where a pig is non-weight bearing on one or more of an affected limb. So again, spending time identifying your measures and then spending time fleshing out what they mean and how to define them will take time and will cause some disagreement, but it's a very, very important step for a robust assessment program. Next slide, please. So the next thing is, once you've got your measures identified, you now then need to think about prevalence levels. Next slide, please. And what I mean by prevalence levels can be noted here. And so again, we're using lameness again as an example. So the question 59 is, when you're out looking at the animals, how many do you find that are in a severe lameness? But the next step after that is you need to set an appropriate benchmark. So what is acceptable and what is not acceptable? And this was a really, really tricky part for the US to be able to figure this out, because at the time, 20 plus years ago, when this was put together, we trolled through the scientific literature to try and find lameness levels and the amounts of lameness, and it was very, very varied as we were going across the world. Plus, globally, pigs are kept in such different types of housing systems compared to the US. So we did look at the scientific literature, but we actually relied far more on data from the industry. And now that we are collecting lots and lots of data on a yearly basis, we will keep going back to that data set when we go through our cycles to see, is our prevalence level too high and or too low, with the intent that you always want to be chipping away at this and showing improvement over time. So for severe lameness, 2% of the pigs is considered to be the prevalence level. And then we always have follow-up questions on, and what are you, the caretaker, doing about said issue as it relates to animal welfare? Next slide, please. Stepping into the sixth part, and almost through all the parts now, is the sample size. So let's get into the next slide, please. This is actually being looked at right now through a research project in the United States, because the table that you are seeing here is currently in the PQA program. And you can see that as the size, the number of animals on site increases, the number of animals to assess it alters accordingly, but it's not a one-to-one ratio. But this was actually based on epidemiology, because that's all we had at the time. And so now there is a research project looking at the animal-based measures and trying to figure out if this sample size is indeed correct. But that would be a tool that you would have to also think through as you are putting together your assessment programs. You also have to think about, how do you sample? So ideally, any room that has a live animal in should be looked at. And we look at hospital or treatment pens, but we do not include them in the main count. And we really look at those treatment pens more so from a timely euthanasia section. It's very important, as you are working on your sample size, to apply it across your farm so that you get a representative viewpoint of what is going on the farm. So for example, if you went into your breeding barn and you only looked at 10 animals in that room, and they had all just been weaned, you may get a disproportionate amount of skinny or body condition score 1 sows, because they have just literally come out of lactation. Ideally, you would have looked at 3 recently weaned, 3 halfway through breeding, and 3 which are about to load up into gestation, so that you get the full gamut of what's going on in your breeding barn. Next slide, please. The next step we have to think about is deployment. So we've built the assessment program, we've got it all in place, and now we need to roll it out. Next slide, please. So in the US, we have built this kind of tiered system where the National Pork Board will bring us trainers in every 3 years to train on the new program. These state trainers are typically associated with the academic institutions at the state level. Those trainers will then hold workshops throughout the 3 years, and individuals that meet qualifications to become an advisor will come to the workshop and will spend between 6 to 8 hours being trained up on the program. Will sit an exam, and then if they pass that, they are then deployed out to work with the producers to give them their certification, as well as to perform the site assessments as well. Next step, please. And so let's just finish up now with some of the structure and things to think on, as well as the steps for the assessment itself, and then we will conclude the talk. Next slide, please. So as you think through your assessment, some questions or thoughts to also put on the table is, how often should the site assessment be done? It only has to be done every 3 years in the United States to be in the data set. But in the program, we tell our advisors and our producers that sow farms have to be internally audited 4 times a year, and the non-breeding side has to be done 2 times a year at a minimum. More often is encouraged. You also have to think about the supporting tools that one needs to create in order to be able to support this program. So are you going to create a web page or podcasts, training videos, and what kind of educational materials do you need for your producers to clearly understand those expectations? How are you going to communicate this new program out so that people don't see it as a gotcha or of a concern, but rather as a supportive tool to keep helping them with their production practices and improve the welfare of the animals on site? And then also, how often are you going to relook at the program and revise it with the new scientific information that is continuing to come out? Next slide, please. In the US, we have 3 steps as we go through the site assessment. The first one is the getting ready. So this is where we will talk to the producer about biosecurity information, preparing their records, figuring out a date and time to come on, and all of that very important items. We also will identify the date and time to be able to conduct the assessment. As a rule of thumb, a typical sow farm here will take between 4 to 6 hours to complete, and a wean to finish farm will take between 2 to 4 hours to complete. So it does take a significant amount of time in someone's day to drive to the farm, conduct the assessment, and then wrap that up. And the final step is also the completion, where the report will be written, the data will be anonymously entered into the National Pork Board's database, and a site assessment certificate will be duly completed and then sent back to the producers so that they have that on site. Next slide, please. So just to wrap up this morning, if anybody would like to dig into this in a little bit more, there are certainly free items here in the US that you are very welcome to download. I have just listed several of them here, broilers, hens, dairy, as well as the beef side, and of course the PQA side as well. And many of them are quite similar in some of those animal-based measures and resource-based measures that I previously mentioned. But those materials are available for you to peruse and take a deeper dive in if you are interested in this space. Next slide, please. And so with that, I thank you all very, very much for your attention today. Sorry I couldn't be with you in person. I'm busy with teaching this semester, but I do hope you are enjoying the meeting, and I will certainly be willing to take any questions from the audience at this time. Thank you very much.
Actually, rather than continuing, so thanks very much for that overview of the steps for conducting a welfare assessment. So in our next section, we move on to 3 shorter talks, all from postgraduate students reporting on their master's research. So our first speaker is Gary Summerfield. Gary is a master's student at the University of Pretoria, but he comes from an engineering and computer engineering background. So he has interests in computer engineering, machine learning, sensor networks, smart farming, which I think is the way things are going. So really looking forward to hearing your talk and your work automating dairy cattle, gait and body condition scoring.
Can I present it? Right. Hello, my name is Gary Summerfield, and as suggested, yes, I am a computer engineer, and no, you haven't suddenly teleported to some other workshop or conference. You are still at ISAE. Don't worry, I won't bite most of the time. All right, so as the title suggests, engineering is becoming fairly prevalent in the world of agriculture. And so today I want to just discuss why engineers are so crucial to the world of agriculture, and then dive a little deeper into why automated animal health monitoring is so important, eventually talking about the projects that I've been involved in, such as automated lameness scoring, as well as automated body condition scoring, and then just finishing off with a few mentions of certain innovations that have come about and why engineers are so heavily involved. So just to begin, engineers in agriculture. As you might imagine, there's a fair number of sectors in the world of agriculture, and engineers are involved in just about every single one of them. Crop production, for example, you have the world of precision agriculture, so that's tractors, for example, that are guided via GPS, and these things basically do all the farming for you. It's fairly impressive. You even have drones flying through orchards with very sophisticated camera technology, taking photos of the fruit as they fly by, and they can identify disease fairly early on, bringing about a huge amount of automation and data gathering. In the world of animal production, you have animal monitoring, and you also have the monitoring of living conditions, the environments that the animals live in. So that's also fairly important. In dairy farming, you have automated milking machines these days. You also have what I'm going to be talking about, the automated health assessments. Horticulture, in case you don't know what that is, it's basically glorified greenhouses. And engineers absolutely love these things because of the amount of data you can gather and the amount of control you have from things like the automated watering, controlling the temperature, the humidity, the lighting conditions, gathering data like the pH of the soil. Engineers absolutely love these things. Game ranging is something that's quite close to our hearts here in South Africa, especially with the poaching situation. So engineers are quite useful since we create drones that bomb people on the other sides of the world. Why not use that for good and actually catch criminals, catch poachers? You can also use it for things like animal census and looking at migration patterns and things like that. And in the world of forestry, they're using microphones placed in forests to ensure no illegal deforestation takes place. So pretty impressive stuff. Now, focusing on the world of automated dairy cow health monitoring, there's several key aspects here. You've got things like automated lameness detection, automated body condition scoring, automated udder and teat monitoring, behavioral analysis, and obviously milk management, which is the end product here that we're focused on, so it makes sense to put a lot of effort there. So what I'm going to be presenting here is actually a project that we've been working on with Prof. Esti and the Animal Science Department at the University of Pretoria in collaboration with us at the Department of Electronic, Electrical and Computer Engineering, also at the University of Pretoria. And this specific project, the automated lameness detection, actually comes from one of my colleagues who's doing the research in this field. And you might be wondering, why on earth would you want to automate lameness detection? Why does that make sense? If you see a cow is limping, you do something about it, there we are, what there to detect. And there's actually a fair good few reasons as to why you'd want to automate this. Number one is early detection. Which saves cost in vet bills and saves time for the farmer, ensuring that everything runs smoothly. And obviously, the thing that we're all here for is improved animal welfare. No one wants to see the animals suffer, and if you can pick up that there's something wrong sooner than what we as humans can pick it up, that's obviously fairly beneficial. Next, you have consistency. So this reduces human error. We as humans, we make mistakes. We're not perfect. If we see a cow's limping the one day and the next day we just forget about it and we can't remember which cow it is, what does that help? Systems like this, they help identify a problem cow, and you can tag them exactly and know which one is the problem cow. Frequent monitoring. These systems are usually placed at the exit of dairy parlors, and so they see the cows as often as the cows get milked, which is 2 to 3 times a day. That is far, far more than any farm worker or any farmer or vet will ever see all of these cows, so it's definitely quite beneficial. Like I mentioned, this is fairly labor and time saving. Data analysis. If you suddenly see that a specific cow shows lameness more and more often, you know that there's something going on. You can investigate this further. If you see that your herd all of a sudden shows an increase in lameness, then you know that there could be something there that you need to investigate further. And then finally, disease control. So there are several methods used for performing automated lameness detection, and one of the common approaches is the back arch curve fitting method. So it's generally known that a cow that isn't as lame or doesn't have lameness at all has more of a horizontal back versus one that shows signs of lameness has more of a curved back. If you can pick up on this curvature, it allows you to predict the lameness. Another method is head movement tracking. Certain cows, more specifically lame cows, they show a certain pattern with lameness in terms of their head movement. And if they aren't as lame or not lame at all, then they show a different pattern. So if you're able to capture this data and identify the certain patterns, then you can classify this. Finally, you have gait measurement, which what my colleague here does is he looks at tracking the movement of the hooves across the video frame. and according to this, you can identify patterns and frequencies of the hoof movement to identify lameness. And his project overall brings about brings all of this stuff together, leading to an improvement in automated lameness detection. Next, we move on to the section that I've been working on, which is automated body condition scoring. So, as most of you would know, body condition scoring effectively involves assessing the amount of subcutaneous fat found in a cow, and generally the body regions used here are located near the rear of the cow. Once again, you might be wondering, why on earth do we do this? Why should we automate this? We already have vets and technicians who do this for us. Why are we going to invest in expensive technology to do this? And there are several reasons. Number one is time saving for farmers and for vets. If you have automated systems, the farmers and the vets don't have to get involved in this, and all of a sudden you have a lot more time that you can spend on more critical things. Consistency and objectivity. Body condition scoring is a very subjective matter, and bringing in machines to do this suddenly makes it a very objective matter and allows for extra consistency. Early detection of potential issues. If all of a sudden a cow stops eating, if you do body condition scoring once a week, once every 2 weeks, you're never going to pick this up in time. If you have a system that does this automatically 2 or 3 times a day, you're going to pick up on that very, very quickly. That goes hand in hand with the frequency. Obviously, you can also have huge data-driven decisions that you can make here. If you see that something isn't working with your feed, then all of a sudden you can just decide, okay, let's change the feed, let's see how that works. A week later, you can try something else. So you can take all of this data that you're gathering and make huge decisions with it. So this is quite fun. When creating this system, we decided let's first create a little bit of a model just to see if this will work. And that's what you can see there on the left. And then on the right is the end result, what was actually built. The system was made of aluminium, just holds a bunch of 3D cameras, and it fits over a crush. So what our system does is it uses these 3D cameras, which effectively, instead of recording color like a normal camera would, it records distance from the camera. So each pixel represents the distance from the camera in millimeters. And our research specifically focuses on the idea that introducing 3 cameras instead of using 1 camera increases the accuracy. Most commercial systems out there and most research focuses on just utilizing the top camera, and we kind of thought, but why not use more cameras and get that rear view of the cow from different perspectives. So that's exactly what we did, and this just shows sort of what the data looks like after processing it. Here's the rear view camera. As you can see a good amount of detail. This is the view that is used by most approaches. This just quickly goes over our results. I'm not going to spend too much time here, but effectively what it shows is that, in fact, introducing more cameras does improve the accuracy of this body condition scoring approach. And we recently got the paper accepted on this, so if you want to read up on that, there you go. You can go and find that. So our research has several goals. Our project is still not complete. We've only finished the first phase. Essentially, that was the first point, increasing the accuracy of the automated body condition scoring. We also hope that this research influences future commercial automated BCS system designs, in the sense that now manufacturers will see 3 cameras does improve the accuracy, therefore they can maybe start following suit and introduce multiple camera systems into farms. Another cool part about this is with our research, we focused on ensuring that the machine learning algorithms can run on very small computers. Instead of running them on massive desktops or servers somewhere off-site, these things can run on-site right there next to the cow on a small little computer. What this does is it actually makes it mobile. So if you really wanted to, you could take a system like this that's been trained, take it to a small-scale farm or to rural farms, and perform automated body condition scoring there. All right, and the next phase of our research is to increase the automated body condition scoring consistency. So something that farmers are fairly interested in is ensuring that the systems are consistent. It doesn't help that the system scores a 3.5 yesterday, 3 today, and a 3.5 tomorrow again. It needs to be fairly consistent. And with all of this data gathering, eventually you can perform quite a good amount of analysis to determine the genetic traits of certain cows. Finally, just quickly finishing off here, I'm just going to quickly cover a few small innovations and areas that engineers are already involved in. One of them being breeding and heat prediction, so determining when an animal is in heat using thermal imaging cameras. Behavior analysis through video, ankle monitoring, and smart collars, so using sensors to determine if an animal is lying down or if they're shaking their head a lot or anything like that. You can pick up on problematic signs very early on. Automated ventilation and lighting in the poultry industry, that's a fairly prevalent one that's been there quite a while. You even get things like automated egg grading, identifying live embryos, controlling incubation conditions, predicting hatching probability. The point I'm trying to make is engineers are involved in the smallest nitty-gritty portions of agriculture already. So if there's anything that I want you to take away from this presentation is go back, do research, but get engineers involved because you'll be shocked with what we can do. Cool.
Great, thanks very much. Quick plug for engineering there as well, so always good. Okay, we're now going to move on to a presentation from another master's student here at the University of Pretoria. That's Timothy Chilemba. Timothy is originally from Malawi, but has been working here on a project, an MSc project, looking at behavioral methods of assessing behavior in laying hens on commercial farms here in South Africa.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So this afternoon, I'll be sharing with you some of the interesting findings we found in a study that was conducted here at the University of Pretoria under the supervision of Prof. Costa and Dr. Nkukwana. So I'm sure by the end of my presentation, we'll be able to link how production, welfare, and behavior link. But just to give you a small background, we can all agree that currently the commercial industry for the egg production, we can see that most of the farmers are striving to keep a lot of chickens in a small area just to have more eggs, and also because the land is limited. But this poses a very big disadvantage because we can all agree that if you keep so many chickens in a small place, it will make the chickens to be more stressful, there will be congestion, and it will be easy for disease to spread around the house. And we can also agree that if a chicken is in a poor environment, the production will basically be poor. This is in terms of the egg production or the meat quality. Although most of the farmers in the world, in particular in South Africa, are striving for good husbandry practices, it is very difficult to define what the actual good welfare practices that they should do. And again, it is very difficult to record, assuming you're on a farm, which welfare traits one should be considering. Therefore, we can also say that currently, when it comes to layers, there is no evidence that non-cage systems, which might be the flow system, is superior to cage systems, in this case, conventional cages or enriched cages. Most of the speakers here have stressed a lot that for a chicken to have good welfare, at least all the 5 freedoms should be met. And this is also very specific for layers, because in a layer house, the chickens are supposed to at least have minimal or have access to all these freedoms. And for South Africa, when it comes to layers welfare, there are some organizations that are trying to advocate for chickens to be moved from the current conventional cage stocking density, which is like 450 centimeters squared per hen. And there are also other retailers or consumers who are currently saying they would prefer to have eggs from chickens that are raised in a flow system as opposed to conventional cages. So with this background, we therefore came up with a study that aimed to evaluate the behaviors or the welfare parameters in a flow system, and we aimed to make reference for advancement of birds' welfare, more specifically for the chickens that are kept on the flow system. And basically what we're looking at are the behaviors of chickens, the behaviors, the production parameters, and we tried to link this, and we did this through human and video observations. So just to give you a little bit insight of what was happening, this study was conducted in Mpumalanga on one of the rose grow farms. So they have like 20 layer houses, and in each house, maybe it houses around 8,000 chickens. So we took one house where we demarcated a section of 57 meters by 2.5 meters and 1.4 meters. This therefore gave the chickens a stocking density of about 12 beds per meter squared. And in this section, we made sure that the chickens have like nipples, and the total number of nipples that were available were 50. And we also provided them with nesting boxes, perches. And in this same house, we put cameras all over the four corners. And also there were individuals who were observing the different behaviors that chickens usually execute. So to be more specific, the behaviors that we mostly looked at were dust bathing. So I'm sure we all know what dust bathing is, when a chicken is on the litter inside the chicken house, and then it's flapping its wings and it's turning around. And this was only done between 11:30 to 3 in the afternoon. This is because chickens have a systematic way of dust bathing. Most studies have revealed that chickens would only dust bath mostly between this time. The other behavior that we looked at was perching, which is when a chicken jumps to a structure that's provided. Mostly farmers provide perching structures so that the chickens maybe can seek solace or refuge, or maybe just for them to stretch up. The other behavior that we tried to monitor was pecking. So whenever we saw a chicken that was being pecked at, we recorded it like as an event has been done. So yeah, I forgot to also mention that in this house, we had 500 chickens. From these 500, we only took 48 chickens that we used tags, and we were only monitoring these chickens. So by pecking, I mean those chickens that were tagged, if we saw it being attacked by another chicken, then we called that as a further pecking event. The other behavior was nesting. So whenever we saw a chicken rushing into the nesting structures we provided, we took that as a nesting behavior, regardless of whatever it was doing inside. Yeah, because we do believe that, for example, if a chicken goes inside nesting box and it spends relatively 3 or 4 minutes, probably there are chances that it's going to lay an egg. And the last behavior that we look at, and which also most of the people are trying to advocate for, is the outdoor visitation. So most of the chicken houses for free-range systems, they are usually provided with an outdoor area so that maybe the chicken can have access to grass or the sun. And most farmers, they do this, sometimes not, but in this study we did provide that, and we wanted to see if this at all has an impact on the production or the welfare. And the other interesting thing that we tried to look at was the mud bowl. So I'm sure this is a new term, but basically in a chicken house where there's litter and there is soil. If the chickens are drinking water, most of the times it spews on the ground, and this creates mud, such that if chickens are going to drink water and they step on this mud, it creates these ball-like structures. Yeah, most of the times it's usually underlooked because, sometimes it can be small or bigger. But this is a management practice that farmers need to at least pay attention to, because we'll see in this study that it has some implications on the welfare of the chickens. And what we did under this mud ball observation was to categorize it into 3. So basically, at the end of the study, which was 8 weeks, we tried to see if any chicken had those mud balls on its toes. And if we found that the chicken has a mud ball that ranges between 1 to 2 centimeters, we gave that a score of 1. And if the mud ball was between the size of 2 and 3 centimeters, we gave that a score of 2. And lastly, if the mud ball exceeded 3 centimeters, we gave that as a 3. The picture you're seeing there, that mud ball was 3 centimeters in length. So, like I mentioned in the beginning, we were trying to also take into consideration the production parameters, which in this case was the egg production. And every day when this study was conducted, we collected eggs between 9 and 10. And also we recorded we recorded the body weight at the beginning, middle, and start of the study so as to help us categorize the behavior and the welfare parameters. So the picture you see there, I think that's one of the nesting boxes that was provided. And as you can see, the chickens which are trying to get in and get out. And also, like I mentioned in the beginning, that there were video recordings that were taken, and also humans that were trying to study and see these behaviors. And by the end of the study period, we tried to correlate to see if there were any gaps between the data that was collected by human observations or video recordings. So basically what I would like to bring to your attention this afternoon is that, as you can see from the results that we found, from those 48 chickens, 79.2% of the chickens showed or executed dust bathing behaviors, which tells us that indeed chickens would love to express these behaviors. And again, visiting the outdoor area, 91% of the chickens went out. And this also just tells us that indeed it's important to take into account these small things for the poultry house. And also we noticed that there was indeed feather pecking, and also we saw the chickens running on the perching structures. And also, in as much as we do provide nesting boxes for enriched cages or floor systems, but we can also say that chickens would love to lay eggs in a place that's maybe enclosed or has cover. So about the mud balls that I was talking about, it is interesting to note that by the end of the 8 weeks, at the beginning, all the chickens, they didn't have any mud balls, but after 8 weeks, 41.6% of the chickens had mud balls, like the ones you see below, that were over 3 centimeters long. This means that if much attention is not given inside, in one way or the other, the chickens might directly have these. So here's where I'll mostly center my presentation on, because like I said, we try to link the 5 behaviors and the production parameters. So we did a Spearman's rank correlation, where we're trying to see if there were any significant correlation or association between the behaviors and the production parameters. So on top there, you see the 5 behaviors, and the same on our left. but I've only put the ones that were very significant because the associations were either positively or negatively associated. But I've only put those that were significantly associated. So I'll start with patching. So in this study, we noticed that, as you can see here, we noticed that the more the chickens were pecked at, the more they ran at the patching structures, which tells us that if you provide patching structures in a chicken house, it will more or less provide a solace area for the chickens who are being patched at to run. The second one was dust buffing. So we saw that the chickens that had larger mud balls dust bathed less. And we can all think that the way you saw those balls on the toes of the chicken, because dust bathing is when the chicken tries to flip around the soil with its toes. So if the mud balls are long or bigger, the chickens are more likely to not dust bath. And this is what the study also showed. And then when we came to the nesting behavior, we noticed that most of the chickens which were on the patching structures spent less time in the nesting boxes. So first of all, we are seeing that the chickens which are being pecked more, they are running to the patching structures, which indirectly would also mean that the chickens which are on the patching structures are running away from the other chickens and they are less likely to go and lay eggs. And this can be an indicator for the farmer if you are seeing that in your house the chickens are not laying much eggs. And the other interesting behavior was the nesting behavior and the body weight. So we saw that the more the chickens were in the nesting boxes, the more they gained weight. And like I said, chickens which are being pecked, they are going on the patching structures, they're not laying eggs. So all of these behaviors were more or less like linked. And this is just a summary of what I said, that for the positive and negative associations we saw, we can conclude that in one way or the other, poor welfare was automatically affecting the behavior of the chickens and indirectly also affecting the behavior. And again, for feather pecking, we saw that the more the chickens were being pecked at, the less they were seen in the nesting boxes and the less they laid eggs. So I think from whatever I've explained this afternoon, we can agree that from this study, it is evident that poultry behavior, welfare, and production can be linked, because we saw that the more the chickens went outside the houses and the more the chickens were expressing the nesting behavior, this was because there was good welfare parameters. And again, from this study, we can also conclude that feather pecking can be reduced if the chickens are given access to the outdoor area, and again, if the chickens have provided with patching structures, because those served like solace places. And then also, if we provide chickens with the best welfare, like making sure that there's little hindrances, for example, removing the mud balls on time, putting nesting boxes, putting patches, we can conclude also that this indirectly would make the welfare to be better. And from the same study, we can also say that it is important that poultry farmers, more especially those that are keeping chickens on the floor, should make sure that all the dump places should be dry to avoid the formulation of balls, which has an impact on the behavior and the welfare of the chickens. And again, like my other colleagues have explained about the need perhaps to develop softwares and softwares that can quickly analyze these behaviors and anything that's going wrong inside the chicken house, so that perhaps proper decisions are made on which areas one should change. And yeah, this is the end of my presentation. I hope you have answers to some of the questions.
Great. Thank you very much for, I know, a lot of work to collect all that behavioural data. So interesting to see what's going on in the chicken houses. So we come now to our last presentation in this section. So I think Lisa Erasmus is probably quite well known to everybody from her organisation of... emailed all of us several times, dealt with all our problems. So thank you for that. But today... in this session, she's going to talk about her MSc project. So Lisa also has an interesting background, and perhaps one that we don't often see in these meetings, as she started out by getting a degree in music before moving to animal science. And I think that probably explains some of the work that she's going to present to us in this project, although she has completed her master's and is currently working on her PhD, but she's going back to looking at music and its role in animal welfare. Lisa.
Good afternoon, everyone. So as you've heard throughout the course of the day, the whole world is taking a sharp turn towards the improvement of welfare, and dairy cows are no exception. Dairy cows are currently regarded as the second greatest welfare problem due to production practices which cause discomfort and pain. Dairy cow welfare directly impacts their physiology, longevity, fertility, and productivity. Involuntary culling of cows normally occurs when welfare and cow comfort are neglected, causing increased incidences of claw disorders, lameness, and mastitis. So a stressor in dairy production is normally defined as a threat to the homeostasis of the animal. And this can be anything from a loud aversive sound to weather conditions, illness and injury, and even hunger and malnutrition. As a result, identifying and alleviating the possible stress that dairy cows are experiencing has become a focal point of the dairy industry. The use of non-invasive biomarkers have become preferred, such as measuring fecal glucocorticoid metabolite concentrations. Armed with this knowledge, we went out to examine the effect of auditory stimuli as a form of environmental enrichment on the activity levels, milk yield, and stress-related fecal glucocorticoid metabolite concentrations in a Holstein herd. Now, I know what you're thinking. Auditory stimuli? Really? But let me tell you, environmental enrichment can be a simple solution, but it has to be said that environmental enrichment cannot replace good production practices. You cannot expect an environmental enrichment to make up for the fact that you are not feeding the animals. But as the term says, environmental enrichment implies the addition to the animal's environment to the benefit of the animal. 5 different categories of environmental enrichment exist, namely physical, social, occupational, nutritional, and then sensory enrichment, of which auditory stimuli is simply a form of it. So auditory stimuli is rarely applied, and that is actually a shame because cows have excellent hearing, ranging from 23 Hz to 35 kHz, which is nearly double the frequency range of humans. This means that they can easily hear low and high frequency sounds that are often inaudible to humans. It's interesting to note that all animals, including cows, hear best in the frequency range where they themselves produce sound. Because cows bellow in a lower register, a lot of compositions featuring the cello were selected. Other parameters include tempo, which we kept under 100 beats per minute, as well as volume, which was kept under 75 decibels because of the sensitive hearing of cows. These specifications best fit works from the Baroque and the Classical period. And if you don't believe me, trust me. These periods include works of Bach, Mozart, Haydn, and early Beethoven. And these periods are best known for their long melodic phrases, the flowing lines, and subtle increases in volume, so no sudden dramatic change. 80 hours of classical music was compiled and placed on random shuffle in order to prevent any unintended conditioning. And as you can see here, 70 to 75 decibels is the equivalent of average office noise, so it's not disturbing or disrupting at all. We started this study by selecting 9 cows according to their fluid merit index. We selected 3 high, 3 average, and 3 low producing cows, and they were all divided into 3 groups. These 3 groups and then 3 treatments were established. Constant exposure to music, which were wherever they were, in the barn, in the milking parlor, everywhere. Limited exposure to music, which only occurred in the milking parlor, and no exposure. The 3 groups of cows and the 3 treatments allowed a 3x3 Latin square design, which exposed each group to each treatment. So during period 1, as you can see on the table, Group A experienced constant exposure to music, Group B limited exposure, and Group C no exposure. And then after 28 days, they moved on to the next treatment. We should note that moving cows between different camps, different unknown environments can be quite stressful for them. So we moved the sound system to them rather than them to the sound system. For constant exposure to music, we placed speakers in element-resistant covers and mounted them to the roof of the barn. These speaker systems were also designed with an alternating current, allowing the music to be switched from electricity to battery power to ensure uninterrupted exposure, even in the face of load shedding. 2 speakers were anchored to the feeding section of the cows due to the amount of time they spend in this area, and the remaining 2 speakers were angled towards the freestall area. These speakers were faded for reduced volume to ensure that no adjacent camp hears the music outside of their respected period. Limited exposure to music, as I said, only in the milking parlor, and we connected a JBL speaker to the height of the cow's ears, 1.2 meters away from them. This was according to Hefner and Hefner from 1988, who also did a little bit of music testing. And the same playlist that we provided during constant exposure was provided during limited exposure. The cows that are housed at the UP Future Africa experimental farms is milked 3 times a day. And during the milking session, the milk yield and activity levels of the cows are automatically recorded through the AfriFarm milking systems. In order to minimize external variables, the cows were held in similar conditions so that they face similar environmental challenges, noise pollution, and feeding schedules. Fecal samples were collected 3 times per week. 30 to 50 grams of fecal material was collected from a well-mixed dropping and placed into a small plastic tube, which was immediately placed in a cooler box and then stored at minus 20 degrees Celsius within 30 minutes, and they remained frozen until analysis and preparation at the Endocrine Research Lab of the University of Pretoria. Regression, analysis of variance, and analysis of covariance are all included into the general linear model. The treatments were the independent variables, whereas fecal glucocorticoid metabolites, milk yield, and activity levels were dependent variables. Cow age, lactation number, and production potential were all included as fixed effects. The PROC-GLM procedure was ran according to the formula shown on the screen, and the 2-key chroma test was used as a post-hoc test. So, what did we find? Significant changes in fecal glucocorticoid metabolite concentrations were observed. Compared to no exposure, cows that received constant exposure to music showed a decrease of 16.3% in their stress levels, as well as when exposed to limited exposure, they had a 2.1% increase. 2 of the 3 activity periods, or activity levels at least, showed statistically significant results. The first activity period, as you can see on the screen, showed a 3% decrease in mean activity level when the cows were constantly exposed and a 7.2% increase during limited exposure. The third activity period showed a 2.1% decrease in activity level during constant exposure and a 2.9% increase during limited exposure. and a significant increase in milk yield was observed for all 3 milking sessions. So during the morning milking sessions, cows showed a mean increase of 21.7% during limited exposure and an increase of 15.1% during constant exposure. Similar, the afternoon session, 13% increase during limited exposure, 12.4% increase during constant exposure, and the evening milking session, 22.9% increase during limited exposure and an 11.6% increase in milk yield during constant exposure to music. So how do we interpret these results? The decrease in the fecal glucocorticoid metabolite concentration shows us, or during limited exposure, they had a higher concentration. This tells us that they were stressed. They didn't like the exposure to the music in the milking parlor. And this can possibly be due to the fact that the milking machine is quite loud to start with, and now they're hearing the music on top of that. The activity levels that increased supports this as they portray the nervous behavior of the cows in the milking parlor. And even though the milk production may seem in contrast to these parameters, studies have found that increased stress levels causes an increased release of oxytocin, which is a faster milk letdown and increased milk production. But during constant exposure to music, we saw clear-cut results. Less stress levels, decreased activity levels, which means that they were more docile. They also had increased time resting and ruminating, which meant there was increased energy, which can be seen in the subsequent increase in milk production. So what does this mean? Fewer cows producing more milk means that we are using less resources. Less land is required and less water usage. Similarly, less stressed cows are less susceptible to illness and disease. They also have a higher curing rate. And also, healthier, happier cows are translated to the public as those that are living their best life. And this portrays a more positive image for the dairy production industry. So in conclusion, the health and welfare of dairy cows go hand in hand with efficient, sustainable production. The World Health Organization for Animal Health describes animal welfare as a human responsibility, which includes all aspects of animal life. This means that all of us, as animal scientists, as veterinarians, as engineers, as consumers, all have a part to play to ensure good welfare and sustainable production practices. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. I love the idea that we're going to be developing a playlist. Maybe you already have a playlist for dairy cows. That's fantastic. So that concludes our session on welfare assessment. So I think we are breaking for tea and coffee for half an hour, maybe? Is that right? Half an hour, yes. So back at 4 o'clock. Thanks.
Everybody for the last session. I have the privilege to introduce some of my colleagues, two of my colleagues, and the first one would be Professor Gareth Barth. He's been involved with the livestock industry for over 50 years. That's not too long, so there's another 50 to go. And he's made numerous contributions to health, productivity, welfare of livestock, as well as the viability and profitability of livestock farming. So please welcome Professor Barth.
But, you know, one of the things that you learn when you do teaching is that sensible repetition is important. You tell them what you're going to tell them, then you tell them, and then you tell them what you told them. That's what an American once said to me. The other thing is that I want to emphasize that my time in livestock welfare, which is around about 20, 25 years now, is that livestock welfare is not a destination. It's a journey. And if we can achieve improvements, it's better than saying, I want one giant leap to perfection, because perfection doesn't exist. We try our best for the animals. So, I hope that I press the right buttons here, you know. To me, it's quite a challenge to know how to turn a computer on. Okay, I was asked to talk about legislation. And I added on implementation because legislation is no good on its own. Just look at this list. Livestock welfare is not a newfangled thing in this country. All the entities that became the Union of South Africa in 1910 already had some legislation in place by 1900. And one went even back to 1856. It's been improved, and the latest one is quite a venerable law now. It's 50 years old, Animals Protection Act. Note the S, Animals Protection Act. So it's going to be improved, but I'm warning you, going through Parliament with all the green papers and the white papers and the bills and the amendments and so on, 10 years. That's what my best prediction is. And then the NSPCA Act, talk about that a bit later. Just because the first legislation, part of one of my little hobbies is veterinary history. But I get ideas and my wife does the work. So Anne found this. Anne found this in her searches. This is the very act. They were brief in those days. Look what Sir George Grey enacted then. It's not even 200 words long, but by our standards today, hopelessly inadequate. It was about physical beating and abuse of animals. But you've got to start somewhere. I think that's a message all over Africa and all over the world. Start improving. And even if it's not perfect, it's going in the right direction. Okay, other acts of parliament. We've got lots in this country. Vets here and others will recognize some of them. The Veterinary and Paraveterinary Professions Act is actually an updated one. The original one goes back to 1933. Stock Theft Act, how would that impinge? Because it lays down certain requirements which have to be carried out. And then the Animal Identification Act. It's in the law that in cattle, not you can, you must brand the animals with a skin mark. It's not satisfactory, but why we don't oppose it too much is when you see what happens to animals that have been stolen, Stock Theft Act, that is much worse than the pain of branding. That doesn't mean to say we approve of it. So we then have to be aware that all these acts are then have got the highest legislative impact. You can take people to court and you can accuse them of something and find them guilty, and they can get a fine. Okay, below that somewhat is our South African Bureau of Standards, sorry, which was mentioned earlier today. You might be saying, as I would say, why so few? They're not acts of parliament, but they are taken as evidence of correct or incorrect behaviour. The reason, my friends, is that the South African Bureau of Standards is based on a business model. And that business model assumes that you've got products to sell, and if you meet that standard, you can put the SABS stamp of approval on. Now, animal welfare doesn't work that way. And in South Africa, as in the rest of Africa, we've got small-scale communal farmers. They can't pay 500 rands for a 3-page document. So we've just had to bypass those in most of the industries and go for something else. Making people change their minds about welfare is a process, and you've got to have the ammunition. Ammunition, like this lot here where they're dipping sheep the old way, having to immerse the sheep. The vets will know that's for sheep scab. You've got to say to people, as has been said before today, the economics recommend it. For a long way, both animal welfare and the animal economics and production are positively correlated. They only part company at high levels. So the farmers should be happy, and so will the animals be. Most important is customers expect it. I don't know if Dewald is still here. He had to go somewhere else. We've got to realize that if we're talking about meat exports, we're talking about overseas customers. Now, Kathy and others will know about the looming expectations of livestock welfare equivalence, which is what the people in Europe are going to say, your standards, if you want to export meat and other products to us, must be equivalent to what we're doing. So this is a powerful reason to say to farmers and people in the livestock industry that you've got to get animal welfare embedded. And as we've heard also, the industries now, in order to protect the name and the value of their industry, have to say that they want it. They want these welfare parameters correctly addressed. Then there are a whole screen of documents. I've already mentioned the laws and the SABS standards. We'll come to some of the others later on. No one can say today that they didn't know. You remember in South Africa anyway, ignorance of the law is no excuse. We come to the morality and humanity that is mentioned, and as has been said before, in my experience, mainly with ruminant livestock, most farmers care about their animals. This business of accusing the industry because there are a few recalcitrant and nasty people is unfair. And finally, since most people have a form of religious conviction, we can appeal to higher authority and say that there is every major religion has got instructions to their followers that they must look after animals. So, you know, we've got powerful arguments there to say it's got to be done. Education and persuasion. Catch 'em young. Catch 'em young. And then the little girl or boy comes home and says, "Daddy, why are you doing that to the animal? That's cruel." Good. That's what we want to say to people so that they are then expecting animals to be properly treated. Society, the customs and the norms, you know, yes, they are important and you've got to accept the realities of today. But customs should not trap us in the past. Customs should be adapted as we develop. You know, if you think of what Europeans were doing 200 years ago, bull baiting, dog fighting, and well, dog fighting goes on in this country to today. We've got to say no. And yes, one thing I've learned in my little time of being in animal welfare is you've got to be prepared to be unpopular. But it is going in the right direction. Universities and colleges. There's a picture of the students at Onderstepoort, our veterinary faculty, being shown or making sure that they know how to catch an animal, set it up, maneuver it, all the correct things. Sometimes the students used to say to me, "Why are we learning this? We want to do operations and treatments." I said, because if you are on a farm, you've got to say, "I know, I can do it." And some of the guys then, years later, say, "Thank you, that was a good thing." So you've got the universities and the research organizations. I don't know about other countries, but in this country, I don't know of a single university or research organization that hasn't got an animal ethics committee. Not one. And those are not just patsies in internal people. There's some people from the outside in the animal welfare movements who ask very tricky questions. I don't know if you will agree with that, but challenge people, and that's what we want. But we are trying to get a consensus and not force people. Carrot, preferable to stick. As far as possible, get people in. And then we go to the livestock industries and make sure that they are all on board, which they virtually all are. Something hasn't been mentioned today, and I think it should be something that we emphasize more, and that is the behavioral repertoire, the so-called ethogram. Now, how you divide up animal behavior is fairly controversial. People do it in different ways. But to know that animals have got different behavioral patterns is vital if we want to make an impact on animal welfare. I'll just give you one example. You can do the most terrible things to a sheep and they will not bleat.
They're close cousins' goats. You just look at them and they start bleating. So, you can't judge then vocalization in the same way in those species. And a lot of animals, our farm animals, are actually prey type animals, and they try to hide away any defects. So it's difficult to see when they are sick. So you've got all these different behavioral systems working together, because aggression is part of that fight and flight reaction that we heard about earlier today. And these are all things that I think we should be educating and training people, farmers and others, on what is expected. You'll say, oh, but they've done this for years. Listen, even if they've been at it for years, they might be wrong. And often they are. And there's a turnover. I don't know what it is now, but at one stage we used to say between 10 and 20% of farms changed hands yearly. It's probably less today, but still there are always new people on the block, and they must be catered for. So now we have the livestock codes of best practice that you've heard of before. And look at that list. Those are the people who have come forward and said, these are the expectations, not only about livestock welfare, but also about other things, environment, the people, the workforce and so on. Those are all in those codes. But what hasn't been emphasized today is the real gold, the gold about these livestock industry codes, is they come from industry, not from some higher authority or the welfare people. These are what they say themselves. And that's an incredibly powerful way of getting people to move in a direction. Jeff King will mention the question of mulesing. And it was largely also an industry-run system of getting that out. There were a few people who didn't listen. Jeff and I was actually involved in a court case, one of the last people, and those sort of things spread like wildfire because the farmers say, do you know that so-and-so of this district was found guilty? And it's gone now. Now we can say that our clip is mules free. The good news is that most of these industries, unfortunately not all, but nearly all of them have got an assessment system, and we had a very nice talk from, was it Anna Johnston, about how to set that up. Because a declaration, which is what the code is not of real value unless you have outside evaluation. Now something about the organization which I've been part of for the best part of 20 years. It arose because of conflicts between welfare and the abattoir people and the red meat board on the shocking conditions that were experienced in our abattoirs. Truly shocking. And there was sniping from both sides and exposés in the Sunday newspapers and all that sort of thing. And luckily, they finally decided, let's work together instead of working at variation. And so it was established 1978, which is around about 45 years ago now, with financial and administrative support from the meat board. So it wasn't a government
institution. And we seek to have wide representation of the livestock industry in all its phases, from the geneticists through to the abattoirs, and to have representation from academia, from the professions, animal science, veterinary science, as well as the livestock industries, and you've just seen there's 8 of them, and then we've also got a representation from government. So we've tried to get everyone in, because one thing that is for sure is if you don't include those who are involved, they won't accept what you said. And this means that there are some hot debates. And this means that you don't always get consensus. But most of the time you do. And you've got to concentrate on getting it right where you can get things right, rather than where you don't get that consensus. After 30 years, it became completely independent entity. And it's unusual because now, I might be wrong, but as far as I know, it's the only entity internationally that's funded entirely by the livestock industries. Funded. But they sometimes get voted down. So I think that's a wonderful thing, that it's supported by the livestock industries. The major exception is poultry. They've preferred to go off on their own. So we've developed those natural standards, and then the statements and guidelines on welfare matters I'm coming to a bit later. So it's a process that we go through, but we try not to drag it out, from first discussion through until a decision we hope will be under a year. You've got to consult. You've got to allow people to talk through their problems without feeling judged. And we've got to aim eventually for people to make compromises. Another C that I could have put in there, compromise. That's not so easy, because you're not getting things your own way. But we believe you've got to compromise, and then you get consensus in most cases. And what I'll be talking about in a few moments is based on consensus from those members. I don't think I told you how many members we've got at the moment. 26 organizations. You don't have individual members, although there is provision for that in our constitution. But most of the people are representing an organization. They've got to be national, they've got to accept that it's animal welfare, and they've got to be prepared to abide by the Constitution, which means we work towards consensus. Okay, the legislation for enforcement is the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development at present. That is the legal framework within which we operate. But what's different in this country to most other countries is that enforcement and monitoring is done by NGOs. And in particular, the NSPCA, which has got its own legislative act of Parliament, 1962, and then LAWA, the Livestock Animal Welfare Association. 5 minutes, good, thank you. I'm coming to the end. This is just a couple of examples of what we're doing. There's 26 things that we do to farm livestock which are potentially painful. They don't all have, they don't apply to all things, all livestock species. Just for example, the tail docking
in dairy cows in this country is totally rejected. Tail docking in pigs, as we heard, is conditionally accepted. Tail docking in wool sheep is actually advocated in most areas. So it all depends on which livestock species you're talking about. So we have 10 tests for these procedures, the biggest one being justification. Is it justified either on there being no alternatives, or it's the very best that we can do, or it's required by law, or whatever. And then we go to all those. As far as I know, this is the only country that has a standardized way of looking at any potentially painful livestock procedure based on those 10 tests. And then that means that when we come to a decision, we can justify why we have done it. Okay, so another one that we're working on, it's not yet operation. We haven't talked too much about sales and auctions. We're working on this so that when people are looking at the biosecurity of sales yards, they also look at the welfare standards. And this just, our aim is not to punish people, but to convince them that they should be doing X, Y, and Z. And so that this doesn't carry any legal implication or weight, but it does help get people in the right direction. Okay, farm animals been dealt with. I've listened attentively to what's been said today, and we're still working on this one, but we need such a thing so that the livestock welfare of all farm animals can be properly assessed. Okay, we're coming to the end now. Although our many statements and guidelines are not legally binding, they do have normative value. For instance, nowhere in the world have we come across a country that lays down welfare standards for electroejaculation of ruminants, bulls and rams. And so we put that in so that we can say, you can't just go in there and experiment. This is the way to do it. Welfare issues comprising, first of all, a rejection of certain practices, like adult dehorning of cattle without an anesthetic, conditional acceptance of others, like short-term fasting of sheep before they're shorn so that they are more comfortable when they are shorn. It's not starvation, it's just short-term fasting. And guidelines for implementation of various things like electromobilization. We do not regard that as unacceptable, provided it's done right. And I'm going to just close by saying, well, there's the website. All the things that I've been talking about are on it. lwcc.org.za. If you just do LWCC, you might find yourself in America with a Living Word Christian Church. I'm done. Thank you.
And he will be talking about vaccination. Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and thanks to the organizers for the invitation. And I'm going to speak a little bit broadly about vaccination and livestock welfare. So not about any research results per se, but more broadly. So of course, thinking about vaccination, the obvious place where that will play a role is in terms of freedom from disease. That's why we vaccinate. But you'll see from this presentation that there might be another few applications of that as well. And it's not necessarily all good, because vaccinations are scary, and we learned that from the COVID pandemic. How scary vaccinations can be. Not only the physical vaccination itself, of course that is also scary to animals. And if you've worked as a veterinarian in practice, like myself, it's amazing how quickly animals learn that. Maybe we don't experience it as much with ruminants. Maybe they are a little bit stupider, or we don't understand them that well, but certainly try and go and vaccinate a horse or inject a horse that has seen a needle before. You've got to get very clever in hiding the needle behind your back, and even that doesn't work because the horse can see your posture like that. And of course, dogs and cats are no different. So why would our livestock be different? They're not really different. We put them in a crush, so they don't have a choice most of the time. This was from some other very scary Bond movie, in case you can remember. So the impact of vaccination on animal welfare could potentially have some positive and negative effects that have been described before. The first one, of course, prevention is better than cure. So if you think of diseases that are preventable by vaccination, or at least manageable to a large extent, that we don't get the same extent of disease occurrence, is much better to the welfare of the animals than trying to treat them or whatever else might happen to them afterwards. So that one, I think, is pretty obvious and straightforward. And it's been mentioned before in terms of castration or neutering procedures, that there are also now vaccines that can be used for that. So it can also be used as a replacement of potentially painful procedures. And some of those developments have happened in the last maybe couple of decades, with commercial products available on the market now that can be used, including wildlife, by the way. It's also used in elephant population management and so on very successfully, with vaccines that are developed against certain biological processes. And then also important, if we look at it a little bit more holistic in disease prevention, it can be offered as an alternative to slaughter-out policies in outbreak situations. And there we think of foot and mouth disease, for instance, and avian influenza as well. Now that's a difficult thing, that can of worms I'm opening, because these are controlled diseases with certain policies and SOPs in place. But it's something we have to work on from an animal welfare point of view. And certainly for foot and mouth disease in South Africa, with the strains of foot and mouth disease that we have here, it's something that we have to consider in future more. It's different to the foot and mouth disease that we see in Europe, where slaughter-out probably is still an option. But in South Africa, we've got to start moving away from that and look at vaccine management as an alternative. The reason why it has an impact, I mean, the animals are eventually going to be slaughtered either way. But the problem, and this is, I was working in the UK at the time of the foot and mouth outbreak there, and the impact of the policy on animal welfare is very unfortunate. Obviously not intended, but if you suddenly have a herd of 500 animals that are due to be slaughtered, but there's no one that can do the procedure correctly fast enough, that's when you start to see impacts on welfare. And the same would happen in a feedlot with foot and mouth disease, where your intention is to slaughter out, and you have
let's say, 50,000 head of animals in there. That becomes a problem. On the bad side, of course, unnecessary handling or painful events, we're trying to avoid that. So it's important that vaccine programs are designed correctly, that animals are vaccinated at the correct time and the correct combination of vaccines are given so that we are sure that they'll be effective, so that we don't do any of these procedures unnecessarily or at times that they are not effective. So vaccines obviously are designed to be used at certain ages and production stages of animals and so on, and must be adhered to. And then sometimes we see some unacceptable side effects when vaccines are not used correctly, and if we use dirty needles, for instance, we see abscess formation and so on. That's not what we wanted to see. And first of all, the vaccine is not going to be effective in a case like that. And obviously, it's impacting on the welfare of the animal as well. It could be much worse than that. I've experienced some Clostridial disease outbreaks that have been caused by vaccination. And I think Prof. Barth certainly has seen that many times, because it's actually more of a problem in small stock than in cattle, but I've seen that in cattle as well. So that's also unfortunate. So the protocols must be in place for a farm when using vaccines so that it's done correctly, that you don't get these unacceptable side effects that can include death as well. And then more subtle unintended consequences sometimes, that some of the live vaccines are designed to cause an inflammatory reaction in the animal. And those have actually been linked to poor welfare. I think one of the papers I cite at the bottom here has a bit more detail about that, if you want to go and read about it. And it's okay if it's done correctly and at the correct time, appropriately, that it has the correct effect. But if it's not done within a properly designed program, then those unintended consequences are actually not acceptable. And those of us that have been vaccinated for COVID, you may have experienced it with some of the vaccines as well. It's particularly an issue with live vaccines. So just a little bit of context about food security in this country. We have this nice map from BFAP that shows the poverty incidence, that shows where the incidence or the proportion of poor people live in the country. Mostly, you can see it's in all the rural areas, mostly in the rural areas. And that's important because often these people also have small households with livestock, and which means that they often don't have access to resources. We mentioned that already earlier today as well. On the other hand, we have the poverty distribution. So that's where most poor people live. Maybe the proportion of poor people is not highest, but that is where the numbers are. And the numbers are more in the cities, of course. And these people obviously need food. So we've got the production pressure on that side as well to make sure that we can produce sufficient food for our growing population. In this country, we've seen in the recent statistics how much our nation has grown in the past decade. So there's quite a big pressure on us. So this shows where households live, in particular in South Africa, with 5 to 20 cattle. That's now focusing specifically on cattle. And we can see, if we compare this map to this one, that there are certain areas with high proportion of poor people that also own small herds of cattle. And these are used quite effectively for subsistence farming. So those are really important for the livelihoods of those families. But they often don't have access to funding for vaccines, which is a problem. And that's why we have this problem in the country, where we have communal and small-scale farmers with much lower production levels than commercial farmers in the country. And that's something that we have to still work on
in future. And vaccines certainly play an important role with that. Not the only thing. There are many other factors as well, but certainly access to vaccines can make a difference. So this is from the Ruvasa website. If you're interested, you can go and look at ruvasa.co.za. That's the Ruminant Veterinary Association of South Africa that reports disease occurrence on a monthly basis with the help of Dr. Fafa Malan. And it's quite sad in a way to see how many preventable diseases are recorded by vets on a monthly basis. Things that are actually quite easily managed by vaccination. I just used one example here. Maybe it's not the best example because although there is a vaccine for anaplasmosis, it's not the only way of managing the disease, and it is a disease that tends to occur. But what is unique about this region, the SADC, is the diseases that we have here. The subtropical diseases that occur in our region, for which many we do have vaccines available that can be used to control, at least try and limit the diseases. And then in terms of vaccine availability, we've got live vaccines in South Africa only, in our IVS document, that are registered against 20 pathogens at least. I just counted them quickly. And then inactivated vaccines against 40 pathogens at least, registered by at least 8 companies. So you should think that vaccine access or access to vaccines should not be a problem in this country. And that's quite a wide range of vaccines that are registered. But unfortunately, availability remains challenging. And I put the Brucella S19 vaccine here as an example. This is one produced by Onderstepoort Biological Products, but in the meantime, there's another company that also produces this vaccine, strain 19. And it's a really important vaccine to protect our cattle herd against a zoonotic disease. Unfortunately, if you obtain the data from OBP until recently, when they were the only provider of this vaccine, and you go and calculate that against the population of cattle that we have in the country, and you do a little calculation based on estimates what you expect the number of heifers born should be in this country, how many of them end up in feedlots, so that in that case vaccination is not really that important. But for the ones that probably remain in a breeding herd somewhere, we probably vaccinate about 20% of our herd. And we know from vaccinology it's not going to work if you vaccinate 20% of the herd. So that there's no wonder that we are unable so far to control this disease in the country. So there's a lot more to be done. And then we have the debate between who's responsible in this case. Now, this is a state-controlled disease in South Africa, brucellosis, bovine brucellosis. And if we challenge the producers, OBP, with this problem that we don't have sufficient vaccine, they point the fingers back to the farmers and saying that farmers are not buying the vaccine. So we can't produce vaccine if that's not going to be sold, because we still have to be a profitable company. So that's still an issue that we need to meet with farmers and the producers to make sure that we actually reach what we're trying to do. So just a little bit about the vaccine categories. We either have compulsory vaccines. In South Africa, according to law, in terms of cattle, we have to vaccinate cattle against anthrax and brucellosis at least. So on the back of what I just said now, that's unfortunate that it doesn't happen. It is a law, but it doesn't happen. And then some other that can have very serious consequences that are not compulsory, but that we really strongly recommend, like the clostridial diseases, botulism, lumpy skin, Rift Valley fever, BVD. And then some others that are that occur when conditions are ideal, or that have been diagnosed before in a particular herd: Corynebacterium, Salmonella, E. coli, Neospora, Moraxella, Vibrio, mastitis. There could be many other examples. And then some vaccinations are
strictly controlled by the state, like foot and mouth disease, avian influenza, PPR, CBPP, and so on. Rabies, strictly speaking, as well, although rabies vaccine is available. But some of these other vaccines are only available to state vets to use under certain conditions. So when considering a vaccination program, it's important that the veterinarian is involved who knows the herd very well and the circumstances, because there are quite a number of considerations for that. First of all, the disease challenge in that area can be a factor that we will use to design a program. The background immunity or resistance of the animals at different ages and time points in their production system. Certain vaccine interactions, this is really important. Because farmers often ask us, can I use this and that vaccine together? And sometimes you can't, because sometimes there are interactions between vaccines, especially if you use live vaccines in combination with others. And then animal factors, age, breed, gender, production stage. So some vaccines have to be given at certain ages or certain stages of the production cycle. That's important, so that needs to be carefully considered. And it becomes quite confusing if you add all these things up. Production system, efficiency of the system, the general welfare in the system, efficiency of vaccination as well. So for instance, I might recommend to a particular farmer that I know the production system very well to combine certain vaccines on the same day, but to another farmer next door I might not recommend that, because I know that the system there cannot cope with combining two vaccines at the same time. In terms of many factors like the cold chain as well, and cleanliness. And then of course affordability as well, as we mentioned already. So to design a good vaccination program, and that's a monopoly card game, as you know, or board game, as you know. So first of all, you can go for a shack approach. So there's no plan for a shack. You can buy a shack and somebody can come and build it for you in a week's time. I understand the going rate's about 15,000 Rand now for a one-room shack, I think. So there's no plan necessary, and that might be an approach. Go with the flow, vaccinate as you go. It's not a good approach. Let's see if we can go for something better than a shack. For a small house, you can get a standardized plan, so you can also get the standardized vaccination program or plan. And OBP used to publish those for South Africa, for instance, in the past. It's fine. If it's a very small thing, maybe it can work. If you want to go up a little bit, if you have a larger house, you will typically consult an architect to design the house for you with a team. But if you want a hotel, like the Monopoly Hotel, then you're going to use a team of professionals and there will be a project manager. So that's typically the approach you should have also for a vaccination plan. There you have to consult different people, and it might even include the market, where you look at residues and so on. That's my story. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Dietmar and Prof. Barth. I think the lessons that we've learned here is that self-regulation is important. Industries have to take up the baton to run, and then also, build a hotel and not a shack. And it's interesting, I never realized myself how important vaccination actually is for animal welfare. I think that's a lesson learned for everybody from us. I'm giving over to Lisa.
Would you like to chair our question and answer session?
Okay.
So I think it's time for us to call
all the speakers to the front, and then we can see if there are any questions.
This is actually a question that was prompted by something Maud said. You showed that the corticosteroid responses for ostriches were actually better when the birds were touched, not just when somebody was present. What do you think the lack of presence of humans and touch does for the handling of animals?
Well, I'm not sure about the touching side, but I think, ostriches, like many other birds, they like the routine. And I think seeing those familiar people around them and being familiar with them, you can create some sort of trust with them. And I've seen that specifically with the birds we are working with for the assisted reproductive technology. We can do many things with them and without any assistance for anybody, like spraying them or doing minimal care with them. And the moment other people comes towards them, they completely freak out. And you need to have a team of people coming and handling them physically to be able to do a procedure. So I think it's more habituation that they are feeling comfortable with you, and you gain sort of trust between the birds and the humans. For the touch, I think it's because also they are manipulated a lot. For weighing, in the case of our research farm, they are weighed regularly. There's the vaccination, there's the tagging, there's the feather harvesting. So I think it's also the fact that we spend some time with them, touching them, with some sense of security, I would say, to that procedure. That's my only explanation so far.
So I can't comment very much on ostriches, but I think more broadly, I think the relationships that we have with animals, if we have a positive relationship with them, then the sense of touch and stroking, and there is some evidence for sheep that stroking causes change in things like heart rate, increase in oxytocin, actually in both the stroker and the animal being stroked. So we have this sort of mutual benefit from interacting in a positive, affiliative way. I think actually that was some work done in France with the sheep, and it depended on the person doing the stroking, how well the sheep responded. So I think there's a nice interaction between, having a positive affiliative interactions can be good for the people and also be good for the animals, but it does depend how you, I think, you don't want to be sort of chasing an animal around a pen to then go and stroke it positively. You kind of need them to come to you, but I think that it's a nice question, because I think there is a lot in that we probably miss, that sort of type of human-animal interaction that we have with animals.
I think I can add a bit to it. If the issue of stroking increase the fecal corticosterone, is that it?
No, it's in the feathers.
But it increased it, yeah.
It's decreased.
So if stroking decreases the corticosterone, I think it's positive. It's a positive signal, which shows that they are less stressed. And, yeah.
I just want to add something also. When we work with females for artificial insemination technology, what we do, we don't handle the birds. They're not restrained whatsoever. And one way to get them to relax, when we can see they are a little bit wary, is actually to stroke them on the back, and then they relax, and then we can do our business, basically. So I think there's definitely, like you said, some sort of calming effect on the animal, and the more you do it, the more they trust you as well.
Good. Any other questions?
Just a question to Lisa on the music study. On a lighter note, you said that you played them Mozart and Bach and Haydn. I hope you didn't play this surprise symphony. They might get a heart attack.
No, we stayed cleared of that one.
But how did you make a choice of music? Because, I mean, you decided on certain things as you explained there, but has any studies been done before to test other types of music? We don't know how cattle experience music.
Yeah.
It might just be the ongoing sound. You might as well just give them white noise. I don't know.
So some of the studies that have been done, they
wanted the cattle to come towards a new area of feeding. So they decided they're going to play some music and try and attract the cattle to the new feeding area. And within this, they actually realized that they can taste the different types of music and see which ones work a little bit better. So they started with jazz and R&B, and apparently the cows didn't want to come eat at all. But when they started playing country music, the cows came and ate until they were fed well. And there's an unpublished study done by two researchers, I think it was in London, and they actually found that the cows were more docile when they played slow classical music. But they never published their findings, and they never did a quantified approach. This was only through observation. So that's kind of what led me in the direction of slow music, and because classical music is a background of mine, that just made sense for me to go towards the Baroque and the classicals.
Thank you. Something totally different. When Prof. Holm now spoke about the brucellosis and the high incidence, and just 20% cattle being vaccinated, and we look at our poor conception rates, then fertility also feels like a trait that should be regarded as welfare. I don't know what your opinion about that, but continuous abortion, and that's got a huge effect on productivity. It's got a huge effect on the amount of protein produced for, and we know there's a higher demand for protein, access to protein. So how do we, is this something that we need legislation for? Because, I mean, only 20% is quite low.
I think Prof. Barth should actually answer this question, but I think that that reproduction rate is a good indication of animal welfare. The mechanism to get there is probably not that important, but as a proxy for general welfare, certainly that's a good, because it's a good indication of the nutrition of the animals, of the stress levels. All these things have a negative impact on reproduction. So abortion obviously is a negative outcome. Whether abortion per se has an impact on the welfare of that animal at that point in time, it'd be difficult to assess, I think, unless it's a late abortion. But we often see cows that abort that seemingly are unaware of it. So that's a bit difficult to say, but as a proxy for general welfare, absolutely, I have no doubt about it.
Yes, I agree with what has been said. Just a note of caution. Depends on where you are, which breed you're talking about, and how much food there is, because there's such a thing as, too many. In the case of sheep and goats, too many is not good welfare. They've only got 2 teats. So yes, you will get the occasional great mother who can rear 4 and more offspring. But generally speaking, the more the litter size, the worse the outcome. And particularly when you think of places like the Northern Cape, there farmers don't want more than 1 lamb per ewe because they just don't have the food. So I guess the answer is it's a qualified yes. Yes, reproductive success can indicate animal welfare, but it's certainly not the only factor.
I was just going to add almost exactly the same, that I think with all production indices, poor production in an environment where we would expect the animal to be doing better from a breed perspective is definitely an indicator of poor welfare for all the things we've just talked about, disease, poor nutrition. But it's difficult because high welfare is not high production is not a welfare indicator, not an indicator of good welfare. So poor production only tells us about the lower end, which is so. Yeah, I think the notes of caution we've just heard are really important, because if we just think production is a welfare indicator, then we end up with all sorts of of issues and problems, and we've had a lot of genetic selection for production that leaves animals producing even in quite poor welfare conditions. Yes, but I don't personally think that the cow worries about her fertility in the way that a human might, but I think it's a good indicator of the poor fertility under conditions where, you know, she has been mated, for example, so we would expect her normally to be fertile.
I think it's a bit of a controversial question, but I think maybe most of us do have it in the back of our minds. If we're talking about South Africa as a whole and the setup that we have here, we often have struggles of, like Dr. Thandi said, how should I feed my farm if I can't feed my family? Where's the balance between serving the community and serving welfare to the livestock?
Well, I can have a go first of all, but everybody else is, I'm being reluctant and I've got the microphone in my hand, but I will pass it on. No, I think it's a really important point. I think it's like many things. You can't say animal welfare is the only thing that matters, because clearly it has to be balanced across everything else. And I think even when we think about welfare, it's not unitary, it's not one thing. It's you know, there's a range of different things that lead to good welfare. And I think if we only focus on one part of that, then we don't achieve good welfare either. So I think from the animal point of view, there is a balance to be struck between all the different components of welfare. I think it is a challenge, but I think particularly in places where we have relatively, to follow on from the last question actually, in conditions where we have quite poor productivity, then improving productivity and welfare do go hand in hand, and that leads to improved animal protein nutrition for the family that are being fed by those animals, or increased economic value. So I don't think we can say I can't worry about animal welfare because I've got these other issues, because I think the solution to some of those other issues might be improving animal welfare. So I think you have to think about it in a balanced way, but I don't think it's either or. I think it's often we have to think about a strategy that's going to allow welfare to be improved, because that will improve productivity and that will also improve the nutrition of the family or give them greater economic value to their animals. So I think it is a balance. It's not easy, but I don't think they're always completely separated. Anybody else want to?
I don't think I'm necessarily responding, but I think I just want to share part of the work that we do is that we are encouraging those that are assisting these small-scale farmers who cannot continue to uphold good animal welfare practices to transition to crop agriculture, you know, because we understand that the family is reliant on that income. And so it's just to say how best can we help them to transition away from this. But I'm not necessarily answering your question as to the balance, but for us, animal welfare is very important, and I think we really cannot have situations where government is not supporting and then people are struggling. What we do is that we do encourage those that are helping these small-scale farmers transition and then turn these farms into small crop farms. Yeah.
I think another option might be for such a farmer to try to reduce the number of animals that they are keeping. Because at times they might be tempted to want to overstock, believing that they will get the maximum yield from it. But at the end, it doesn't work like that. So if they are struggling, to find means to feed the animals, which let me say is the most important, then they should try to scale down and manage the little that they can, with the belief that if they feed the little that they can handle properly, they would be able to get more benefit from those animals. And I think there is a reverse to that thing, that how can I feed my family when the welfare of the animal is not okay? For those that actually depend on the animals to feed their family. I don't know how it is in other African countries, but it's a big challenge to a lot of poultry farmers in Nigeria at the moment, because this is their business, this is what they do, but due to economic instability, maybe the increase in the feed of the animal has just increased or multiplied by 3-4 times within a year, and they cannot afford it. Most of these farmers have actually closed down, and how they can't feed, they can't afford to buy feed at that expensive rate, and so their business, or let me say their livelihood now, is not sustainable, and so we need to look at it both ways.
Anything else? Just one aspect that I think we must maybe consider is that we work a lot with the animals, but Maud and our other first speaker mentioned the understanding of farmers of animal welfare. It's maybe very basic, but they do understand it quite well. And that when you ask them, they can present to you the animal factors that they consider that are important. And maybe we should focus more also on understanding what the understanding of farmers are, producers are, regarding animal welfare, not just bombard them with standards and legislation and requirements and say, you must do this. And maybe just go back and say, what do you understand? And find that balance between what we expect from them and what they understand regarding animal welfare.
Just to add to this discussion is the fact that I think there is also the need to look into the use of unconventional feed ingredients, that these animals can actually consume and give us the product that we want. Although there are some researchers in African countries that have actually looked into how to use some waste products, how to, instead of depending mainly on grains, which is expensive and in competition with humans. But most of this research probably are not really funded to the extent that they can get something tangible out of it, and which will be useful for the farmers or people to buy. So I think funding maybe should also be directed into those areas, look into other options, how to get feed for the animals from other resources. That might also help.
Yeah, I guess just to go back to your question as well, I think this is an area in animal welfare that science, I suppose, that's growing, but particularly involving more social scientists rather than it just being in the hands of natural science. Because I think, again, if you look at that WOA definition, the science, the animal natural science, the natural biological science only gets us to some of the way. And I think understanding what motivates people to behave in particular ways, what knowledge they have, appreciating, valuing that knowledge is all really, really important. I mean, we've done some work on this with horse owners, actually, in a particularly marginalised community of horse owners in the UK and Ireland. And there was a lot of negative perceptions about their knowledge and understanding. But when you actually went and asked them, they knew lots about animal welfare. And the things that prevented them keeping animals in good welfare were nothing to do with their understanding and their knowledge. It was all external, structural things that they had no control over. So I think if we want to understand what the barriers are, whether it's the price of food and the changes in the food, is we need to have more of those dialogues and more of those community-based interactions. And I think you showed a nice diagram that I recognise because one of my colleagues was involved in that work as well, of how community can be involved in understanding a welfare issue and a welfare problem, and it's not having people sort of helicoptering in, dispensing advice and then vanishing. It's actually engaging everybody.
Good.
So to add on, if we think about we're teaching our students animal handling, we expose them to proper science, but maybe we should confront these scientists with ethics and giving them the difficult questions, the ones that you referred to in terms of what are the opinion about an animal, the sentience, because I don't think in animal or veterinary science or in zoological sciences, more you can comment, we don't go that far. We stay within our physiological boundaries, the things that we understand well. So maybe we should offer some of these courses to our students so that they are better equipped to handle the questions that comes from the consumer side, the more difficult ones to answer. Because unfortunately, when it comes to big companies, industries, a lot is driven by money and funding, and so it's not easy. The first question I wrote down here this morning was, how do we sensitize our industry with regard to good welfare practices?
All right. I'll answer because I've got the microphone, but do take it off me. Anybody else wants to say something? I mean, I think one of the animal welfare education centre that we have in the vet school in Edinburgh started because there was money given to the vet school to set it up, because they were concerned that veterinarians in particular were not being advocates for animal welfare in the way that everyone had assumed that they were, and partly that was concerns that veterinarians were not being educated in some of these issues. I mean, we do some ethics teaching with our students, but we still focus a lot on the ethics of a particular clinical decision making and treatment, and whether you should treat or whether you shouldn't treat. And we don't really necessarily engage as much with things like wider issues, I suppose. But you're right. I mean, vets are often expected to advocate for animal welfare, but also to understand all the diverse impacts on a farmer or a producer, and be able to come up with a cogent ethical argument at a moment's notice if asked by a consumer. And we certainly don't teach our students how to do that, but it is something they're expected to do later. So I think there should be, we could certainly think about how we could set them up better for that that role when they have to get out into the real world and be asked all these questions. And I think there's also been a number of, I don't know whether it's just in Europe, but there's been a number of concerns that veterinarians who are working very closely with some of the livestock industries are not, most vets have an oath to say that animal welfare is central to everything I do, or variants. But actually it's not, because what they're doing is supporting industry over the potential welfare needs. And I think it's completely understandable, but I think perhaps we're not giving our students the skills to be maybe a little bit more independent in their thinking, and to be confident in their thinking and some of the ethical. And I think maybe there is a gap perhaps in our education there. Anybody else? I've got 2 microphones. Can I have a go too?
Years ago, when I was still in the teaching game, the way I did it was to give students a task in teams of 6 each, if I remember rightly. And the one was they had to argue for the principle, and the others had to argue against it. And I said to them, it's not about your personal views. This is about seeing both sides. I don't know if they still do that, but I agree completely. You've got to get students engaged and say, there are no clear-cut things, as they say in anatomy and physiology. This is what's in your heart. And get people thinking, why do they do this and why do they oppose it? So that's the way we did it.
I think for me, as an animal welfare activist, I advocate for teaching animal welfare to everyone, I think that animal welfare and compassion for animals can even transform our societies from their current status quo if we can have compassion for animals. So I actually advocate for teaching it to everyone. It should be a subject in primary school, high school, and all the way even for those who choose to go into the field of animal sciences. I think it's very important.
Well, I can't really talk from the South African perspective, but I come from France, and a couple of years ago I engaged with some vets back home, and they also realized that there was a huge gap in teaching student animal welfare, and right now they are basically trying to fix it, and they are also allowing other people that are not necessarily from vet science to actually be part of those I would say, workshop online. And this is how I actually trained myself, because I'm not an animal scientist. I'm a behavioral ecologist, and obviously I never had animal welfare in my curriculum. So for me it was a step in the right direction, at least from my country. But I don't know about South Africa in this such process that is currently taking place.
Thank you. I think I'll just grab this opportunity, which was a discussion I wanted to have tomorrow as we just end off and going home, is just the understanding that the responsibility rests on those who know at times, and that I always find myself in situations where I'm sitting with experts and academics and scientists, and sometimes all the good scientific words they say can't translate really well to communities, or the language is just way too academic and that it doesn't translate to the layman. In the beginning of 2024, as FOPOS, what we hope to do is to actually do an assessment where we look at the state of animal welfare in South Africa. And the hope is that our director and both me and Betha get to have these conversations with you guys who've been working in animal welfare for maybe, the past decade. I just arrived in the space. But what we really want to do, following in the theme of, right after the president will be speaking on just the state of the nation, we want to then speak on the state of animal welfare. And I think it will be a great group project to work on that, to actually sit down and actually ask the question on where we at. I know there has been proposal and talks of an animal welfare bill that has been shifted around from different department. It started with the Department of Justice, and now I think it's DERCO. So I think this mandate of animal welfare keeps shifting, and if you don't then take control, or rather write the narrative, or rather take charge in wanting to say what is animal welfare, I think this is the right opportunity to then translate some of the amazing papers you guys have been speaking on and have been writing, and you guys have also been peer reviewing. If you can put it in a 10-minute speech on what is the state of animal welfare in South Africa and what are we looking forward to, especially with the global stock take that's currently going to be happening. We all know that we're nowhere close to meeting our climate action goals. So what is the new language? What is the new wording that we then can propose to our government, especially when it comes to animal welfare and climate change and so forth and so forth. Thank you.
Good. I think we can end on that note and prepare ourselves for tomorrow. Thank you very much for all our speakers and all the attendees. We appreciate you being here. Thank you very much.